Welcome to episode 5 of the Baroque Works broadcast. It is Nye Hemmings, your host. And today we got a more chill, relaxed pod for y'all. Listen, I've been working hard on this video essay. I didn't have the energy. I secretly tried not to do this. I just didn't bring it up to see what happened. And I said to myself, if people mention, hey, are we still doing the pod? I'll do the pod. And Pat, Griefer, Haku, and Lizard remembered. So I'm like, all right, we're doing it. So, how y'all doing though? How y'all doing? Talk to me.
Bad man,
We
I'm
are
good.
doing all right, Just hey man, shit hard out here, but one day at a time.
One day at a time, one step at a time. You feel me? Lizard?
I'm good, man. Just chilling. Tired, but we here.
Yeah. Before I get into anything super specific, did you? I don't recall getting your guys' take on the new anime format that's going to be happening. I think in 2026. Any thoughts and opinions on
hmm
that? Moved,
Um,
unmoved? Because I didn't realize that. I think I read it wrong when I first looked at it. I thought they were saying they're going to increase the pacing and follow the manga more, but they're doing one chapter
I
per episode. Is that what they're doing?
I think it's bare. It's. I might be bare minimum one. So like you
yeah,
always do
that
get one.
that's what they were trying to get at is that each episode will at minimum cover one chapter because current One Piece is not doing that. Sometimes they'll do a chapter, sometimes they'll do half, sometimes they'll do two. So they'll make sure that every episode going forward covers at least one chapter.
Okay. Um, do you guys believe that they're gonna be doing only 26 episodes per year, right? I think that's what I read.
Yes. Yes.
That's interesting
Uh,
to me, but like I think for us because we're so accustomed to the weekly format, except for like whenever they take breaks, it's gonna be a weird change of pace. At the very least, I do think the overall animation quality should have definitely like should go up because you should have more time to flesh out the episodes. You should have a better pre-production schedule, and you don't have to produce something every single week for the entire year. So hopefully, I really do think since Wano, it's looked a lot better on average. So I'm not even trying to say like it looks ugly, but it could still be better. So you might get a higher level of quality and consistency, which at the very least is something. But it's an interesting design change this far into the game, which I just didn't see coming or just see happening. But you know why I think it's possible?
what's that?
I think with Toei and Shueisha having so many ways to accrue funds from the One Piece IP, through the Netflix, through all the merchandise, the manga, the anime. Plus, I know at some point Wit Studio is doing Wit Piece, if you will, and I'm sure there'll be another movie down the line soon. They might not need to hold on so tight to the format of the anime they have right now. They can experiment with it. That's my take. I could be wrong. That's just pure headcanon. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
Well,
I
that
think.
makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. Um, I think the biggest thing I probably like is it's good for Oda because there's probably less pressure on him. Because I know it's like a huge gap, but there's probably still some thought about like, oh, I have to push it so the anime doesn't catch up. But now he has like he's already getting like a 6 month break to like the anime is getting a 6 month break, so you can stack up already. Well, he's getting like a 4 month break, my bad. And then like every I'm assuming it's gonna be like one. It'll be like one season. It's the anime, then they take a break and they do another anime for another season, then take a break. They keep on repeating that, but yeah, I think it's good for them. I think it works out better.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm, we not I, we are part of the older generation where anime came out, and when it came out, it would run until it was done. Like there wasn't any seasonals and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I think for a series like One Piece that's been going on for so long, like in 4 years, it's gonna hit the 30-year mark. And they've had like some of the same animators throughout its entire run. Like it kind of handicaps their ability to work on other projects. And then like lately they've been um outsourcing for animation talent since like a lot of the guys are retiring because they're getting old. Um, it makes it a lot better for the anime to thrive when they have people that they can bring in on a manageable schedule. 'Cause, a lot of the people that work on One Piece right now, they're not even like part of Toei Animation.
It's
So
outsourced, and I guess maybe the newer
yeah,
generation would probably be more accustomed to a seasonal format than just every week do it.
yeah,
Like
and
those
like
guys from like the
they're gonna
Dragon Ball
do.
era, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Speaking of that, I mean, it's kind of unfortunate news, but one of the directors for the
I
One
did
Piece
see
did
he
pass
passed away
away.
in the summertime. They said, right? Who was it again?
Yeah. Tatsuya Nagamine.
Yeah,
Nagamine?
I'll post. Yeah.
yeah,
I'll post it in people the. I'll post it in the Twitch chat. My bad.
yeah. He passed away this past summer.
And like, I don't want to get morbid here, but I wonder if they're willing to pick up the pace because like the cast is getting older. And,
Yeah, that's another big thing because Kazuki Yao, he just retired, the voice of Frankie, and he has like one of the most unique voices I think I've ever heard.
yeah.
It's hard
So
not to hear his voice when you like hear it. Like certain seiyus and voice actors, when you hear them like speak, you're like, oh. Even if you don't know the name, you're like, Ayomide sounds like Grimjow. You know what I mean? Like you could
hmm
kind of what's his name? I think Uvojin, I believe, is Blackbeard's voice actor. Like you can kind of hear it.
yep,
Yeah.
yep,
Frankie's Seiyu has one of those distinct voices. Mister Two,
Yeah.
all of
Like
them. Yeah.
match made in heaven type voices. Like
Rest in peace, you're a
yeah.
legend, bro.
Everybody can't be like Nozawa and voice act with the same energy and passion for 40, 50 plus years. So One Piece definitely needs to wrap it up soon.
Or have
I
those
mean, I
good
don't want it
genes.
to, but I have to.
Yeah. No, honestly, it's like it sucks to think, but you have to always remember the real life elements that go into these kind of things, right? Like the fact that like how old is Nozawa? She's got to be in her like late 70s, early 80s, right? Like I'm
'Cause I
sure.
think she's mid 80s now.
Oh wow. So like she won't be here someday. She's a legend. We'll never forget her, but she won't be here someday. So you're gonna have to replace her at some point, and it's like I don't know how old Christopher Sabat and like Sean Skemmel and Sonny Strait and those guys are, but I'm pretty sure they're not nearly as old as them. So they can probably run a
She's
little longer.
89.
Oh, what? Grandma
yeah.
Goku for great Grandma Goku. Jesus. Okay. Yeah. So I guess you got to think about those things. But honestly, like, rest in peace. That's crazy. I did not know that. I thought she was like 83. Like what Chief said, like 83. He said I was so wrong. I thought she was 80. Like I thought like 85 the most was in my head. But you gotta think about these things because we did lose Kizaru's voice actor, and I think Borsellino sounded pretty unique in his own right as well. So
Yeah.
I do like that. From what I can tell, they're trying to get the new voice actor is trying to step into like the style of speaking that the other one does. Because sometimes they don't do that. I don't know if like sometimes they just use their own voice or whatever voice they have. Like they don't try to emulate who came before.
Yeah.
I prefer the new voice actor to try to emulate what was. Even though I can get you trying to do your own thing, do that with a different character that like you get like first. Like let's say I inherit Luffy. I'm gonna try to sound like is it Colleen Klinkenberg? Whatever I think is that her name? Who does Luffy? I might be
Yeah.
wrong. Like I'd try to
Yeah.
sound like her, but if it's like oh you get to be Hinata and Haikyuu or whatever, like I'm gonna try something different. If that makes sense. So yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, you're making sense to me. But yeah,
Um,
they're gonna be doing split curves so 213 episodes.
Mhm.
And honestly, it's not going to be like a huge drop off. I mean, I'm still not going to like it because it's going to interfere with my regular routine. But the current One Piece anime right now, they've been airing like 3, 4 episodes in a row, and then they do a recap. So it's been kind of crippling their
Okay, I'm not tripping. I feel like there's been a lot more recaps lately.
Yeah.
yeah, because they just refuse to do arcs. So they just do a recap every 3 or 4 episodes.
There's there's another recap coming on the 23rd.
Yep. See? There it is.
As a side note, um, you said recap. Fuck, what am I about to say? I had something important to say. What did you just say?
There's a recap on the 23rd.
Oh, fillers. Sorry, yes. They went crazy with the end of the Rob Lucci and friggin' Zoro fight, dog.
Yo,
And,
nah, that shit was nuts.
and you know what I appreciate about it? They did a really good job. I didn't realize this in the manga. I went back and I looked, and I based on my interpretation, is correct, but Zoro loses his sword. And by the time the sword comes back down and he catches it, that's when he beats Lucci. This happened in like mere seconds. And I know we're seeing a lot, but it was like a really fast scene. So by the time the sword comes back down, he catches it and dodges the Madara. Like that, like it's supposed to be like a quick thing, kind of like Namek in 5 minutes. Even though we watched 36 episodes of Namek, Frieza, of 100% Frieza and Super Saiyan Goku, that was 5 minutes. And I always wonder, like, are y'all talking at light speed? Like, like they're gonna be talking that fast for it to work.
Remember, somebody posted a video of like Goku versus Frieza if it was actually in 5 minutes. And the fight was so funny, bro.
I gotta find that. Have you? I think I did send it to you and Alan, the sensible Saiyan stuff. I like him. He's fun. I like his videos. They're fun. Lizard, there's like a guy on YouTube who does like One Piece combat stuff, but he does it in like the MMA, like it's a 10-point must system. 5-point must system, whatever it's called, and he'll talk about like, oh, Goku's always defensively responsible, has the best body shots, weave, slip. And I'm like, yo, this is kind of raw. I like this, and he puts respect on a lot of fights that a lot of people don't put respect on. I really do like Goku versus Krillin from the 22nd Budokai tournament. So yeah, shout out to,
Fire, man.
shout out to them, yo. All right. Being one chapter an episode doesn't move me. We've had that for stretches, and while they've been good, there were still Toei shenanigans present. 2-3 chapters an episode will get me hyped. I think that's fair.
You know the sad thing? One chapter is actually an improvement. It's legit been like half a chapter. Like that's
Yeah,
been
that's
the
what we're
pace.
saying. It's the minimum will be a one chapter going forward. So this is a huge jump up because they've been doing. One time they did, I kid you not, 3 pages. Well, I was watching One Piece episode. I was like, bro, nah, this is not the way, Toei.
That's actually disgusting. But all right, let's get into these recent chapter discussions. I think the last chapter was mostly combat stuff, but I'm trying to remember where we left off from the last pod. Was it 1162?
It should be 6-2, then 6-3, 6-4, 6-5.
Okay, so from the time Rocks got Domi reversied, tried to attack his family, and then him in his like mind voice palace axing Rocks and Garp to kill him. I mean Roger and Garp to kill him, and then the latest chapter where they said it's all about the mass, all about the ass. So honestly, like, it's one of those things where like it's just One Piece has just been in such a generational great stretch. All I have is greatness and glaze. I'm not sure if there's anything specific I want to pinpoint. I'm gonna go look at the chapters to see if there's anything I want to pinpoint specifically. But if you want, we can start with the last week chapter. I feel like we're getting deeper into some hockey stuff that I really like. I know you could simplify it to just like put more hockey into the into the attack, but I felt like they really did. I really do feel like Garp and Roger both came off as kind of like hockey geniuses, hockey specialists, because from my understanding is that because Rock's got the Domi Reversi kind of boost, he kind of doesn't have to hold back and manage his mana, if you will, his SP, his MP. He can just kind of max out hockey with every attack. And hockey is finite, the same way chakra and ki and other things are. Like Luffy can run out of hockey. He can still fight, he can still move, but he can't defend himself and put more power into his attacks the way that he wants to. Most fighters have to manage that and not just completely max it out and use all of it immediately. So they're saying we cannot have a battle of attrition. We can't try to outlast him. So in this moment, we have to use our strongest attack, put our weight into it, and max out our hockey to damage him and truly kill him. And I'm like, I still like that. As simple as it comes across. In layman terms. So how did you guys feel about that moment?
I can see why people wouldn't like it, but I think it's like a thing where like it introduces the fact that a lot of hockey users probably just when they're using hockey they use it at the same level. Like they need to add like more depth to it. Like it's kind of like they're using in the same like if it's like XY axis, right? Where like the X axis is just the like the amount of time you're using it, and the Y is the like the amount of like power you're using it. Most of them leave at a flat level, right? Like they don't put more into it. They just use a certain level. I think Roger and Garp are trying to say you have to put like you have to increase depth of like or like the depth of how much you use it. If that makes sense. Like I think depth is a better word than mass. Like the depth of you need more depth to it, and that's why
Actually,
in like
sorry, keep going. I'm just gonna look up all the three translations now that the Viz is out.
Yeah.
Continue.
Viz also uses mass, so
Oh yeah.
yeah.
Okay.
So but yeah, so it's just like that where and then it's like they had to use all of it because it was just rocks Domi University, and that was insane. But I think after like that's the extreme, and then it's kind of learning to fine tune it and like maybe using like instead of 100% of hockey or like like let's say normally everybody's using 30% of their like 50% of their hockey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe instead of using 100 you have to learn to use 75, and yeah, and then that's where like I think Gabon, like I don't think Gabon had to use all 100% to take out Somers. He just had to use more than normal because of the region.
Assuming he knows about that already. He could just hit him hard enough to hurt him because of what happened to Shaki. I think later they'll learn that they need to use that. I think the reason Rayleigh and Gabon know are because they come back to help save or get Roger off the island after he maxed out his hockey or something. And maybe that's when Summers pulls up and like Roger explains it to them, or maybe he tells them after the fact. There's a lot of ways you can learn.
I'm talking about Gabon and like Elbaf. No.
Okay.
But that actually I do think that's the same thing, but we can talk about that later. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you're right, because in the OP scans he says it's a matter of quantity, Garp. And he's like quantity of what, yada yada yada. And then in Viz it says it all comes down to mass, doesn't it, Garp? He says mass. What do you mean? And in TCB he says it's about the mass. And he's like, what are you talking about? So okay.
So from what's going on now I have like a separate question that I would like to get answered. So like with hockey, if they're drawing upon like the hockey in order to make their attacks stronger, and then they have to bring out more in order to cause more damage. So now I need to know, like, is there like separate pools, or is it like all one big pool of hockey? Like, do you have your observation hockey pool, and then you have your armament pool, or in a conqueror's pool, and then like if you have all three types, like the conquerors, like do you draw from the conqueror's pool and observation pool at the same time, or like the conquerors and the armament pool at the same time? Like I need to know.
I think I have an answer for you, Pat.
Okay.
Big Allen in the building.
Just real quick, I think it's I think it's like one giant hockey pool, and then you what's the word I'm looking for? Like you adjust it to whatever you need it for, if that makes sense. So like you have your pool of hockey, and then like if you want to use Conqueror hockey, you'll adjust it to use Conqueror hockey, or you'll adjust it to use armament. And the only reason I think that is because when Luffy used Gear 4 against Doflamingo and he ran out, he couldn't use any hockey at all. And when he was in Gear 4, he was only using armament mostly.
So it'd be like one big bucket, and there's like three different faucets, and you have to just choose which one faucet you want to turn on.
Yeah.
Okay.
I do think it's
And
all
I would
connected.
assume like different um hockey types require different amounts. 'Cause I think Conquerors probably draws out the most hockey necessary
One pushback.
Observation should
compared
be
to
the
the other.
least.
One pushback.
Yeah, observation would probably be the least. What's that?
Do you think what you're the most attuned to would actually be the one that is the easiest to use? So if I'm a naturally attuned to observation, maybe that's the one that depletes me the least, as opposed to like
Probably, yeah,
that.
probably.
That's how I was possibly think. I don't know if I'm right, but I was possibly thinking it could be like that.
That would make more sense because like when Luffy was trying to learn Ryu, he was struggling a lot, and armament is not his affinity; it's Conquerors. But then,
Yeah.
like when Kaido started hitting him with that Conqueror's Hawk, he was like, "Oh, okay, okay, I get it," and he was able to apply it immediately.
He said, "I understand it
Yeah.
now. I understand it now."
Yeah, I no, literally, I understand it now.
Some of them are probably easier to master, like get used to more, because observation you can have all the time. But are you gonna really be blasting Conqueror's hockey all the time, man? Like, chill.
So you said, "Chill, tranquilo."
You get it, man. You got Conqueror's hockey.
But yeah, I do think that like your hockey pool is definitely all tied to just all the hockeys you're using. But I like how you said it. Two different faucets, almost like you have to press like R2 to like swap like elements or something. But it still all depletes your SP meter. If that makes sense. So yeah. I really do think Oda's getting ready to truly dive into hockey and all of its like components because I still think there's so much more he can do and different ways to apply it, and I think to some degree it's limited to imagination. So
Yep,
yeah.
and a
And
whole lot more.
willpower.
Can we talk about Garb grabbing that dude's foot and throwing him? That was clean.
Yo, that was the best action. That combo was the best action in this chapter, man.
That was clean, yo. That moved me
He
tremendously.
really launched that nigga.
Better than one beer.
Chill, chill, chill on
Yo,
White.
I seen people.
They
Yo,
still
I see some
they still cooking my mans.
dog. Nah, hey man, I seen somebody call him dis a beard. Like that shit kill.
This a beard is actually despicable. Oh my god. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. I'm hurt. Yo, leave him alone. Leave me alone. Um
Akira, leave it alone, rocks.
I was gonna say another thing I really appreciate about this chapter is okay, hold on. Question, because Alan's the only other person I saw that like echoed this. I had this thought. I didn't go with it, but I had this thought. Does Marco have a legitimate dad, or is the Phoenix fruit one of those weird fruits that work differently, where it's like this is the next incarnation? You know what I mean? Like,
Marco's already for
was
17.
Polo his previous incarnation, and now it's Marco?
No, it can't be a reincarnation because Marco's like 40
7.
something
Yeah, he's 7 in this.
right now, so he must be like 7 years old around this time.
So unless you get some time travel going in the back in the past,
I just thought it was interesting.
Unless
That's
the
fair,
Phoenix,
that's fair.
like when it reincarnates, you don't necessarily start off as a baby. You probably start off as I don't know.
but then that's kind of just like, yeah.
Kind of like what?
I feel like that we get into the whole like, I mean, we could do that. That'd be those most in like it. perfect. What's it called? Like it'd be the most literal thing of inherited will because you're literally inheriting the soul of like the previous one because you're just reincarnating into your 7-year-old body.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes sense, but yeah.
No, I do think it's his actual dad. I just thought it was an interesting thing to think about because I would argue some fruits just operate differently. Like, I remembered an SBS. I know this is real because I'm pretty sure I own this volume where someone asked Oda, if I ate Luffy, would I get the Gomu Gomu no Mi? He's like, no, you just get a stomach ache. like something along those lines. But when Big Mom ate Charlotte, she got the soul fruit. Maybe because that's connected to the soul, so it kind of works differently. You know what I'm saying? So I was wondering if maybe the Phoenix fruit had its own set of rules like that.
Hey man, let's talk about how the fact that Marco and Nepo baby, if you think about it.
Nepo piece.
Yeah.
It's getting stronger and stronger, dog. It really is.
Hey, I'm not mad at it. Nepotism is fire. Ain't nothing wrong with putting your kids in the best position to succeed, especially if you're already successful. Hell yeah.
I'm telling. No, I'm kidding. You're right. I agree. What else? Let me think. The most recent chapter. How do you guys feel about Whitebeard's kind of reaction to what's happening with Rocks? Are you shocked? Not shocked? Do you feel bad for him? Like he feels. It looks like he's hurt and betrayed. And he's just like, I'm leaving. Fuck this.
I'm not sure what he like that, because I don't know if he's just leaving because like he just got attacked or something, but I feel like I don't know. I felt like it was just. I mean,
I feel upset for him, but I feel like he's being a little obtuse right now.
Right?
Shit, man. They all.
That's kind of how I feel. Like he's too smart to be that dumb. I guess is what I'm saying.
But, he just knew he not built for it, man. He not up there for it. Like he would have been knocked out.
Oh my gosh, leave him alone. He's one of them.
He's still my guy, but I expected better.
Yeah, that's fair. Because I feel similar. I was like, damn it, this is the only thing you've ever done that disappointed me. Like ever.
Is it more because he came back? Like we never came back in the first place. Would you guys have been like, whatever?
Yeah, I guess. But like he came back and he's like, listen, you always cover the tab for me. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like the way that I almost said Arnold, Harold, and Xebec have an unorthodox relationship or friendship. I feel that Edward Newgate and Xebec were similar in that sense. Like there's a respect there at the very least. You know what I mean? There's a respect there.
Yeah. It's probably just. You know, the best thing I can think of is he just thought that. Like he just thought that, like, you know, I helped him. He did this to me. Like somehow, for some reason, he is dumb. Like he's stupid, and he thought like, oh, he attacked me, and then he's like, fuck it, I'm gonna leave. Cause I never thought they were like. I never thought they were like close or anything. Like, I always thought they like he. I think the main reason he did it was just because of his personality more than it was because of his like for Rocks.
That's fair. That's okay. Okay, that's fair. I think that's actually super fair. It's just more like, I guess in my head, I'm like, you were like the right hand in a lot of ways, you know, because they all exclaimed like, oh, I don't care if Rocks died, I wouldn't bat an eye. But it's like, if you wouldn't bat an eye, let him die then. You know, like you went to go save him. So it's like, I don't know.
Yeah.
What's up, Griever?
Hey guys, what's going on?
Can't complain. How you been feeling about Peak Valley, Peak Peace, man?
I have been. I hope you guys are all on the same page with me. I think it's fucking fire.
This is the worst thing I have ever. I'm kidding. No, talk to me. We're talking about the latest chapter right now. I brought up the hockey stuff. We're just briefly touching on Whitebeard. I was just saying that like the only thing Whitebeard's ever disappointed me is that to me it looks like he feels betrayed by Rocks. Like he's not understanding that something has happened. And I get that he can't see, like, he can't hear the voice of all things. So, like, the way that Roger and Garb could hear it is different. But I feel like he should have been able to sense that something is off right now. You know?
I can tap into that one because I think that he did know something. He thought something was fishy, but overall, as you said, the key thing that made Garp and Roger go, okay, it's not just rocks being rocks. It was the voice of all things. That they had confirmation, because and they were like, I'm not crazy because we're both hearing this.
Okay, yeah.
Whitebeard
Yeah.
didn't have that, so when he's like, are you really rocks? Is this what it's boiling down to? You know what I mean? Because that's sort of what he asked, and then he didn't strike him with Giri there. He just deflected him with hockey elbow sort of idea, and he was like, I'm out then, and sort of, and yeah, because what Whitebeard said in the Odin flashback was, I remember, like, he mentioned the Rocks crew and basically said they were not a family. There was no loyalty. There were no ties. So even over the 5 years the crew was together, he never felt a familiar brother, sister, connection to anybody over these 5 years. And I think at that point he was like, well, there's nothing better going on. And this was almost his excuse to finally say, okay, I'm moving on, because obviously after 5 years, if we break down this easily, then we weren't a family in the first place,
Well said. Aside from that, how do you what are your thoughts on the whole hockey mass?
I'm good with it. I know a lot of people are mad, but the big thing for me is that we've seen this time and time again. Bleach, Seven Deadly Sins, Dragon Ball Z, etc. Every shonen does that with their power system, where they say, okay, what if Shaman King, for God's sakes? What if we have, okay, we're getting super powerful, we have all these crazy powers, and they're bigger. Now they're the size of skyscrapers and big buildings, and we're not just doing, cutting down trees and mountains, we're blowing up cities now. It's always condense that power into a smaller point, smaller form. It's always been done. Shaman Kings with Oversouls. The smaller, the more power and the more condensed. Bleach with Zanpakuto Toes, as Ishin said. Skies, captains would be walking around with swords the size of skyscrapers if it was actually really represented. Key with, Dragon Ball. So I think this is just a natural what happens in shonen to show mastery of the power system is when they're able to focus it, harness it, and condense it. It shows their true mastery over it, and it's not just running rampant and wild. So I know people were complaining, but I'm like, have you ever read another shonen? I can't think of one where this doesn't happen. Seriously, that's all I'm saying.
That's valid. Very valid.
So.
Again, I liked it. I feel like, again, I think Oda's getting ready to take the gloves off when it comes to hockey in general, or he's getting closer and closer. Because I still think maybe not observation, but I think the other, especially Conquerors, I think it can still do more. And
maybe.
I still feel like we've seen some things from some characters we haven't really seen before. I almost feel like do you guys? What's the name of the Gorosei? That's the boar, the hog, the warhog.
Top Man Warkery.
Yeah.
The hockey roar seems like a Ki to me almost, where he blew off Luffy's eyes and his scar and shit. No one's ever really kind of did a hockey roar like Ki. That's new. Wi-Fi hockey, attacking Green Bull from miles away. That's new. And I'd argue, well, we haven't seen observation killing yet, but from my understanding, it's a Conqueror's technique. So I still think there's more things that the power system can do, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm good with that. I mean, I just think that at the end of the day, if we're coming to the final stages, he's gonna finally, as you said, Oda's gonna take the gloves off and he's gonna show the peak of the final form, because obviously Gabon figured it out at some point, because in the current present storyline we know that even though they were still regenerating, he was cutting them down with something. We can assume it's hockey related, and they couldn't regen very fast.
Mm-hmm.
And we saw that with Rayleigh when he rescued Shocky. He put him through a fucking wall and said, stay down, bitch. So
I have a question. Do y'all think that this is probably kind of a reach, but you remember when Zoro attacked Monet and she couldn't pull herself back together because of his intensity or whatever?
Yep.
Do you think that like whenever you're attacking the people who are regenerating with their hockey, do you think it'll work in a similar situation to that? Like you
Uh,
hit them with so much overwhelming hockey, they just can't bring them, like they can't put themselves back together in that moment, and so maybe
well,
Emu has to call them back.
it's not a bad theory. It'd just be different. The actual reasoning would be different. Zorro
Yeah.
purposely didn't use hockey. He was just so fucking scary that when I was like, okay, he's terrifying. What if he had used hockey and that like mentally nerfed her? That's why she couldn't pull herself back together. But as far as that's basically what Gabon must be doing. He must be concentrating his hockey so finely or so densely or something that the regen is still active, but he's like poisoned it or slows it down and stuff. And they're like, I'm trying to regenerate, but fucking Scopper did this, you know? So yeah. Like so it's a similar idea, yeah, that they can't it's like a Logia. The regen seems to act like a Logia, and it seems that whatever Scopper and Rayleigh were able to do from what we've seen so far is manages to like slow it down. So
Well, fair
maybe.
enough. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that you guys I interpreted it more so because he used hockey to nick her, and she knew that like he could actually use hockey and attack her. When he did that, it messed with her mentally.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
He was spooked.
Yeah.
What did he say again? Have you ever seen a wild beast that you were 100% sure wouldn't bite or something? I said, damn.
That
Yeah.
man be dropping bars
He
sometimes.
said, Mihawk put you through that poetry class too, huh?
Yeah,
Man.
he said I heard when Mihawk told me I don't hunt rabbits with a cannon,
Yeah.
and he was like, "All right, I got to come up with a line that says the same fucking thing. I can't steal it. I need a similar line."
Yeah. Not mad at it. Not at all.
No,
Let me think. Oh, thoughts on Marco Polo? on Polo Graham?
you've been waiting that shit for years, man. I was happy to see it.
I really think he's been sitting on that joke for like a decade.
He was, he was.
Bro,
Marco the
bro was probably
Phoenix.
giddy when he
That's
made
his
that when
last
he
name.
drew him.
He's probably cackling
Polo
while
was
he was
probably laughing
drawing.
to himself when he drew him into the manga.
Yeah.
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 I'd be laughing too.
He was like, "Ooh, this gonna get him right here.
Yep. They were like, oh yeah,
This
they're
gonna
not
fuck
ready
him
for
up."
this one.
Oh no! Then Oda's gonna pull a Kid Devil Fruit thing again and like not reference that it's actually Marco's father for another 10 years and be like, I thought I fucking did that.
I think I realized what bothered me the most about. I think I might have already mentioned this, but if I did, just cut me off. I think what's bothering me about seeing the previous devil fruit users for a lot of these fruits is that they're doing the exact same thing.
Yeah.
If you're going to show me a different another user, I want them to use it differently. I understand to a base degree. I think most people will come up with very similar techniques and ways of like using some of these power sets. Like I always argue like, okay, if I got crocodile's fruit, I'd think of making sand constructs or a big sand fist or something. Would I think to myself, put my hand to the ground and feel the ravine and know I could create quicksand to send you straight into the fucking water because you're a devil fruit user? Fuck no. Would I think that I could absorb moisture from your body by touching you directly with my right hand? No. And the idea that two assholes got one of the coolest paramecias were flicking boogers makes me sick. Okay? Stop it.
Shit,
Nose
man.
cannon, red snake, serpent, bro. Y'all flicking boogers with this power.
Speaking of that, actually, I didn't notice until a little after peeping the chapter, but Gilbastra had Perona's fruit.
Yes, he does. He has the ghosts around him, Gilbasaur, or whatever his name
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't catch that the first time.
I guess apparently that's a reference because in his story he can communicate with the
He
spirit
can see
world.
spirits. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's kind of just like an Easter egg there. Didn't mean anything though.
I think Oda was just sort of saying, hey, almost like here's a fun reference if you catch it. You know what I mean? Because it doesn't matter how it ended up. Obviously, we know that a lot of these people ended up as Thriller Bark zombies. So he's like, I can have them have anybody's fruit because of the current storyline, they are dead. So
And I just don't. I also don't think he would give like a new devil fruit to a dead character.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I agree with that.
But I do agree with you, Naya, that it was like, could he not have used just shown even a different technique utilized in some different way? I know it was only like a frame or two for this character, a frame or two for that character, but still, like the same attacks. Like,
I think we have to stop overestimating the brain capacity on these pirates.
true, true.
Okay,
They're not all exactly battle savants.
I'm gonna give you that, but with all due respect, are you thinking of if you get that power? Are you thinking about picking your nose and flicking a fucking booger, bro? You're not doing that.
Nah,
That's
Yo,
my problem.
it's boogers or hairs, man. They said I'm not trying to go bald at 30.
That's something that I could see like, oh, I'm on my last legs and they're coming at me. Oh, like I'll spit on him and blow it up. Like, you know what I mean? Like that's a moment that makes sense to me. Never in my life would I think to pick my nose and flick my booger at someone to blow it up. I'm just sick. I'm sorry. I'm not letting him get away with that one.
I also want to know like how did he like when he first like ate his devil fruit? Like what made him decide to use a booger? Like did he do that by accident?
Right?
Like was he just randomly picking his nose and he flicked it and that shit blew up?
It would genuinely bother me if I see like Joy Boy or whoever and they have Luffy's fruit and they're doing like gear second and stuff. I don't think I don't think most people who got the Gomu Gomu no Mi figured all that out or was that creative. And I think you will take away from Luffy's creativity if you do that. You know what I'm saying?
I agree.
Yeah.
I know like in a similar vein, I know nobody really cares about Naruto, but I felt the same way when we found out like Rasengan and Chidori were all moves that had been coming down from like the two kids of the sixth pass. So yeah, I agree. Like it does take away from the ingenuity and the creativity of the characters that are using it in present day.
Yeah, no, I remember that, and I agree with you 100%. It was sort of like, no, Chidori was based off of Rasengan because Kakashi couldn't do a Rasengan in his own words, so he used his own element to create this. Now it's like, oh no, but other people have. You go, like, wait, what? But that's literally going against what we were told. That Kakashi
Yeah.
made it, you know? So
Kishimoto strikes again.
yeah, so. Yeah, I agree. It would have been nice to see a couple more. I was actually shocked. I don't know about the rest of you guys, but I was pretty shocked that I don't know why I didn't have faith in Oda, but I mean, I guess there's reasons. But I was sort of worried that we'd see like the start of the fight, like Rocks, Roger, Garp, and then the ending panel close, and the events of this fight would we'd get a narrator on, and then we'd see the end result.
I think going into it, seeing like how most of the clashes in the past have been handled, I think that was you weren't wrong to feel that way.
Yeah. Like
But I also think that just
remember, we love this, but these are not the main characters.
Yeah.
So
But I also think that just given the importance of what was going on, I think that Oda knew he had to give this fight the spotlight it deserved.
And we know that toy animation is going to make it a whole episode. So
Listen, I know they're not the main character, but you can't tell me you'd rather see like Usopp crying in Elbaf than like more of this fight, man. Like,
oh, dude,
Yo,
no,
chill
I'm not
on
saying that. Look, if they came out with a prequel
man.
tomorrow,
God.
I'd be more invested in that. Not gonna lie.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I'm glad that Oda did spend some time to showcase the only thing I didn't like from the recent chapters, going back to what Naya said about like Whitebeard sort of just like not knowing that, the betrayal. There's two parts I didn't like. One, Kaido obviously looked up to Rocks and Whitebeard as older brother figures. He was like, hey, Whitebeard, Devil Fruit's pretty cool. I wonder if I should, maybe I could get one of those one day, and stuff like that, looking for approval. And then he's like, hey, Rocks, look at me. I'm a dragon now. Let me help fight, and stuff like that. He was
He's having the time of his life on God Valley.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But I found it weird that Rocks attacks Kaido once, and Kaido's not there like bitching at Big Mom and going, damn it, how could Rocks betray us and blah, blah, blah. Like, he said nothing about it. He's just like, all right, I guess Rocks is over.
Wait, guys, I got it. I know why Whitebeard is tripping right now.
Okay.
This is the beginning of his sickness, and he's going blind.
Oh my god!
I thought he actually had something.
He didn't lose his. He didn't lose his vision. he loses his vision.
Yo, can they actually tell? Like, there's no way. Either that his transformation has to be invisible. That's like the only excuse I got.
Yeah, like I don't understand why Whitebeard of all people. I get Kaido and Big Mom, to a degree. Not as much Kaido, not even acknowledging that. Okay, basically I'm a teenager. This is my quote unquote not my family, but this is my crew. I've been with them for 5 years, and now all of a sudden we're just over. And Rock's betrayed me. Why? Like he's not even mad. He's not even phased. He's just like, haha, I got a dragon. So
I think this is just when he just takes it in stride because we know like he bases his whole uh premise as a captain or as a pirate crew on pirates betraying each other. So I think he was
yeah.
like, well, I guess this is what we do.
Yeah, I suppose I just would have liked to see the betrayal be that, which it seems to be, but he doesn't seem shaken by it. I just would have liked Kaido to be like, well, if that's how it is, pirates always betray pirates. I'm going to build a crew that has nothing with like
Yeah,
that.
but even he didn't do that. Like, look how he treated Jack. Like he even said, like he backed Jack when Jack fucked up. Like,
Yeah, yeah. So I don't know. I just think like the whole. Anyway, the point is that the kind of thing's more minor. Whitebeard, like Oda didn't know how to take Whitebeard out of the fight. It's like, yeah, Whitebeard is Rocks, Roger, Garp level 2. What the
he's
fuck
not
am I
on their
supposed
level
to do?
that time, but yeah.
I don't know. He literally a Domi reverse seed conquers hockeyed up rocks with a sword, and he elbowed it and took out a mountain. I mean, I don't know,
Yeah,
man.
man.
It seemed pretty close. But even if he's just that little bit below or whatever, Oda didn't seem to know what to do with Whitebeard. So he's like, okay, we're gonna have Whitebeard and Rocks clash. They're gonna blow up half the mountain of God Valley, and then Whitebeard's just gonna walk away, and Rocks is gonna still be fighting Roger and Garp. Like it was sort of jarring to go, where did Whitebeard go? And then he's just chilling. Like, huh? He's looking like Zorro. Like, how the fuck am I gonna get off this island? You know? Like,
That's why I still want to believe that he comes back and helps in some way.
But he's gonna show up at the end, take credit. Yo,
well,
guys, we
Rayleigh and
did it.
Chopper
We
are
did
going
it.
back.
We did
So
it.
I don't really know like what could happen. But it's just that and also like I don't like so basically this situation it makes both Whitebeard and Roger look kind of funny because like for one, how does Whitebeard not recognize this? And then for two, like I know Roger didn't just go the rest of his life without telling Whitebeard that hey, Rocks didn't betray you. He got fucking turned into a demonic bat.
right, yeah.
Shit, man, that's not his problem. That's it. Their crew, man. Like,
Yeah. Like I'm okay with Whitebeard not holding any actual love for rocks or stuff like that, and because he's been growing up as a pirate his whole life, he knows that pirates betray each other and stuff, and he's sort of keeping his heart close to his chest, sort of idea, until he started his own crew. But even then, it was sort of like like all that camaraderie. He didn't seem too. Neither he nor Kaido seemed phased at all. And I'm not asking them to be like sitting down weeping or whatever, but even Roger was crying at the thought of Rox wants me to kill him because there's nothing we can do. And he's just like, shit, fuck this, and Roger's getting a little teary eyed. That made sense. It's not like Rox was his best friend, but he's standing there like, if I have to kill, if we were going to defeat each other, I didn't want it to happen this way. And Garp's feeling the same way, but Roger's the one sort of holding back the tears going, come on, Rox, man. Like, we can't reverse this, like shit. So
I
it's just
actually
weird
like
that Whitebeard
I
and
actually
Kaido are
like
part
that
of-
moment from Roger where he's like, "There's no
I
time
do.
for tears, you dolt." that felt like a me thing. Like, there's no time to feel sorry right now, nigga. Like, lock in, like talking to your
And
talking tears. I like that. I like that moment a lot. And,
Oh, I do too, and I like also that Garp is actually the first one because for all the Garp slander we could talk about, the fact is he was the one to say, "All right, I don't like this shit, and I don't want to beat pirates this way," because his thing isn't about going out and just murdering and slaughtering. You know what I mean? His idea is, I want to stop their piracy. I don't want to go out and kill them, and I don't want to beat them this way. He's sort of got that whole like honor bound thing to an honorable fight. He didn't want to beat Rocks like this. He doesn't want to, So he's just like, is there his first question? It wasn't Roger who brought it up. It was Garp. Can't we reverse this damn thing and get you back to normal? Like, so, I appreciate both of them. I like Roger and Garp's reaction to this situation, They're both just like, we do not want to do this.
or not like this, at the very least.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like they have no problem clashing. It's no different than Whitebeard and Roger fighting in the Odin flashback and stuff. It's like we clashed all the time. Garp and I tried to kill each other 100 times, sort of idea. But they were both of sound mind when they did it. They both wanted the fight. Right now, Rox doesn't want anything to do with this, so it's taken all the quote unquote fun out of it. You know.
Agreed. Now, before we get to the next topic, let's transition to Garp real quick, right? So, we all know about agenda piece. We know sometimes it's just fun and games. Nobody is safe. Whoop-de-whoop, yada, yada. I'm not really attacking that. I don't really care to get into that. But since we kind of knew about God Valley, especially recently diving into it, I've heard oppression impact, the fist of oppression. He don't care about the slaves. He don't care about this and that and the third. That is the specific narrative that I am attacking because we will get to it, but they continuously keep moving the goalposts or trying to nitpick at certain things. Now, this is my opinion, my opinion alone. If anyone else feels differently, you chime in and you tell me. Never thought Garp was perfect. No one's a perfect person, perfect character, or perfect man. I ain't perfect. You aren't either, right? I am not saying Garp has had ideas that were maybe wrong, maybe misleading or misguided, and that he always made the right choice. But ultimately, I think Garp is a model Marine. He's a good man. He's done his best to keep people safe from pirates and criminals and bandits and whatnot, to the point where Garp's morality compass is good enough where he understands there's some of these people who are doing stuff that aren't necessarily the best people or the best method of getting it, but they aren't bad human beings. I love quoting this from Pirates of the Caribbean. He was a pirate, but he was a good man. So this is why he felt comfortable letting the Don raise Ace, the Don raise Luffy. The Don's a fucking bandit, but the Don's not a bad person. She's not, right? You can even see how much he cares about Ace and Luffy and eventually Sabo at some point. I say that to say this, right? Obviously, we've beaten that allegation. He didn't know. When he pulled up, he was shocked. He even asked Sengoku. Sengoku's the one I feel like knows. We'll get to him. But Sengoku's the one that I feel that knows.
Oh yeah, we'll get to him for sure.
The thing that like I would basically what I'm saying is I would argue that all the narratives about him have been dispelled. Like through this flashback, through every chapter, one by one, we have dispelled all the narratives against Garp for the most part. Right? We even know why he stayed with the Marines. He's like, you want me to leave them in Sengoku's hands? I gotta stay here and do what I can from the inside. Some people believe to cure something, you have to be in the thick of it, in the middle of it, and cure it from the inside. Find that vaccine, find the antidote from within, and then cure the symptom. Some people have the idea if this forest is poisonous, I have to leave the poison miasma and attack it from the outside. I gotta get a vacuum or something and suck all the poisonous air. This is what Dragon did, right? Dragon went outside the system to fight the system. Garp is just doing it from the inside. I'm not saying he's done a great job, a bad job. I'm not commenting on the job that he does, but now we know why he stayed. So just like, do you guys agree with the fact that this flashback has dispelled all of those terrible agenda narratives against him, or do you think some of them could still apply?
Let me go because I have a couple things. I think if I had to sum up Garp, I think he's the quote, "Good intentions. The road to hell is paved in good intentions." Yeah. I think he has good intentions, right? Like, I'm not gonna deny he's a good person. It just he ended up choosing the wrong thing because I think we could. I don't know. I feel like we should all agree that he failed in the end of the day. His choices were the wrong ones. And he chose to stay in the Marines, and he had his reasons, right? It just didn't end up working. It's not like it's a bad but that's kind of the point where the new generation has to fix what the old generation couldn't. He stayed with his fictions. And he failed in achieving what he wants to achieve from the inside, because the change is not going to come from the inside. It's going to come from the main change is like obviously you have like I'm not gonna say a complete failure because he has people like Kobe, but like it's gonna come from the outside. But that's just what makes him interesting. Like he had this conviction, he had these good intentions. He just ended up being on the wrong. He ended up making the wrong choice.
Can I have one slight pushback? I think everything you said is fair. But with the current generation of Marines that he's raising, and with Kobe at the helm of it, with Prince Bruce and whatever the hell, whatever it is, and they seem to be pretty good people, good Marines. We'll see. Do you think that he still failed, or do you think that in the long run, his influence and his belief and what Kobe and them could become, Kobe specifically, can become, that could be his redeeming factor? Because I think that
That's what.
okay.
Like he's like he himself failed, but he set up the new generation that's gonna like like they're gonna build on it, if that makes sense. So they like same way like how Roger, you could kind of say Roger failed, and then like but like Luffy's gonna be the one that really brings home the one that he like, or Joy Boy failed, right? And then Luffy's gonna be the one that solves it. It's kind of the same thing here, where like he has good intentions. It's also I just need to see like I like there's the little things that I feel like Oda can do that would make it interesting. Like we all think he's in Sword, if he confirms that. I'd also like it if he says yo, if he goes to like Congress and then be like yo, I'll leave the Marines if you guys keep doing the human hunts. Like if he's kind of the one that like puts it to stop to it, like he postures that, then I'd fuck with it, cause yeah, like if he does those things, like I'd be like I'd fuck with it. But overall, I think he's just a guy with the good intentions. He just chose the wrong choice. Like he went around the wrong path, and it is what it is.
Well, I got a sort of the similar pushback that Naya has on that, just slightly, because the one thing I'm going to say, and I'll probably make a terrible, bad analogy that makes no sense to do it, but is Garp, the idea that Garp failed, like I agree that a lot of people assume that he or Sengoku or both of them created Sword. So I could see Garp actually founding Sword. That makes sense. As Naya said, like, try to defeat something from the inside. All vaccines are made with dead, the virus itself, dead version of the virus in a microdose to be able to fight the infection, So sometimes you got to fight something from the inside out, right? That's all good, but the idea that he is that he failed, well, did he really? Because like if we had the numbers, now I know we don't have them, but if we had the numbers like on the stats, like a quarterback does, or an NBA star or whatever, and we see all the numbers and we're like, this dude is dunking every night, he's putting up 30 points a game, he's fucking doing, but the coaching and the head office is so trash that you can't utilize this all-star on the court.
I like that analogy.
Talk, keep going, keep cooking.
That's what I'm saying about Garp, is that we are holding Garp accountable as though he's supposed to be the head office, the coach, and
we're holding
him
accountable for his actions. He can choose his actions. Nobody's saying he should like.
Yeah, but his actions directly benefit the rest of the world. Like I'm saying that those stats, those 30 points a game, that's 30 islands he saves from tyranny and piracy and Arlong threats and
but we're gonna go into the whole thing of like that's just gonna go into the thing like, do you think pirates are worse than the world government? Because they're not.
They're
objectively not.
But are they worse than the Marines?
They are to the
here's the thing.
They are to the regular civilians.
Here's the thing, Lizard. Dramatic irony. Dramatic irony. We know that as the reader. Does the world know that at large though?
Yeah, but shit, man. The world thinks Luffy's a huge ass demon. Does that make their opinions on that right? Like,
yes.
No, but the thing is that the world, Garp is not responsible for the decisions and the power structure of the world government. He's only responsible to the corner of a small portion of it.
But his goal is he's one of the goals we can all agree is to change Marines from the inside, right?
Yeah, and it goes along with the theme of everything.
So he failed that.
Yourself,
he couldn't change it.
I actually have something to say on that.
Because O'Hara happened. Like I'm not even trying to say it. Like it's just like I'm not even trying to be like oh he's like slander him. He just objectively didn't achieve his goal.
I would argue that none of them did from that generation, because the whole
I'm not saying
One Piece is inherited will. Roger failed, Joy Boy failed, Garp failed. They all failed. Rocks failed. But the next generation.
Roger got Pirate Age. That doesn't count, okay? Like,
Yeah, but I'm just saying they all failed, you know. So none of them in the last 30 years.
I don't even
yeah,
think
that's what I
that Garp,
said. Like,
I don't even think
yeah,
Garp's intention was to change anything. I think that he meant what he said. He was there to protect the younger Marines,
Right.
and in my opinion, like the image of the Marines to the world at large.
that's
And so,
Yeah.
so like,
caring about image is like,
Yeah.
it's like the Fujitora quote. If you just care about image that much, it's like, if we had the image, you don't have to protect it like that. It's like,
Well,
I'd
I
rather
mean, so
believe
like,
that he wants to believe in the future generation, protect them, and try building and like improving it. That makes more sense, and I feel like, well, like that makes him better in my eyes.
I mean, it's just to me that at no point so far has Garp said, I'm going to find that monster and I'm going to topple him down from that fucking throne he's on. At no point has he said, I'm going to go change the world. He has never
I mean, you can
stated
change it in
that.
other ways
yeah,
that are not.
that's what I'm
Well,
trying
we're
to get
holding
at.
him
Like
accountable,
that
like,
was really
because he
never his
did need the
intention.
bomb.
I think
What
Garp
was
meant
it?
exactly what he said about protecting the younger Marines and
Yeah.
just protecting the Marines from injustice and maybe from dying to pirate hands.
Let's
I don't
protect
think it was ever his goal
civilians
to.
from the celestial dragons, man. But I get what you mean, like.
He didn't know that was happening until it did, and then he
No,
said, "Hey,
no,
we
no,
got to go stop it."
but like,
But I just think that his real intention is to find somebody who can make that change, which he did in Kobe.
Yeah, exactly. Or Aokiji. Look at Aokiji. When the Marines were too much for Aokiji, he fucking left. Now, he made a bad decision going Blackbeard, but still, point is, every student that he's had has had a will of their own. They're not just cogs in the world government thing. They think for themselves. You know, every member that we've met of his crew is like, yeah, no, like we're not going to do shit that's immoral just because the government ordered us to do. You know, you got the smokers of the generation, all that stuff that's like,
but for every smoker, you have Akainus, you have Kizarus, you have, and like,
Well, hold on. Let's pump the brakes on Kizaru for a little bit.
yo, he's a listen. But he literally said he's a cog machine. He'll slime somebody out if it's his job, man. Like,
yeah, but
I'm not even saying it's like that. Just object.
My only pushback with Kizaru as a Kizaru fan in the building would be that Kizaru seems to be mentally broken by the decisions and things he has to make. He's not happy about it. He's not giddy to do it. I'm not excusing the actions. I'm not excusing it. But like him saying that he's a cog machine was almost like an acceptance of I can't do anything more than this. Like he doesn't have the will or the idea that like you can do more, you can do better, you can do more positive for the world. Whereas I don't think Garp has given up on saving the Marines. It's just it's just like he couldn't do it himself, and he's going to count on the next generation of the Kobe's and whatever the case may be to come in and do that. Again, I understand why anyone will look at him and be like, the fact that you're still in the Marines looks iffy to me. The last piece of the puzzle I'm personally waiting for is why Garp wanted to be a Marine in the first place. We still don't have that reasoning.
Yeah,
I do think his backstory we're gonna learn that he like had some pirate thing, but like, I mean, you got like the whole thing about like protecting thing, but like, I don't know, man. Like, nothing the pirates do is gonna be worse than.
but once again, that's from our perspective, as Naya said.
Yeah,
From
but we
our
know it.
perspective,
Like,
we
what do you
know
mean?
the world government's corrupt as fuck, but the majority of the world and the regular citizens, and once again, we don't see this.
Yeah,
right?
but the majority of the world has to pay the taxes.
what-
They have to pay the taxes.
What we're saying is in the context of the story, like to the general populace, what their roles represent to the narrative is like they're supposed to be upholders of justice. That's the way that they're supposed to be presented. So like obviously like we're privy to all the facts as the readers. We know exactly what's on the up and up.
But
I'm like
still
in the
not sure what kind of point you
context,
guys are trying to make. Like,
no, but like we're saying within the context of the story, this is what that person represents and what they're supposed to be.
And
to the
from Garp's
regular people,
perspective,
right? But I'm like,
within the story.
Like we saw at the Marine Ford, Garp couldn't leave the Marines if he even wanted to.
yeah. I mean, you think about the number of times he's put guys away. Like you think about Garp right now, however old he is, how many years he's been with the Marines. You think from his situation, how many Arlongs, Don Kriegs, and like guys like that, crocodiles, has he run into and stopped from murdering hundreds? So he's in his mind going, okay, the world government sucks. But if I
Yeah, but
put
those
them
pirates are
here,
only there because
there's
the world
thousands
government
of
backs
islands,
them.
you know.
Like,
So,
we're not gonna. Are we gonna? Okay. Do you think the Marines and the world government are separate? Because they're not.
no, but the Marines as a whole is still a positive force in the One Piece world as a whole. Piracy is
Because their
bad
main,
for the world.
like, the main goal of the Marines isn't to protect people; it's to protect the interests of celestial dragons.
Of course
Oh
it is.
yes, but we know that. That's what we're saying. We know all these
Yeah,
things.
but Garp knows that as well, though. Like, when it's
But
like
that's not what Garp's doing. That's not how Garp handles it,
exactly,
though.
Yeah, Garp
exactly.
doesn't do
That's
it
why
though.
he chose not to do that. That's
Yeah.
why he refused the promotion.
Right. He still goes out there and he actively fights against
I mean,
bad
Garp is
pirates in the
Garp
world
though,
to
but like
protect
we're
the
not gonna
island.
act like Garp is different. But we're not gonna act like a vice admiral. If somebody, like, if Elder pulled up, a vice admiral would say no to them.
No, but
You think Smoker would?
Garp
No,
would.
hold on. You think Smoker would listen to what those CDs say?
I say,
Absolutely
hey
not.
man.
No, come on now. We have evidence of Smoker disobeying
I
orders.
also want
I
to say
forgot Smoker was the vice captain.
Garp being who he is, like enables other Marines to act out in a
Right.
way like how Smoker did not, like how Smoker acts. Like I feel like that's because of Garp being there.
Yes. 100%.
Like he gives other Marines like that confidence and that
Free will to say no,
yeah.
this order is too far. He inspired all of them. Aokiji, Kobe, Groose, Hina, Smoker. He inspired all of them to be better. And then Smoker, as a result, being inspired by Garp, inspires Tashigi to follow her own path. So as the generations are going, Garp setting an example in the Marines has been a positive thing for the change of the face of the Marine. You know, and that's a
Listen, man.
that's
Here, I'll play ball with you I'll play with you, right? So, the only problem that I'm having is that I just don't feel like we're like, maybe I'm wrong. I don't feel like we're being nuanced enough. I'm not trying to excuse that Garp is still in the Marines because I know I would have left. I know that's what I would have done. I couldn't condone this anymore, regardless of my reasons or trying to protect him or whatever.
Like,
The two things, the two questions I would ask you is one: do you think that trying to change a corrupt institution from the inside is a bad thing? You could only do it from the outside. Like, you have to leave. Is that the only viable way to do it? And two, does it mean nothing to you that despite him still being a part of it, it's even well known that he doesn't like the Celestial Dragons. He won't take a promotion as a result of not wanting to work directly under them, and has certain opinions that are more aligned with not being cool with what they do, as opposed to either being oblivious to it, not having critical thinking. Like, think like Dragon. Dragon had enough critical thinking to be like, these are civilians. What are we doing here? I'm very confused. I don't feel like this doesn't feel right. The people who just kind of point the gun and do it, and the ones who kind of have knowledge and still do it, I think it's more fucked up in that sense. I think Kizaru was more fucked up than Garp because Kizaru's given up and become a cog in the machine. And if I was listening to somebody who worked for some politician I don't like, but they were honest about maybe like their politics not being something I agree with, but at the end of the day, I'm trying to do good here, I'm trying to protect my family or pay for my family, does that mean nothing to you? Is basically what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, I said in the beginning, I understand.
By the way,
intention.
I hate kind of equate real world stuff to a fictional thing, but it's just like, I just feel like most people when I talk about the Garp thing, I don't see the nuance. Continue. Go ahead. New coffee talk?
I mean,
Coffee talk. Sorry, continue. Coffee talk Tokyo?
I mean, I said in the beginning, I understand his intentions. I understand why he did what he did, and I can, like, I'm not saying I think he had good intentions. He just wasn't able to achieve it. Like,
Oh, okay.
Like, that's the whole thing. It's like,
which I think we can agree on, but it was still worth. I think what Nai's trying to say, correct me if I'm wrong, Garp was still trying his own way to fix it, just because he failed,
I'm saying he failed in his way to do it. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and but he still had some level of success, would be my argument, because all the Marines that now question and fight against, without Garp as the example, do they exist at all? You know,
Are we gonna?
And part of me is saying,
are we gonna say Fujitora is like?
Did he fail?
Fujitora
If Kobe does change the Marines ultimately, and that's a person
Right.
like,
I'm saying
like even if he's dead or not around, would that not be success in the long run? Yes, not in the short term.
If you guys want to do a basketball reference, it'd be like, let's say you couldn't make the championship, And then, but after a while, you retire and you train the guy that gets the MVP and makes the championship that you couldn't. Like you failed in your actions. Like you yourself couldn't achieve it. But
Well,
you
it's
set up the
different. If
future.
you become a coach, you didn't fail.
I'm saying you set the future generation up. Like he personally couldn't change it, but he set the future generation up.
Which I mean, yeah.
Like that makes him
he is,
complex. We're
I,
not
I
gonna act
guess
like
I
he's
guess
just
what
some like perfect person that was able to.
No, I think what's happening here is it's just a little bit of we're trying to say, okay, like it's technically a failure, but that's got failure with an asterisk versus the way you're saying it, which is more like, no, he absolutely failed in the same way that Roger doing basically going for making the One Piece was irrelevant at the end of the day because he failed. He got to the last island and was like, oh shit, I'm not the one. I'm not the main character. Fuck me, and he laughed about it. But it's like he
Not the main
ultimately failed.
character.
No, Roger's so raw for that.
But
All right,
Hey man,
I'm satisfied.
I
The nigga said I'm not the MC.
All right, so how and when will this flashback end? What do we expect to see when Harold finally loses his life?
maybe back. You guys can talk about it.
All right.
Mm.
Remember, I have to keep reminding myself that for whatever reason we're in the God Valley incident, but this is about the death of King Harold. So,
I've actually seen a lot of people that have like zero reading comprehension saying, "How does Loki know all of this?" And I'm like, dude, this is clearly the narrator telling us what happened before Loki gets to what he knows.
I'm also gonna
Like, how do
say,
people
isn't
not realize
Scopper technically there? I don't remember
Yeah.
if Scopper got taken
Yeah.
over. Like Scopper could be like
He
giving
could be
extra
put in
details
jail.
or extra background stuff too. But yeah. This is the. Yeah, go ahead though.
I'm just saying, like, people can't read. It's just alarming. Like, I keep saying this shit, but it's like I'm beating a dead horse. Like, niggas really don't know how to comprehend what they read. Crazy to me.
I don't know.
I
I'm thinking
think,
half a dozen chapters till we get to the death, maybe. Because now that God Valley's over, like I think we could sort of speed it along a little bit. We get like one more chapter with the aftermath of God Valley, and then we have like 3 or 4 chapters to get back to where Loki and Jarl entered the throne room. Probably a chapter to deal with what's going on there at least, if not 2. And Loki obviously ends up being the one, or either Loki or Jarl end up being the ones to do it, or maybe he did a whole pull the rocks and said, "Please kill me," So because what else is there to cover? If we say God Valley Aftermath is only one more chapter, like the next chapter, what else is there to cover that's relevant to this flashback? Like, wouldn't we sort of jump back to Loki's side of the story right after?
Well, I guess how King Harold died. What happened to the fruit? Did Loki actually eat it? What is the fruit? What is the power of the fruit? Is this similar to what Xebec was saying in terms of, for me to take over the world, we need 2 devil fruits, and one of them was only really going to work if King Harold eats it? Basically saying this is a fruit that's best to use by like an ancient giant, perhaps, or a strong ancient giant. And what's the literal mystery and truth behind his death? Were those soldiers Domi reversied? Remember, Gaban and Shanks felt a weird hockey. It's kind of like I'm basically trying to kind of prognosticate like what's the real truth behind King Harold's death and what we think could be happening, what's going to happen in that sense. That's kind of what I'm asking.
I think Harold is going to come back on the island. And he'll probably see like Rox dying at the end. From then going forward, when the celestial dragons come to parlay with Harold about making Elbaf a member nation, he's probably gonna ask them about like what happened to Rox that day.
Okay.
Then from there, I don't really got much.
Yeah, I'm with Pat. That's not bad. I don't have any idea the direction Oda is planning to go with that, because obviously there's the Domi Reversi circle and he threatened rocks, saying, "Ha! Well, you know what? Having the giants on my side, which is the irony of Harold's life, by Harold trying to, we're once again saying about people trying to change something in their lifetime, by Harold trying to change the outview of the giants and how the giants are perceived, that actually is the weakness that Emu is able to exploit to get the Domi to get an in on Elbath. Now, Harold is not aware of this, of course, to this degree that that's what Emu's planning because it just told Rocks. But obviously, the Domi Reversi circle in the castle is going to be relevant here at some point, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and why now if I'm remembering correctly, what you're trying to ask is like why was he Domi Reversi'd? Like, what was he doing or saying that Emu was like, nope, we're flipping you,
Yeah.
So
I feel
because
like
right now,
I feel
as
like
far
the
as we know,
Giants
Harold wants to be part of it.
wouldn't betray him because they think he's a good like leader. So I'm trying to figure out like why did he get stabbed, and like why are they all there with the sword in his chest? And Loki and Hero come in like, what's going on, Django? What the hell is going on? So you don't have to.
He definitely saw something he wasn't supposed to see.
Cause that's a part I forgot. You reminded me. I'm thinking also about the fact that they're like King Harold really messed up, and I'm like, well, how did he mess up? Like, what did he do? Like, what did he do that was like wrong, quote unquote? You know what I mean?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, is the celestial dragon just doing celestial dragon things, or is there like actually quote unquote something he did that was incorrect?
I like that he saw something he shouldn't have seen. I like that.
Yeah.
Or like he found out about Emu's existence or something. He's like, well, we can't.
That might be it. He probably found out about Emu's existence, or like came back to the island and then saw that and they brought it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
I like that.
You don't gotta harp on this.
Anybody think this thing's gonna go another like 12 chapters or something? Or
I hope so.
I think we have one God Valley chapter left, and then maybe 3 more chapters of Loki's backstory of Loki's story.
You think we have at least a few more God Valley stuff? Really?
No, just one. I think God Valley ends in the next chapter.
I think they'll be the aftermath. Like Mike, so like if that attack did actually defeat Xebec, I think Xebec's consciousness is going to return as he's dying, and he'll probably say a final few words or something of the sort. Maybe he can't. Maybe he just gains enough consciousness that he can say something to Garp and Roger because they can hear him with a voice of all things. But I do think we have to wrap up and see everyone leave the island, right?
Yeah, me too. That's what I think.
The only plot point that I would be interested in wondering and seeing, and maybe like, will we see more about this? Because obviously we can make a lot of speculations about this, but it's like, will we see like Polo run into like Marco or something, and we see like Whitebeard take Marco into his crew? Like, that's the only part that I'm like, I feel like because it's not really his flashback, we're not going to get a chance to focus on this, and we'll get the information of what happened in SBS. I kind of don't like that. So I'm kind of hoping, like, even if it's like a 1 or 2 panel, we see him like on a ship, and he's like a little Marco or something, like jumping up or something like that, like a little kid Marco, like, I don't know, but like, yeah. I do think we have to wrap up God Valley, like, everyone leaves. What do? Shiki started his crew. Big Mom went back to Whole Cake or whatever. Kaido ran into Albert, aka King. Like, stuff like that. Like, just like little wrap ups there, and then like lock in on Harold and the end of his life.
You guys talking about
what if this was the first time Kaido gets locked up? He's leaving God Valley and they booby trap his ass.
He does get locked up in Punk Hazard for years, so hey man.
In 4 years?
Isn't it like 4 years after God Valley or something?
Oh, okay. No, I wasn't sure you said in 4 years or for 4 years. You have to remember that Kaido allowed himself to get captured a lot when he was hungry.
Yeah, but this like the Punk Hazard torture thing, right? Where like they torture or they experimented on him.
Yeah, because that's how they did the Momonosuke fruit, right? Like that's how.
Oh, that was for. Oh, you're actually right, because they did get his like dragon lineage factor or whatever, so they could make a punk. That's a good point. Good point.
Yeah.
You guys talking about what's gonna happen, like, thing, right?
Yeah, Harold.
I don't know if I can go, but
Yeah, go ahead.
Um, I actually think we have one more chapter in actual God Valley, not even the Flash, like the God Valley itself, like the island.
We just said that. Yep. Keep going.
Yep.
Because we have set up for Gabon kind of like really coming back, and that could just be Oda being like, oh, I want to cover my bases because he doesn't want people asking, oh, how did Roger and them leave the island when no everybody was on the ship, they're knocked out. But I think we're gonna get like, I think Rock is gonna get his final words here, or whatever, say some things, because if he dies, like if he just died and he didn't come back after the chapter, then it would be tragic. He died at the bottom. Like he just died crying, first deed to guy crying. But I think he'll have his final words and say something to those two, and then I think Gabon and Rayleigh will have their moments. Y'all better pray that Whitebeard hightailed his ass out of here though, because y'all do not want the possibility of Garling scarring Whitebeard to happen in this chapter, man, next chapter, man. Because man,
I actually want to. I always wanted to wonder like who the hell is he talking about? Because
it's probably just Roger, right?
Roger.
Because,
Yeah, I 100% think it's Roger. Whenever I see your face that's scarred, blah blah blah, it doesn't need to be his dad. He can 100% be fucking Roger. Be like,
it's because it's Garling's thing, and Shamrock would be like 14, 15, and like there's no way he's getting smoked by a 14, 15-year-old like that. Like,
yeah, no.
And also, I'm like, does Shanks even know his lineage at that point? Like, when did Shanks learn that his dad was Fingerlin Garling anyways, right? So it's just like,
or it should be, no. Wait, when Whitebeard said it to him, or
yeah, like I think by that point, like, did he even know? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah, I mean he was in the Holy Knights before, right? So he should have known.
Yeah, he knew. After the Roger Pirates were disbanded, he went to the Holy Land for a while.
Holy Land.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
but
was there.
He
And
went
he
there.
was like,
He
yeah,
went there
fuck
at some point, but
So
it's like
question.
when. I guess I'm saying, when did Shanks learn about his true lineage? Like, when did he actually learn?
Oh, I
Question,
think
do you-
Roger
y'all
Roger
think
would
that-
have told him. That's why he was crying. That's
okay, that's what I was about to ask. Like, do you think that when he was crying, it's because Roger told him like, "Hey, we found you on God Valley" and all this other shit, or
He said,
we
you're,
I wonder,
he said you're a celestial dragon. He started crying. That's valid. I'd cry
yeah,
too.
that's what I'm
I'd be
thinking. It's like, I
disgusted.
don't want
I'd be
to be one of
disgusted.
them.
I'd be fucking
Yeah.
I was,
disgusted. That's valid.
I feel like that might be it. Might be simple where like they thought they could cure Roger's disease that got Raft Hill, and he's like, nah, I can't. I'm gonna still die.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
Well,
it could be something like that. too.
multiple things, right? Like he could have told him, like before leaving for the final island, he fucking said, "Listen, man, you're a celestial dragon. I know it sucks, but you can be your own person. By the way, I'm dying, and we're gonna disband the crew when we get back." And he's 13-year-old Shanks is going, "What the fuck, man?"
Okay.
yeah, but yeah, I think that, and then I mean, I've said it multiple times, but that works because next chapter would be the final chapter of Volume 114, so ending it at the entire God Valley like island.
So God
island
Valley
part.
has its own volume, so to speak.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the next part would just be like I mean I know Oda probably will speedrun it, but I'd like to see like I think you guys are talking about it just when it came back about like everybody having their moments, and then we go to Harold because it's like I'm not sure how much he's gonna show because like I think we all didn't think like when he mentioned God Valley like I feel like most of us thought he was gonna just mention it, skip over, and then come back later, but he's always showing this. Is he gonna show like what is he gonna show like? He's gonna show Loki and Shank. I mean, I don't think that might be important, but like the Herald part, like how he grow, like we might get like another Loki might get like another 5 or 6 chapters for just like the Herald part and setting up everything for him.
I was thinking 5 more chapters of the flashback in total.
I think if God Valley, we still have God Valley next chapter, it'd be 6. Could be next that finish and the Herald part would be 5. But yeah, 5 around 5.
Yeah, I don't think they're gonna spend that much time on the Herald part, to be honest with you. I think it's gonna be pretty quick.
Yes.
So we gotta watch
Pat
Ida get
5,
slammed out,
I'm
man.
saying 6. So we're sort of all in agreement around the same amount. Half a dozen chapters ish is going to sort of wrap it up.
I think the most we'll get is 6. My guess is 4 more.
Okay.
Slammed out, man. When Ida gets slammed out, what are we doing, man? Because
Okay.
Well, I mean, we don't know if Ida's dead.
shit, man, she a mom in One Piece. What do you think's gonna happen
In the
to her?
flashback, she's not
That's
safe.
so crazy.
She's
She's
not
She's
safe.
going to die.
She's cooked.
She is not safe.
Hey, I don't remember if it was you, Naya, or if it was somebody else, but they were saying like, do you think that Kuma could have sent Blackbeard and Eris to different places?
I believe he could only
No, no,
send them to places he's been before, and I think he's only been in, is it the Sorbet. What kingdom is he from?
Yeah.
Sorbet Kingdom.
Sorbet.
Sorbet.
I think he's
He's
only
literally was
been
sending
there at this
everybody
point.
to Sorbet.
Yeah.
Sorbet Kingdom population
Mm.
just got mass immigration numbers.
So that's what I think.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but also obviously Blackbeard's mom, because he ends up an orphan by the age of like 5 or 6, because that's when Whitebeard picks him up. So obviously mom has to die in the next half a decade in some way, or leave for some reason. I don't know.
What if he ran away?
Maybe he ran away. There's always that.
I'm
She
actually-
could still
I'm
be
actually-
alive.
I'm gonna
actually.
teach out here somewhere.
What if Eris ran away? She said, "Fuck it, I don't want that."
I don't want to
Yeah.
be a mom anymore. I want to hit
Also,
the club.
I want to twerk.
What did DeJounte Murray go off on his like baby moms about the other day?
Did Emu? It's sort of a twofold question. Does Emu think that Rox actually, like, when Kuma did that at the last second? Does Rox actually think his attack connected, and that's why he was crying so much?
Yeah, that's the
Does
whole thing.
Emu believe that Rox succeeded?
I had that thought. I definitely had that
I think
thought.
they both do. That's why that's why he switches afterwards. He's like, "That's you finish that. All right, go take care of everybody else."
Yeah, I that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that Rox, because he's not in his right mind, he doesn't have that like sixth sense of a swordsman. I know when I've cut something. You know, even with my eyes closed, he thinks he ended his wife and kid right there. You know, and obviously Emu's like, I feel his despair. He did the deed. You know, so that's quite interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. So the next topic is about Rox and Roger's relationship. This is your topic, Lizard. So
Oh yeah, I want to go, but
do you mind just reading it? I can't read it right now because I'm in the middle of a race.
The topic is what are our thoughts on Roger and Rox's?
I can't pause it. I'm online. I can't pause it.
Yeah, man. The topic is what are our thoughts on Roger slash Rox's relationship in general during this flashback, along with how you thought it was like when we first learned about Rox. Did Oda do a good job of showing the relationship, or should he flesh it out more? And I'm gonna go first because I have a lot to say about this, and I do think he needed to flesh it out more. Like I like the relationship, but I felt like it was kind of just like it was such an important relationship, and I feel like Oda just didn't flesh it out enough. He fleshed it out good enough, right? Like the scenes where like him crying, it still did it hit. It could have hit more if he fleshed it out. Because I'm not sure of the relationship. It's so like I feel like there could have been more depth or more interest to it. Like this low key would have been like because the relationship low key just felt like at certain it felt like, yeah, we're just two top dogs. Of course we're gonna like mess with, like, it's like how do I put this? Like the two top pirates in that era. Of course they're gonna be messing around with each other, but I felt like it could have been like expanded on more. It could have been like focused on more. Like at best, the relationship was like how the relationship was kind of reminding me of Blackbeard and Luffy during Jaya, where it was like they didn't like have blood pouring hate for each other, but they had like I dislike you, you just like it's just general vibe. Like they didn't vibe with each other. If you know, like, you know, they wouldn't vibe with each other. They had the thing, but there was so much potential. Like we had seen like Oda hinted they were boxing all the time. Like 1156, like he said, oh, you guys were Shaki said because of Shaki they couldn't fight in the island or whatever. But in the seas, all bets were off. Like I wanted to see like how the relationship started, how they're really like. Like I felt like Roger cried more for him more because of who Roger was, and like it just got to him rather than his relationship with Rock or something. Because the only relationship they really had to me was just because I respect you because you're strong and I'm strong, and that's really it. And like, yeah, like even in God Valley, it's like he says I'm gonna pull up for Rox or whatever, but like he really does not care about rocks after a while because he gets Shaki, he's fighting, he's caring more about ships, and it's kind of like I find it interesting. Also, it's like part of me wonders if we could talk about Garp in that because it was all three of them. I feel like all three of them were in that. Like it was like Oda specifically said those three were the great legends of that era. Like Oda highlights them, and like on throughout the entire flashback, those three are the main highlighted ones. They're the three that get the entrances. They're the three that get perk up when Emu first shows up. They're the three that when they're like the world, and they only show those three panels. Their reactions. Obviously, we know the three ended there. But yeah, I just felt like even like when Rock's turn, it's like Roger was like his first thing was like, "Yo, you're not gonna go after my crew." Garp was the one that was kind of like, "Yo, what happened to you? This isn't like you." But yeah, I just want to say and to
No, I feel like I understood why you asked this question. I think not that we take anything he says, but Sengoku had said that you could call Rogers' first and greatest rival, right?
well, yeah, that is a big part. Yeah,
Right?
it's like,
And you would think because of that dynamic, you would have seen them like we got little bits and pieces that we could infer and is implicit, and we can kind of add our own little whatever to. But I didn't think about the aspect and that like, oh, you know what? If these guys are truly rivals in that sense, maybe he could have done a little bit more to make us feel maybe Rogers like feeling his frustration, because I'm with you. I think that Rogers' personality and observation hockey and him being maybe more of an empath and sympathetic person is more the reason he cried, and the fact that he can feel his frustration more so than it's like I don't want to take out my rival this way with Garp kind of thing. So here's what I'll say. Here's what I'll ask you guys. When you hear the word rival, right? Are you one of those people who believe that those are two people who are always constantly chirping at one another? They're constantly in battle or engaged with one another? Or could it just be competition between 1A, 1B, 1 and 2? So Kid is in a lot of ways is considered to be Luffy's rival, though I don't think they ever rivaled each other in power, except maybe around Sabaody, if you will, if you want to say that. I don't know, your opinion. But it's like he's the other supernova from your or pirate in your generation that's really making a name for himself, and thus the media itself has created the rivalries. But here's what I'm saying. Let's say Pat plays. Would you rather play for the Lakers or rather play for the Celtics?
I'm not playing for the fucking Lakers. Don't insult me.
Okay, well, I'll you know what? Better. Let's say Pat plays for Barcelona and I play for Real Madrid. But let's say for whatever reason Madrid's in like France. So maybe throughout our 20-year career, Pat and I faced each other 4 times or 5 times in like Champions League or something. But we're the best 2 players. We're easily the best 2. So we're constantly compared to one another. Is that a rivalry to you still? Or do you need to see the 2 people constantly engage? Because I think that will shape how you see this whole relationship going. If that makes sense. I hope I made sense.
I prefer when rivals actually engage with each other, but I do think One Piece has created a narrative where they don't necessarily have to be considered rivals. But I think it would have been better if Roger and Rocks did have more interactions, and I think that Oda actually had a missed opportunity during the flashback, because there's one moment where where Roger's jumping on his ship and he's like, "Rocks, this is my time to pay you back for last time," and we never find out what the hell happened last time.
I think that's just Shaki. Like he kidnapped Shaki and he's getting. But I think Oda, I think Oda kind of, I don't want to say retcon, like I don't know, because if you look at 1096 and look when they pulled up, and the Rocks pirates were like, yo, one of them was like, it's time to settle our score. I'm gonna get back for Roger, and all that. We don't see that, but yeah, I get what you mean. I agree though. Like I feel like we could have done more, and like greatest to me also just means like it's not best or like strongest rival. Greatest to me is like there has to be like emotional depth to it, and I think Oda just kind of I understand what he did where he split it off where the Rocks got Harold and he focused on Rocks and Harold and Garp and Roger, but I feel like I could have done more. But yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, he could have done more. I agree with that. But at the end of the day, I think it's very straightforward and very simple. Is that because when I asked the right question, if when you think of rival, how do you determine it? Are you thinking Ash and Gary? Are you thinking Goku, Vegeta? Are you thinking two people, as he brought up the supernovas? All the pirates, pretty much for the most part, all pirates are going for the One Piece. You could consider all pirate crews that are going for the same goal, the same championship, the same whatever. You could consider them all rivals. So what creates a rival sort of idea? That's a good question. And at the end of the day, I think that Rocks and Roger reminded me of like late stage like Boo Saga, Cell Saga, Goku Vegeta. Like Vegeta still wasn't a good guy, quote unquote, right? But he wasn't trying to kill Rocks or he wasn't trying to kill Goku at every opportunity. Fuck you, Kakarot, fight me! Like every 5 seconds. It was more, okay, I'm gonna bide my time and wait, and I'll help out, and I'll do this, and I'll do that, and I'll bang Bulma, because why the fuck not? But I'm gonna do this,
That's valid.
stuff for now. I'm gonna train, I'm gonna work at it, but and we're gonna clash,
Does the
when the
curtain master
Yeah, but
drapes?
that's still an assumption of their thing. We don't know how their relationship was like that one. Besides,
See,
like,
Well, we
I
were
actually
told
think
when we
that
said all bets were off. We had the two things. Rocks looking frustrated, like Roger, you're in my way again on the open seas. Roger going, let's fight. In the same way that Roger was like, Marines, hightail it out of here. We're fucking running. It's Garp. Never fucking mind. Turn that ship around. I want to fight. So I think that Roger was almost the instigator of a lot of these two rivalries in the sense of he was the one. He was the Goku.
yeah, but I want to see that. That's the thing. I want to see like how they're
Oh, I
like
agree.
out the seas.
Oh, sure. I
And
mean,
also, like, rivals is like one thing. It's difference between rivals and being like the greatest rivals. Like, I'm not trying to see like like maybe like Mihawk and Shanks. They're probably each of the greatest rivals. So we'll have to see that relationship versus like, I know Shanks and I mean Shanks and Kano probably have a rivalry because they're both going to One Piece. But I don't see that. But like, if you're gonna hype up the thing, I just want to see it more. That's
yeah.
I think
I
that
look. But I think this is something where realistically we had one line about it, and we as a One Piece community, when it's a hype line like that, like, oh, we're gonna name drop another pirate in Roger's era who was his greatest rival.
yeah, but see that
And it's
great.
like,
It's
holy
like
shit, and we take that and run with it. And
listen, man, Oda, the one that put that out there, man. Like we're not gonna
oh,
act
I
like
agree with you. I do, man. I'm just saying that, like, we as the One Piece community tend to take, even if it's a one drop line, and Oda is famous for this. I agree with you. And we're the ones who are like, okay, this needs to be a 20-page essay on exactly this every time. Like we always get so hyped.
and
No,
also
and
Oda
like
be
I
having
think
us
that they were
starting.
mostly just rivals in the sense that they were both competing for infamy. Like not
Yeah,
necessarily like just clashing with each other, but like they're both
Yes.
just trying to be the most famous person on the sea.
I
yeah.
Because
mean, yeah, that's
as,
why I
as
said
you can
their
see from Roger's
rivalry came from
personality,
that.
he doesn't become the larger than life figure we see until after God Valley, and I think that Rocks is part of the reason for that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean I mean I said that like I don't think their clashes came because they're the two big top dogs in the pirate world in that era.
Yeah.
So yeah, I agree with that. I just said like I just want to see more. Like I want to see how how it started. And, like it's like also like just the ending with that, like him taking him out, him crying. It just ends up being more like his Roger's personality rather than it being like, oh, I'm sad it had to be rocks or something.
Yeah, you would have preferred to have like a chapter's worth of actual like the same amount of interactions we had between Rocks and Harold. You wanted for Roger and Rocks on paper.
I mean, yeah, but like spread out. I don't need like a full chapter be like Roger
No, but I
Rocker.
get what you're saying.
I
Yeah,
feel
like
like what
how.
Lizard's saying makes perfect sense, and I'm with him on that sense. But I think
Yeah.
the reason I asked that question is because I look at rivalries in the way that I explained it, where it's like I do think you can have a traditional like I don't know,
Maybe rivals isn't the best word.
Messi versus Ronaldo when they were in La Liga for friggin' a decade, 9 years, however long it was, right? But then you can have like two players who are at the top of their game in different conferences who are constantly compared to one another from a stat standpoint or whatever the case may be, but they only really play 2 times a year. And the only way for them to meet in the finals if they both make it through their respective conferences. You know what I mean? So it's just kind of like, how do you look at it? But I do think he could have maybe done a little bit more. Just give me a little bit more of that, like, interaction. Because I still feel like based on what I would like, what I would say is that he has a much deeper relationship with Whitebeard, so I consider his rivalry with Whitebeard to be bigger than the one with Rocks in that sense. Even though I know Whitebeard and Roger have gone years without seeing each other at certain points.
Do you wait a big? Okay, kind of similar to this when we talk about Garp. I think Rocks had a better relationship with Garp. Like their relationship was better fleshed out, or him with Roger.
I'll say Roger. I'll still say Roger. I know, like
Yeah.
he said certain things like that guy hates the top brass. He might as well be a pirate, so you know they've run into each other and they've had conversations or whatever the case may be. But still, like Roger pulled up to Beehive, Roger wanted Shaki, yada yada. Like I still think they've had more interactions, but I get why
Yeah.
you'd ask the question. I get why you asked it.
Yeah, because Garp, and I agree with Liz on that too. Like Garp is the only one who seemingly stands a chance against these guys. Who he's like, man, he's the Marine, man. We cannot put him in the ground. Anybody else comes after us, we're like, yeah, we're solid. But Garp, it's
Chill,
like,
man.
God
Bogart's
damn,
still there.
you know, Whitebeard fights him, Roger fights him.
Bogart's coming back for Garp. I said it first.
Yeah, man.
He coming back.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
He gonna slime out Will Curry.
He's gonna pull out that Batu Jitsu, and it's gonna be a black blade. You just wait.
Yo.
But yeah,
I can't wait to get to that part of this conversation because I got a mouthful. How about these
I
fucking
feel like I was.
swords?
I felt like I was the only one to talk about this topic. On what you guys felt.
No, I thought it was like when you posed the question to me, I'm like, oh, I immediately went to what Sengoku said about their rivalry and stuff. Where I'm like, this is valid. I get why you want to ask this. Like,
Broad Goku.
but then I'm like,
I think we all agree. Like Lizard's absolutely correct. Like we should have seen more of it sprinkled out. Like yeah, I don't mind the Harold and Rocks situation, but I'm like I would have rather focused on that same amount of dedication that Rocks and Harold had to their 4 or 5 different interactions. I would have preferred those interactions been between Rocks and Roger instead. You know.
Nah, let us see him box once in the seas, man. First ever.
all right, did anyone else have anything else to chime in on this particular topic?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I was gonna say, I always go with the
White
safe answer,
space.
but I feel like rivals are case by case, right? Like it's always, I mean, it's not always this person's just as good as I am at this one particular thing. I think sometimes it's more so this person is someone that I'm trying to outdo, or sometimes it's this person is who I aim to beat or be better than. And I feel like within the world of One Piece, it's always like, for lack of more elegant terms, a dick swinging contest when it comes to pirates. Like when you look at the whatchamacallit, Roof Piece, when they was up there fighting against Kaido and Big Mom, and Luffy was like, the last one to leave is the chicken, and Law and Kid was like, we're not doing something that stupid. And he's like, well, I guess y'all are chicken then. And they're like, what? And he left the spot.
They're so
So I
dumb.
think
They're so stupid. I love them. They're so stupid.
I love that Zoro and Killer were in that moment, just like this is what you deal. You deal with the same shit. Yeah, man. Yeah. Fuck.
We both in the mud. We both dealing with all this BS.
Yeah, they're just like our captains are fucking idiots.
So I feel like when we use the term rival within One Piece, it's not always this person was comparable to me in a sense. It's more so this was somebody that I used as like a stepping stone or somebody I measured up against.
Like a goalpost rival, Pat, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. I think we've seen multiple examples of multiple different types of rivalries in One Piece. That's why they're so different, because we're not just seeing one type. There's, you know, the ones that Naya's talking about, the ones that you're talking about, the ones that I'm talking about, the ones that Liz, like, what, you know what I mean? They're all relevant, and some of them sort of overlap each other, you know? So.
Yo, Nine and Pat, peep the force if you can. This shit killing me.
Hold up. I'll put it on the screen.
Trust.
Let me see. But yeah, no. I do
Nigga,
think he could have definitely done a bit more, but yeah.
Shit, we have to watch Shaki shake his.
My goat. No,
Yo,
this is one of the funniest like community delusions we've created that I actually enjoy. Like we just hype Bogart just because. Like yo, look at him. Look at.
Bogart is just. I mean, you don't name a character after Humphrey fucking Bogart and fucking not have him be swag, man. I'm just saying.
but yeah,
I love it. I love
shit,
it.
man.
Bogart a real one.
Shout out Rayleigh and Shaki, man. He was really just carrying her around.
Yeah, Ray did not do as much as I thought he was gonna do. That's for damn sure.
I mean,
I mean,
I'm not mad.
I agree with that. I
Listen,
wanted to do a
he's-
little more, but I was
yo.
also satisfied that he came in with this fucking asshole like, oh, we have regen hacks, we are so powerful, and Rayleigh's like, one name attack, and you're going through this fucking wall.
listen,
I'm not putting up with this regen
Hey,
shit.
hey, real quick, I'm about to lock in at my job real quick. So if y'all ask me a question I don't answer, I'll be back.
All right, so
Okay.
all right,
Okay.
so
yo,
they cracking the whip on you. The CDs. Stop.
Just a little bit. So I'm trying to get up out of here. All right.
Okay. The next
Yeah,
question.
wait.
What?
I want to defend Rayleigh real quick. He's saving his energy because he's gonna crack. He's cracking Shaki after this.
Yeah.
That's so crazy.
At the end of the day, Rayleigh won. All right, he won God Valley. So I'm just saying.
So what was your question? My bad. I just want to say that.
No, I was gonna move on to the next.
Yeah, I know. My bad. What's the next topic?
Okay.
That was so crazy, Lizard.
Am I wrong though?
He doubled down on it. Oh,
You know what? I think we laugh for some reason. I don't know why I'm thinking of Klay Thompson and Meg, and I'm like, bro, he's spending too much energy cracking them cheeks. He's not playing well. He flopped Leo. He's not shooting the ball well from what I've heard. I'm like, that's the Meg tax, bro. He too tired. You gotta say no.
That Shaki tax is.
Oh shit. Okay, so we know that a lot of supernovas have been injected into like the later arcs of One Piece with like from like from Capone, Beje to Bonnie to Law and Kid, whatever the case may be, right? So we haven't seen Arouge yet, which poses the question that he can possibly come up in one of the later arcs or the next arc. And what Pat wanted to ask is, I'm trying to do this while I'm racing, and it's not going well. Can someone just read the question for me? I cannot do both, and I'm in first right now. I gotta lock in.
This man thinking he
You
can
got it, Pat?
multitask.
yeah, I got it.
Yeah, it's your thing.
Yeah, we all got the show
Okay,
notes.
so basically, what I was saying, right, is throughout the way the post time skip has been going, we have several supernovas showing up, and then they've been relevant to the story. So I think, like, the way most stories work, the way it's narratively structured, when you have an action series, you normally save people who you want to be
Sorry, continue.
the top combatants of the series towards the end, because that's when you don't have to hold anything back, and then you can showcase exactly like why you've been saving them for so long. So what I wanted to say was, do we think that he's going to have a major role to play as far as like being involved in the Nika lore? Because we know he's from a Sky Island. We don't know which one though. And like the Sky Island, I think, in my opinion, was the first
Imagery and
arc in One Piece
iconography
too.
where the
Yeah,
Joy Boy
the
dance,
Nika was
if you will.
sort of foreshadowed and all that stuff. So like, will he have a role to play with as far as that? And do we think he's going to be, I won't say Yonko level, but like somewhere pretty close? And my supporting argument is that when they were on Shabodi, when they was fighting against the pacifistas, he was the only one that beat a pacifista by himself. The rest of them were struggling that day.
I actually have an easy cop out for the strength part. I'll circle back to what I think about his role there because of the Sky Island stuff. I think that's interesting. I think I get why you posed the question. Because of his ability to accumulate and accrue damage and turn that into power, I think I think that to like offset that like strength disparity, whenever he's in like a major fight or something, he'll probably take a big hit that's like that will put down most people. He'll convert that into strength, get bigger, and that's how he'll close that gap or keep that gap not as wide as it should be. Does that make sense? He has an ability that allows him to be as strong or as weak as much damage as he can take and convert into power. If you want to use Ultra Ego as an example, you could do that. But there'll come a point where Vegeta will pass out. He can't just take unlimited damage, but he can turn that into power because of the Granola arc. So I think that's where his strength will lie. I think he'll be demonstratively weaker than Luffy. I'm even going to say Zoro and Sanji, but he can close that gap if he takes hits and then turns it into power. Let me think of the Nika thing for a second. If anyone,
Yeah,
else,
I
the
actually
reason
think that he's gonna be on Blackbeard's side when he shows up.
interesting.
you
Talk
think
to
he's
me.
gonna be? Yeah. Okay.
No, he. I don't remember what it was, but he spoke on Blackbeard specifically about something. I just don't remember exactly what it was. But also every other time we see a supernova, they've mostly been on Luffy's side, except for Justin Wano, with Hawkins. I think Hawkins and Apu mostly. But I think it would just make narrative sense for one of them to side with Blackbeard in the final war,
Okay,
and
but what's the
because of
reasoning
because of
behind
what
it?
Uber did. Huh?
What's the reasoning behind Roach like being on Blackbeard's side?
That's what I said. I don't remember what he said. I just remember him mentioning Blackbeard. Like he mentioned Blackbeard by name for some reason. I just don't remember what it was. And ever since then, like he didn't sound like it was like whatever he said. It didn't, if I remember correctly, it didn't sound antagonistic towards Blackbeard. So it always made me think that he could end up joining Blackbeard in some kind of way.
Okay.
But I'd have to actually like go back and find like when he mentioned Blackbeard because I just don't remember what he said.
See, my exasperation comes from not even you saying that like he's gonna be on Blackbeard's side. I'm just saying like why does he have to be on a side? Like he's somebody that operates alone like 24/7.
He'd be cracking cheeks.
Just under the, well, I mean, I don't really have a reason. I'd probably just go off how in the beginning, when we get to the new world, it's like you either fight all the Yonkos or you go under one of them. And we haven't seen him fighting any of the Yonkos. So following
Yeah,
that
'cause
line of thought, he would be working under one of them. But I'm still not sure.
I don't think he's gonna join Blackbeard personally, but that's interesting. Oh my god! Of course, this happens to me at the end of the race.
I'm gonna pull a bit of a cop out thing when it comes to Rouge. I think what's gonna happen is the same that. Not saying Oda forgot about him, but I'm gonna say that I think the same thing that happened to the other two trainers in the first Pokemon anime when Ash and Gary ran into each other like halfway through, and he said, "What happened to the other two that left Palatown?" Oh, they retired. They gave up. They realized they weren't suited for this. You know, the wall became too high to climb, and they're done. Like Rouge was like, "Yeah, I'm gonna try my hand at being a pirate. Okay, this shit is above my pay grade," and he's actually just chilling.
You got the Mad Monk fucked up, buddy.
you think he's gonna go out like that?
You got my guy
He's
bent.
not like
That's
Bellamy.
interesting.
Bellamy said, "I'm drawing pirate flags now."
Yeah, but
I
that's
mean,
what I mean. I'm just saying, not in a bad way. Not that he's not stronger or didn't get stronger, but just in a sense of, like, because we don't actually know his real motivation or anything. We don't know enough about it. Like, why is he going for the One Piece? And if so, why? Why does he want the One Piece? And which Sky Island did he come from? And did he ever run into NL and all this stuff? Like, we know so little about him that since I don't know his motivations, I can't say that he didn't just do it on a whim, you know? And then he's like, oh, I wanted to be on the Blue Sea for a while. And I go back up, chill in the White Sea.
yeah, but that's why we need to see him so we can get those questions answered.
Oh,
Because we didn't know
I agree
anything
with
about
you.
the other supernovas before we got to know them a little bit more.
Right.
Okay, I'm actually looking at the panel, and yeah, it is mostly just me assuming things because what he's saying is he just says that Blackbeard is going to be the eye of the storm for some time to come.
Okay, so just off of that, you say he's going to join Blackbeard.
No,
Alan, I can't whip you sometimes.
Wait,
brother.
he's saying he
I
misread it.
cannot.
He misremembered. Is what
I know, but I was saying, like, he took that and he ran with it.
I'm like, bro, he's on Black. Like, I mean, he ain't saying nothing bad about Blackbeard. I don't see a reason why he couldn't be on Blackbeard's side.
No, but I do like Pat's reasoning. He's like, he had something wrong and he ran with it. That was his whole argument. Man, hey, man, it do be like that sometimes.
Dog, there's a lot of information to remember with One Piece. It's very dense, so don't get mad when people misremember stuff.
Oh my God! And if
Nah,
you read the early translation, and then they're like, "Hey," and even the translators like 2 days later say, "Oh, I got it wrong," but you were busy or whatever. You're like, "Oh, but this was stated in that chapter, buddy." That like, no, it's not. Go back and read the chapter. You read the chapter, the line's completely different. You're like, for 2 days, I have thought this.
Are we talking about the Rouge thing?
yes.
Yeah.
I don't know. I've had stocks in the Rouge since 2016, and I need him to go ahead and let these come through.
Also, if we have to talk if he's on the same tier as Luffy or not. That's I can't see Luffy and Rouge being on the same tier, but I think he'll be like on the upper echelon. Same
Yeah,
way,
like that's what I'm thinking. I don't think he'll be like Yonko tier per se, but I think he'll be incredibly powerful. But I mean, even still, if he's not, we've seen that it can still work well narratively, even if they aren't. Like with what
Bonnie.
Capone did. Well, Capone, I mean, Bonnie had a whole different narrative purpose.
Yeah, but I'm more like she's not like she wasn't like the strongest or whatever, but she still worked out. But she was like stronger than normal. But
Yeah.
like,
For a 12-year-old, she doing great.
shit,
She was
man,
whooping niggas for a 12-year-old. How the hell did she become a supernova? Who was she fighting? What was she doing out in that time?
I don't know.
Nepo piece.
Well, they said that the supernovas were all the pirates who started their event. Actually, I don't even remember what they said. I forgot. I'm tired.
They're 100. It's 100 million.
They all
bounty.
started at the same time, and then
Or similar
got
similar time. Oh, you're right. And they had 100 billion brain bounty or more by the time.
100 billion.
100 million
Yeah.
by the time. My bad. Sebo
I'm just
started.
wondering, like, what?
This is an intense race. Bro.
I'm wondering
Give me a
if
second.
I feel that.
forgive me if we've already been told this or not, but I was wondering, like, could Bonnie have been in a similar situation to Robin, where they just gave her a bounty because of who she was?
No, that
I feel like they would
whatchamacallit?
want to hide Bonnie rather than for anything, right?
Yeah, maybe. In their hubris, I wouldn't be surprised if they were just like, hey, well, they can't stop us anyway.
Shit, they're not wrong. I mean, Nika, Bonnie, Loki gonna stop them.
Again, I mean, you know what? Speaking of Bonnie did something similar, I'd argue. Like, I stand by what I said from the strength standpoint, where, like, Bonnie could give me a Nika-ish future and become some type of white albino giant like Luffy. And her power probably goes up in that state. She can't maintain it long, but that gives her, like, a way to kind of close the gap or close it a little bit. And again, Aruge's ability to turn damage into power, I think that will be the thing that helps him look a lot better than he should be more often than not. Okay, so for the Nika thing, I don't know that Oda wants to do anything interesting from a personal standpoint with the Rouge, and I don't know what we would do at the next island with the Rouge that ties into his lineage because we're not going to the sky again. So I'm probably gonna lead more into him having some type of Nika knowledge or connection to Nika because of the Sky Island stuff or something of the sort. So I don't know what though. I couldn't tell you what.
I always had a Nika Bible in I had a pocket Nika Bible, man. Like,
Yeah, so I'm gonna go there, but the strength thing, I stand by what I said. Yo, this guy's aura thing is so sick. I'm so mad I missed the last festival, bro. Ugh. I was too turned. I couldn't.
you turned in real life, now you can't be turned in the game. Like,
Listen. I got my blaze aura, all right? I'm good. I'll be alright. But yeah,
like,
yeah, that's what I think. I kind of forgot Rouge didn't really get an arc to shine with the main cast, but I'm wondering if what if Oda just forgoes him.
he shows
I
up
mean,
in
Is
the
that
background.
a possibility?
When Ma D Monk makes his move, no, I will be there.
I can't get mad at him because I remember how many years I was excited for Hawkins just to get what I got. So I just hope it goes better for you, brother. That's all I got. What was I thinking, bro? No, I know what I was thinking. I was right. Oda fumbled the bag. I was right, bro. I don't care. I was right. That man
Well,
had
Hawkins does have
Beppo.
an interesting ability.
That man had Beppo and Sachi like dead to rights in his like whatever with the like little life minus doll. I just gave it up. I'm like, dog, this is the thing that I think makes you scary.
He's also just like one of the worst users of the fruit because he gave away his free life so easily. Like,
Yeah, he doesn't dodge shit.
shit, man, dodge shit, learn to block it yourself. Like, you don't have to take the. He'd be like get like 10. He could be take like 10% damage. You wasting a life on that. Like, dog. That's like having taking like 2 bites of a pizza and throwing it away, man. Like, do better. You're a goat though, man.
You're a victim. Oh, Pat, what do you think?
About what?
The Nika portion with Arouge, like.
Oh, the Nika part.
Yeah.
It's just I want to know like more information in terms of like what the people in the Sky Island know, because since they're up in the sky, you know, they're not subjected to world government brainwashing and like erasure of history. So I think that he kind of ties into that. He might know the true history of the world and stuff.
You know what's
'Cause,
also
like,
interesting about that? Sorry, no, finish your thought. Sorry.
I was going back, like, well, not going back, but like as I'm watching the Elbath, my thoughts are all over the place. As I'm watching the Egghead anime, we're at the point where Vegapunk is about to start dropping the reveal again, where he says like the sea level is rising and everybody's gonna sink, and like that put everything into perspective of like how the way they operate when it comes to the races that they discriminate against. So, like, of course, they would want the Giants on their side because the sea level rising doesn't mean shit to them because it doesn't matter how much the sea rises. Elbaf, for one, is a gigantic nation, and two, they're giants. So, like, they can step on the sea if they choose to. Then the fishmen, they want to oppress them because they are quote unquote master race. So the sea level rising does not affect them at all, and they would be the ones to actually take control of the population if things came to that point. And then the people in the sky are another group of people that are not going to be effective because one, they can fly, and then two, they live in the clouds.
Pat, hold your thought real quick. Hold your thought. Do you think, like, going off your idea that maybe the people up like in the skylines know the true history? Do you think they have seen or witnessed the sea level rising and they passed that down?
That's what I'm saying. Like, did they notice something when they came down? Because you know they have their own sea. So like maybe they studied. Maybe they studied their sea levels and then they came down to the regular sea and there was like something's off here. I don't know. I'm just throwing stuff.
Yeah,
at the wall
I was thinking more like they like somebody like they could physically see the sea level rising over the years, and they're like, hey, something's going on down there.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, it's something I thought about like when I was watching the Egghead anime. I was like, yo, sky people have a great advantage.
Yeah,
I've definitely been thinking about them having what Dragon's saying, that people are going to fight for like hospitable land, higher altitudes and whatnot. Them being so high, they're probably so immune from the floods. I was wondering how that's going to play in. Definitely.
I actually, yeah, I do think about regards to that. That's gonna be the. I feel like every generation of Marines has that moment, like that moment of, like that event, right? That like changes them. The God Valley, O'Hara, and that's this like event, like the whole mass migration thing, and like how the world governments can handle it. It's gonna be the thing that changes that. But yeah, I think that's gonna be. I think Aruj, like yeah.
Okay. Anyone else on the topic?
Yeah, I think Aruj can play. I wouldn't be surprised if he has knowledge of Anika. I feel like he'd be hiding shit.
It's also at the point of the story where, like, because the Nika thing is so prominent now, like, most people that we meet are gonna have some knowledge of it, even though it like pretty much never came up 3 times.
What are you gonna do when he has a Nika tattoo in his back, man? Like,
yo, listen, you're too much sometimes, bro. A Nika tat. I've heard it all.
Nah, you and your
That nigga gonna be-
fucking Romeo, Vince Smoke Romeo. that shit be blowing me every time you say it. Like, who the fuck
Nah,
is this?
He
imagine the
was
Roach
right.
pumps up his muscles and he's like, "Donna tata, donna tata."
Workout music is the drums of liberation.
Ooh, Galactic Parade. All right,
Oh, that
guys.
would be so funny.
Next topic.
Yeah. So, someone read it. I can't read it. I'm racing.
Oh yeah,
He's
let
so
me.
racist.
Are we being too hard on Sengoku, or is the slander warranted? And boy, do I have a lot about this,
The
cause
slander is
Let me
warranted.
it is
let me
fucking
let me go
warranted.
let me go first before the hounds descend. Now, I want to say this. I want to make this very, very clear. I do not give a fuck about Sengoku. I don't care about him. I never spend my time thinking about him. He's one of the least interesting characters in One Piece to me. He's just a figurehead. Literally, that's it. He doesn't do anything great. However, for his sake, he did not lie about Rocks and about Roger and Garp teaming up to beat Rocks.
Hey man,
I
he
will
didn't
say
mention the
this.
PEDs.
But
My
look,
goal had to.
hold on, look,
They had
look,
to say,
hold
yo,
on,
my goal had to team up, man.
hold on. Look,
Nah, I'm joking,
all
my
I said
goal.
was he didn't lie. So I will give him credit for that at the very least. Did he leave out some things? Yes, because his bum ass wasn't even there to begin with. But I don't say he is a lot of
It's
things.
for the strongest, bro.
He's a
Hold
lot
on,
of
Yeah,
things. Sengoku,
I just want to
Sengoku is
say,
a
I
lot
just
of
want
Oh,
things,
I
to say,
fucked
but
up.
he is
I
not a
just want to say,
liar.
I never thought that he lied about Garp and Roger teaming up. I thought he lied about why they teamed up. And he did because he was like, oh, they both teamed up to protect the slaves. They didn't do that.
neither of them cared.
Did he say that? Did he say that they teamed up to protect the
The
slaves?
He said
Behind?
he
slaves
said they
and
teamed up to
celestial
protect the
dragons,
celestial dragons.
Let's
and
go.
oh yeah, and there's yeah,
He said that they teamed up to protect the CDs.
yes.
Yes,
That's why it's oppression appeal.
Okay,
That is one of
can
the
I?
main reasons why they say they're like oppression piece. Like they thought Rox was just like, oh, I'm gonna kill all the celestial dragons here and like destroy it, and then they got in the way, but
Can
that
I?
never happened.
I'm just gonna defend the one point on Sengoku's side is remember the
Wow.
room he's talking to is that he probably either doesn't know or can't tell this room of Marines. By the way, the guy you're working for is actually a giant fucking black demon who took over rocks, and Garp and Roger had to team up to defeat him because our boss is an asshole. He
he
couldn't
couldn't
He
tell him
tell
that
you.
he
loves his
didn't
He
know.
knows
boss.
that. He couldn't
He
say
couldn't tell him that
that.
he didn't know.
Yeah, you're
Right.
not strong enough to know, man.
Yeah.
Sengoku,
No, but
Garp was
that's
about to
my
tell him
point.
he gets knocked out. He's like, this is too much for me.
From Sengoku's perspective, depending on what Garp tells him after God Valley, this is what Sengoku knows to be the truth, and he's only relaying what he has been told to this room of people. I'm not saying he's wrong. I'm saying from Sengoku's perspective, he's not lying either.
Oh, wait, do you have any more, Pat? Sorry.
No,
Okay, see, that's not the reason that Sengoku needs to be signed, because fuck with that. Let's see, Ohara. Uh, what they did with all the babies during Rogers, you know how insane that was? I don't know if he was, I'm pretty sure he was either an admiral or fleet admiral, so he had good knowledge, he did nothing. His whole system is based on like basically he's just like they have a different justice. His justice basically like I'm fine with the world being as horrible it is because it's better than the thing. But it's like dog. His whole motto is just like he's fine with the celestial dragons, all the like them fucking everything up, because it's better than the chaos or whatever that come. It's like no, it isn't. He O'Hara, like I just gotta mention O'Hara, the mass, the mass thing they did with I'm not even sure like the mass killings they did post Roger's birth. The fact there were slaves, like the slave things were happening right when he was he's a fleet admiral. He knows about the slaves. He doesn't do anything. He wants to cry when like some of these he's like he starts like he quit because they what's it called, the Marines
Remember
the
that?
Mar-
Remember
like
that
the
meme where they said they retcon Sengoku's personality? I ain't forget. I agree with that
Yeah.
shit. I know what you really are.
Listen, man. But they tried to like, and he's an enemy. He's one of the main like enemies of the got Ace killed. There's no reason to do that. He was so hyped up to get Ace killed. He had no understanding of the thing. Let me post these two. 1 second. Peep.
I hear
look
you,
how
but the race just started, so you got to wait like 3 minutes.
No. Oh, you guys, all the rest of you guys can peep instead.
I'll put it on screen
Or-
after. I gotta get this first
Yeah.
place. You feel me?
Where like he says to Saul, never question orders, and
Yeah.
all that bullshit, and like, and then 2 years later when Cross Guild happened, and he's talking about yo, I mean no, if you like
He's
when
not gonna
post
sue
time
someone
skip,
like, oh, how come the people
he's like-
we're protecting are not?
like you're not protecting him. Like let's be real. You guys are the main reason that the world government is able to function because you guys are willing to put that out there, right? Because you think it's better than the alternative when it's clearly not. Y'all struggling a thing. He's also just a bitch. He let. Listen, how you gonna let your supposed son get slimed out and you know who it is and you don't pull up on them, and don't give him that bullshit of he's a warlord. We can't do like fuck out of here, man. Dofi's not that important, man. Like
I promise you, if I'm Sengoku and did that to my quote unquote surrogate son, he's not a warlord anymore. I'm about to
Hey,
fuck
hold
his
on.
whole life up.
That just made me realize something. Are the Whitebeard pirates the only niggas who ever spun the block?
What do you mean?
Are they the ones who ever tried to go get that shit, get it back in blood? Because every time somebody else gets like you just said, Sengoku never did anything against Dofi for what he did
I
to
mean, Garp with
Rosinante.
Kobe. That's the only one I can think of.
Kobe didn't die,
But-
but I'd still
Oh,
push
yeah,
that. But Kobe didn't die.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
I mean, like, after Whitebeard died, the Whitebeard pirate, the remnant pirates, they actually ran up and to go get it back on Blackbeard. I mean,
Shit,
they
you're
didn't
right.
succeed, but they tried.
Shit, man, you right.
They had heart. They
And
had
so now that I
passion.
think about
They
it, like,
had
are they the
vision.
only
They
group to
was-
They
actually
had
do that?
fucking mindset.
And
Sorry.
yeah, man, you
Soccer
right,
game,
man.
soccer
They,
game.
that should be killing me. He'd be passionate. But yeah, you're right,
The
Alan.
Chelsea fan. Why
Like-
would he do that to himself? Stupid.
But like, yeah, like he doesn't do that. The warlord system, right? We talk about crocodile. That came underneath him, where all these warlords are able to do these evil things, and they're willing to look the other way because of the justice, or like just because like the order, right? Like I think he's one of those people that loves order. But man, like he's such a bitch in every way. He's he's fine with mass killings of people in all the cards because he'd rather see that, and man, he wants to see the slice of dragons eat. He can't spin the block for his own son. He's not even that strong. People be like, oh, he's on the same level as Roger and Garp, just because of that one line where Roger was like,
Bring Sengoku or Garp. You guys are not fun, and they just cling.
like just because they're
Cling.
both fun doesn't mean they're on the same exact level. They're not.
Yeah,
Garp
I
is-
mean, I was thinking like that's just somebody that Roger knew. I never really thought that he
like-
was on the same level as Garp, but I don't know.
I
know
think
how
he's
to-
strong.
I think the
but, like,
general
that's-
consensus has been that we think that because of kind of Garb's demeanor and personality, in some ways we thought that, with his tactical acumen or whatever, Sengoku's probably a better fit for Fleet Admiral, but we never thought he was stronger than Garp. I think most people thought that way. You might
Yeah.
not agree with the leadership part anymore, but at least that was conventional wisdom at the time. I don't know if you guys agree with that or not.
No, I agree.
Shit, man. Also,
I think with real quick, I think with me with Sengoku, it's the indifference problem. Remember earlier I was saying, with Tower of God, it's not that I'm angry. It's not that I'm like, oh, I'm so fucking mad that this shit is ass. It's just like I feel nothing when I read it now. I look at him and I feel nothing. I'm like, you're not cool. I don't care about your power set. Nothing you do moves me. Nothing you say moves me. You just kind of a waste you.
also,
It's like
Yeah.
that's kind of how I feel about Sengoku. At least like I'm pretty indifferent on Mihawk, but at least with Mihawk, I have the one stipulation that him and Kaido are fake demons. You are not smoke seekers. You cannot say you want combat and this and that and to be challenged and never leave the house. I'm sorry, it doesn't work for me. Leave the crib, go fight some niggas, and if they're weak, well, that's just the way it is. Keep doing it until you find somebody strong. What do I keep saying about Mihawk? What happened the first time he left his fucking house? He found the swordsman that he thought was worthy of challenging him one day. Leave the damn crib, bro. Anyways.
I'll do yeah.
Yeah, Mihawk, leave the house.
Yep. Slander.
Man, he
the
ran
slander.
into-
The slander to me is fair though. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah. I just think Sengoku just
What I should say?
ass.
I better stay my ass at this desk or I'm fitting. I know the first 4K.
I'm not even gonna lie. I had so much more respect for Sengoku before the chapter before all that happened.
Where
Like,
what chapter?
when I found out bro was just pushing his own propaganda from young Marines, I was like, ain't no way.
Also, we talked about the legacy of Garp. I could argue the legacy of Garp, Sengoku, is what gave rise to things like absolute justice in Akainu, because it's his justice. Well, it's not exactly absolute justice. The seeds of absolute justice is there, and look what happens. Like the current generation of Marines, not the one. Like I think, let me be clear. The Kobe generation is a new generation, right? The current gen is like Akainu in them. The ones that are currently in charge, we have the more increase of there's a more increase of absolute justice people because of Akainu in charge, and you can argue that sees probably because of what Sengoku and what he was trying to push. But yeah,
I
he a bitch,
think
man.
Yeah,
that-
because
that's-
you got losers like Green Bull. That nigga is so pathetic. I can't believe he has stands. Shit is crazy.
He got twerked on, man.
He
I
sucks.
as far as Sengoku, I mean, I still sort of like I like Sengoku for the most part, but yeah, he's definitely more. I like him in the same sense that I like Akainu, in that sense, you know, like so, like because I don't agree with Akainu's thing, but I do agree with what Lizard was saying about the fucking that Sengoku is probably part of the reason because he's not like Garp. He's like the unforgiving part of it. Pirates are pirates and need to be put to death, and I'm cool with it. You know, any means to accomplish the goal is good with him, sort of deal, right? As long as it's all for the good of the Marines and to protect the world, he's good with it. It's only when it's compromising the safety of the world that he gets his feathers ruffled. You know what I mean?
See, it's not
So,
even for the good of the world. It's for the order of the Marines rather than the good of the
Yes.
world. Like, what is slaughtering the Oharan thing? What good of the world is that?
yeah, see,
What good of
because
the
he's-
world is killing off all those babies?
Yeah, because he was told for his whole life, and I'm not agreeing with it. I'm saying he was told research of the Void Century is illegal. It's breaking the law. And
But see, that's the whole
can't
thing.
do
You
it.
can't just say, "Oh, breaking the law, it's fine for him to think." Like that's a dumbass way of thinking. For him.
No, I know, but what I'm saying is that he's been brought up in the same way that we like everybody's been brought up. Okay, you can't kill anybody, you can't steal my bike. That's don't touch my wife. There's certain things that you just can't do. So you're brought up with those rules.
I feel
One
like
of the
you're trying
rules
to
that
that you're
everyone,
trying
from baby to
to
old
say
person,
more
wants
on
to know. Yeah.
like I don't know, like you can't just say it's just him. It's just because of how he's brought up. Like he even has knowledge. Like Garp, Sengoku. I mean,
No. I'm saying that he's following the letter of the law. He's been told that these are the laws, and he's sort of like, hey, I don't make the laws, but I will fucking enforce them. I'm not saying that that's a good trait. He's a flawed character for doing that. And it's even doubled down in Akainu's unwavering justice to do any means to follow the law. I'm saying that Sengoku, unlike
Kizaru?
Garp, that's where the slander comes in, is because he's literally like, nope, the law says you can't do that, so fuck him. He's got he doesn't have that more morality, maybe a little bit more now that he's retired, quote unquote. But yeah, the slander is definitely.
he had to wait for a
Turn.
19-year-old boy to get revenge for his son. Man, get that bum out of here. Like,
You know what's
Yeah,
crazy?
yeah.
I never thought about the fact that he never spun the block for Roshinante. I never actually thought about that.
Like, bro, you have the legal path to do it. If you went and smoked those flamingos, nobody would say anything about it.
I am the fleet
Mind you,
admiral.
with this-
I will make up a fake
Hold on.
report.
he's
Like you have.
I'm gonna be devil's advocate real quick. I think the fact that Doflamingo is also a celestial dragon kind of protected him from
Fuck,
any.
he had that fucking secret in Marijua. You're right. Okay, you know what?
Yeah,
Oh,
But if we kill him, he don't got that overs anymore.
yeah. So technically, like you think
no,
even
but it's the precedence that he'll set. Like, oh, I killed a celestial dragon. The other ones, even if he's like an ex celestial dragon, they're not gonna be happy with that.
Yeah,
Shit, man.
that's and
Who
once again, that's
cares?
for
Just spin the
CP9s
block,
and
man,
zeros
like-
to handle. You know what I mean? Like Sengoku is 100% by the book, from what we understand, for everything we know up to this point in the story. So even if he wants to, he's in the same position, similar to Garp, where he's just like, my hands, and even more so because he follows the letter of the law. He's like, my hands are tied. And no, I'm not going to adjust. Like, I'm not going to compromise on my morals or my whatever just because of my personal feelings. For good, better or for worse, that's what his character is, and therefore that's what you have to like.
But then his
expect
morals
from him.
are
You don't
shit.
have
If
to
his
agree with
morals
them.
means that he's willing to forego genocide in like Ohara, then his morals are shit. Like he has no
I'm
morals.
not
then.
saying they're not, but I'm saying that he's sticking to them. He's sticking to his guns. You
That-
can disagree.
just
I
you
disagree with them, but I'm saying that that's like Pat was saying, playing devil's advocate. He's not like a shitty written character for that. Like the
Yeah, but nobody-
slander is deserved, but he's.
I mean,
he's
I'm
like,
looking for his
as I said,
personality.
Akainu is a piece of shit, but he certainly sticks to absolute justice. You know. So
Shit, man. I kind of low key better though. He more willing to show it.
Akainu's better. He was literally gonna kill a Marine for standing
I
up
mean-
to him.
I think there's like there's this is a personal thing for me, right? But if you're a bad person and an asshole and you don't hide it, it bothers me less than like you trying to kind of pass off like you're like a good
Yeah,
person.
that's
You know
what I
mean?
meant,
Like
That's what I'm saying.
Sagara from Kubero, One Last God, is like an asshole character that like knows she's an asshole and doesn't care about it. She has her goals and her whatever, and she leads into it, and like can't get mad at that. I'm fucking up so bad now that I'm talking.
It's a lot more respectable when people put their convictions live their convictions on their chest.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like,
they
whenever-
own up to
whenever-
who they are.
But I'm-
Yeah, like I use this as an example. I have a coworker who tattles all the time, but tattles all the time. Like she snitches all the time, but she don't ever want to like be accountable for like her tattletelling. And I'd be like, no, bro. Like we've all seen Recess. You remember Randall? Randall was a snitch, and he stood on that shit. Like that nigga knew he was a tattletale, and he was gonna tell you he was a tattletale. He stood on that, and so
Miss
I don't like him
Finster,
for it,
Miss
but I can respect that. I can respect that's what he did.
That I know what I am.
That's what I'm saying
Yeah.
is that you don't have to agree with him, but Sengoku so far has not gone against, from what we understand, his version of justice to be.
Okay,
He's followed it whether he likes it or not.
Griever, let me know if I'm understanding your stance properly, right? So by the letter of the law, right?
Yeah.
You shouldn't pirate things. Don't pirate, right?
Yeah.
But maybe somebody from a poor third world country who really likes X, Y, and Z, they can't watch it, read it, or experience it without torrenting it or whatever.
Yeah.
So let's say the letter of the law comes down on that individual for stealing. From an ethical and moral standpoint, maybe you can understand they're poor, they come from a third world country, whatever the case may be. I'm gonna let it slide. Like it's not a big deal to me. Maybe don't do it again or whatever.
Yeah.
However, that sets a precedent that now if someone else does that, now you can let them go for the same reasoning, which kind of makes that law, if you will, obsolete. So Sengoku
Yes.
upholds the law consistently, despite how he may feel, so nobody can go outside of it. No one can skirt it. Because if you excuse one person, you kind of now have precedent to excuse multiple people for it.
Right.
Do we know how he feels? 'Cause,
I don't know. I'm trying to understand like
We don't really-
if
we
that's
just
what he's
have the
saying.
Evidence of how he's done things.
Yeah. I'm just okay. I was trying to understand it, like understand your stance specifically.
Yeah.
I get what you're saying. Again, I'm indifferent. I still think he's ass. I don't care about him. He don't move me. He really doesn't. my
Oh, he
one
doesn't mean
my
either. I
one
was
friend,
just- I was
because
just
my one
trying
friend
to
says
look
about
at
him,
the
I think it's
pushback.
hilarious. He's like, bro, you could have stopped Gear 3 Luffy from taking
Yo,
haste.
he couldn't.
He couldn't punch the air out of that. I said,
Dog, he couldn't.
honestly,
knock
it
down a
looks
horse,
crazy.
man.
It looks crazy in retrospect.
The
looked
only
at him-
agenda pusher I respect in One Piece is Big Hands Morgan's.
Big hands Morgan.
Yo, people.
I'm just gonna end it with the fact that it's the same thing he told Garp during Marineford. He's like, Garp, don't you let your personal feelings get in the way, sort of idea. And
Saying,
Garp,
Garp, don't stop. We have to kill him.
yeah, oh yeah,
Garp,
but
we have to we have to smoke him. It's
for
our
better
job,
or for
man,
worse,
Garp.
all I'm saying is that the man sticks. I'm not saying that he's a good person for doing it. I'm saying Sengoku, like Akainu, is morally wrong, but they haven't been hypocrites. I guess is my point. That's all
I
I'm saying.
mean,
Like,
we also
slander's
have the
deserved.
line where he says, "Why are people attacking us?" So,
Yeah.
is it crazy to say? Side note that if you get mad at like, oh man, because I've seen people that get mad at Kainu for Ohara, but not everybody else. Where like, I know he killed all those civilians, and that's a horrible thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
But the fact that he did that, isn't it based off of, like he made the one assume the like horrible relationship, horrible choice, but it might be logical in the sense of, oh, you're told, oh, these, if he was told that these weapons are weapons of mass destruction and we can't risk these going out.
Right.
Basically what I'm saying is just like his the reason he's able to, what's it called, the reason the reason he took the actions was because of how the world government set it up for him, if that makes sense. Like how they made it feel. Of course he went over the, I mean, you could see he went over the top, but all of them went over the top.
Yeah.
Because the slaughter of Reese,
like you were just saying, like at the end of the day, we know that it's absolutely crazy and it's all about control and evil at the top sort of idea. But from like the Akainu's perspective, he's been taught and brought up that researching the Void Century is evil. It's going to cause anarchy. It's going to cause destruction of the world. He's been raised so many Marines have been raised that way. So when you hear people fucking researching the Void Century, you're not thinking, oh, but they're just reading history books. You're like, no, fucking Nazi Germany's going to happen if we let those fuckers keep reading. You know?
I mean, it's already
from
happening
their
there.
perspective, they are doing what you said. I like your comparison there too. For all he knows, like to his mind, these are weapons of mass destruction that cannot be, left to, we gotta do something. In his mind.
Yeah, his train of thought was started because of how they set it up for him, and he took the worst possible thing. But hey, man, if you get mad at Kainu and nobody else in that, and be like everybody else just had their hands tied, I don't know, man.
Oh no, you get mad at everyone involved with that. It's just that, as I was just saying that like Sengoku's deserving of his slander, but at the same time, he's at least not a hypocritical character. That's not why we slander him, is all I was trying to say. We slander him because we don't agree with anything he do.
He's just a bitch, man. But that's...
If Oda says Sengoku has awakening, then it's bullshit that Kara doesn't have it, because ain't no way someone can tell me Sengoku's will and personality differing with Buddha's will for the awakening doesn't matter, but Kaido's differing from his dragon fruit stopped him, because they ain't said Zou and Devil fruits have a will on their own.
That's right. He's not a Buddhist, man. Like, yo, see, he's fitting because he's the opposite of a Buddhist, man. Pete, yo,
Pete Force.
Pete, well, VC chat.
Okay.
This shit killing me. He really just asked, man. That was the funniest thing he did. The two things with Garbs, like, who will protect the Marines? You see?
With Togashi, look at these guys.
I better see my ass.
It says, in short, this is the truth. I wasn't there. How should I fucking know? I only heard it was a place for top tiers, but since I'm a fucking bum, I wasn't invited. Oda was picking shit out of a hat and pulled Buddha for Sengoku. You hate to see it.
Yeah,
but it is what it is.
When he gets slimed out, man, by Blackbeard, we will be there.
Nah, by random civilian like T-Bone.
Yo,
civilian
T-Bone a go. T-Bone a go.
I like T-Bone, but I'm not letting that nigga smoke me. There's just no way. I don't care if my guard is all the way down. He's not smoking me. Did you that man had no teeth? He was malnourished? There's just no way. I refuse.
But he had conviction now. He had conviction, my guy.
Okay, I got hockey. I got will. So
Yo, Vice Admiral is really just ass, man.
You were truly strong.
That's the real reason Garb never left. Could have did make him admiral. Because if he wasn't a vice admiral, that would be the most like the shittiest fucking group of people.
I love how everyone's trying to find the flashback. Like, Rob was like, man, if Garp was a pirate, man, I'd be going after his ass too. And Roger's like, hey, if you want to quit, like they're like, dude, we want.
hey,
we
if
want those
you wanna
fists.
quit and you wanna join us, you can join our sorority. I do like that Roger was like, hey, if this is fucking you up and you're not with it,
Cabin boy,
slide,
Garp, man.
baby, slide. That would have been the scariest crew ever if Garp was on that shit. What the fuck?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What the
Garp
fuck was
on the
anyone gonna
Roger
do?
crew, everybody loses
And
immediately.
you have to think about this. This is the reason. This is one of the reasons why I think Aokiji Kuzan is so dangerous. He know as a high level like Marine, he knows things that other people don't know. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So Garp will also be able to add that knowledge to the Roger Pirates, which will be insane. So yeah. If Garp, what did he say? If Garp was a pirate, they'd be calling bro the world's strongest man. I'm not mad at it. But put respect on Edward Newgate, bro.
Yeah, I'm not mad at it either.
I love
man.
Garp, but in the hierarchy of things, it's my boy Newgate. It's my boy Newgate.
They're equal, man. It's equal piece.
Equal piece is my favorite thing.
I'm putting, as I said, I'm putting all three on the same level to me. I've
yeah.
had no evidence that when they clash,
In the God Valley like flashback, I would say that Oda has done enough to put Whitebeard maybe just ever so slightly just right under them. But I'm
Yeah.
with you. Like ultimately, end of the day, he reached all their levels.
In their peaks, I think all three plus Rocks are on the same level.
Yeah.
Yes, I agree. And now we've seen why they needed to team up. It's because Rox was Domi Reversi.
Yes.
That's why he was just.
I generally don't think
like,
that regular Rocks could beat both of them by himself.
No,
Oh,
no.
no.
Or
No,
it would not have
absolutely
gone down the way it did, where they were basically getting their kicked.
Mm-hmm.
Or like I had Rock stronger, but if it was a 2v1, they get smoked.
Yeah.
Yeah. None of those four can 2v1 another, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. Glad we agree on that.
This is where I make the comeback. This is the comeback right here. Ready? Y'all ready for this? Watch this. Okay, Katakuri versus Robert Lucci.
Yes. So I have a take.
Oh shoot, I had more to say. Go ahead though.
Yeah.
I was gonna intro the topic a bit more, but go ahead.
No, intro it then.
No, I was gonna say I've seen on my like For You page on Twitter. I've seen this discussion pop up a lot more.
Bro says Twitter.
I've been calling it.
Says that all the
I've been
time
calling
now.
it that for years. And I actually think it stemmed from a video from a small channel that has a lot of views for that specific video, where I guess he spoke about it and stuff. I didn't watch the whole thing. I turned it on at night and fell asleep. I got to like 6 minutes, but yeah, it seems to be like one of those matchups where, like when Law and Zoro's at its peak, it seems to be like a thing that people are talking about. And then with that, Pat, go ahead.
Yeah. So I don't know.
Don't you hype that nigga Robert. Don't you do it. I'm kidding. Go ahead. Say what you're going to say.
Who do you think I am? I'll never hype up that world government cuck. But anyway,
My boy.
I don't know what Katsukuri did to some of y'all for y'all to make him like the gatekeeper of strength. But it's just like ever since Whole Cake Island, in order to determine if somebody is strong or not, you guys have to measure him up against Cat. Like, can he beat Cat? Yes. No, he's weak. Like, what is this? Why are we doing this? Cat is a great character. He is more than just his beats. Like, I know he was propped up to be like this unstoppable force before his fight with Luffy, with the way his siblings gassed him up and built up his legend and stuff like that, saying he was undefeated for so long, etc., etc. But like, why are we using him as the barometer for strength? Why is he the litmus test? And why is it that whenever we decide that Katakuri is stronger than somebody, that you decide that person is weak? Like I don't get this. Like Cat is one step away from Yonko level.
Pat, I can probably answer that is because somebody's got to be the measuring stick, and because Katakuri was so beloved when he was first introduced, and it's when we actually got to meet like our Big Mom was really our first Yonko crew and stuff like that, and because of that, that set the new precedent, and he became the new measuring stick. It's just he was the one who fought, for the New World era. He's just the new measuring stick, my guy.
I actually agree with that. Like I don't really. Glenn was saying, somebody would have to be it, and he was the first $1 billion man that we actually ran into.
Yep.
So I think it's just like
it was actually that bum ass elephant.
But it was Jack.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Fucking
Whack,
loser,
man.
fucking
But
loser.
that just shows you how much he fucking sucks because you already forgot that.
But yeah, no, I just think that him being like Luffy's not his first challenge in the New World, but his hardest challenge in the New World at that time. I think like all those factors just come together where people are like, well, if Luffy had to struggle this hard to do it, then who, like everybody else should have to struggle either just as hard or something along those lines.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
I mean, I guess I just don't like the way like we're using Katakuri's name for something so.
I would argue that every series, no matter what, at some point, I'm with you. I do feel that Katakuri for some reason, oh my god, I fell off the cliff. Happens to be a barometer for like everything, but I would argue before that it was Doflamingo. If you couldn't be Dofi, then you were kind of like, we don't really care about you like that, like with the Cracker versus Dofi.
It's kind of like how they use Frieza in Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but the thing with Doflamingo is one, he's evil, so like that makes sense. You always measure up against like evil characters, and two, like aside from knowing more about his past, he doesn't have much depth as far as being a character, because he is more so like a bastard that reveled in it. Whereas Katakuri is like a little bit more complex than that. Like he has his honor code, he cares for his siblings, he's doing his duty as like the son that everybody looks up to, and then he compromises his own appearance just so that they don't get bullied. Like I don't know, man. I just feel like Katakuri is like worth more than what they're using him for.
I hear what you're saying. He's such a good character to relegate him to just can someone beat him in a fight is like a disservice to his character in a lot of ways.
You don't want him to be a power scaling fodder. I mean, not fodder, but like power
measuring stick.
Discussion. Yeah, like a discussion point thing.
Yeah.
Hey, man.
This game is fucked. They gave me a monster truck in second place. I did not deserve that win.
I think Katakuri beats Rob Lucci, no problem.
Oh yeah, I think he beats him too.
Hey man. Does he?
Lucci actually showed up.
Lucci didn't show me that he had anything for Cat's ability to dodge all the attacks he's gonna throw.
Yeah.
I think Lucci is faster than Katakuri.
Yeah, he's got him on speed, but like his hockey, no.
His observation hockey, it's like, okay, you're faster than me, but if I know where you're gonna strike,
let's parse it, right? So observation hockey is Katakuri, and even though Katakuri does have conquerors, I'm not comfortable giving him like the advanced way of using it because we haven't seen it yet. I'm sure if he comes back in the story, he'll be able to use it, but until then, I'm not comfortable giving it that, which I think to some degree makes the conquerors category kind of whatever, like a mute point. The question that I have really is, what does Cat have in his arsenal to put down an awakened Zoan user? That's really like the barometer for me, because it's not that I don't think Katakuri can out observation hockey him and dodge him. I think their use of the fruits are pretty even in terms of Katakuri's awakened and whatnot, but Katakuri couldn't put down Whole Cake Island Luffy necessarily. And this nigga fought like what? He sneaked, what's his name, Sengoku, and fought with Luffy, then fought with Zoro, and he never really went down like the Jailer Beast. So it's just like, can Cat put him down? Because in my head, I'm like, as much as I hate this nigga Robert, for me, it's like, I think Robert has a win condition that I can come up with. I can't come up with one for Katakuri. So help me. Help me not hype up Robert. Help me.
I think Katakuri will beat him in a battle of attrition.
Yeah.
I think his stamina has gone vastly underrated because they were fighting for an extremely long time. in that mirror world. Yeah,
Mhm.
and I just don't think it's fair to say like he doesn't have knockdown or knockout punches when it's Luffy that he's fighting. Like I think that's kind of like a handicap narratively, because like there's no way Luffy's gonna lose that fight with all the stakes
MC
involved.
tax. I feel it.
Yeah.
And also I think like the nature of his devil fruit will make Rob Lucci susceptible to a lot of attacks, leave him open. Like Mochi will make him sticky and stuff like that. And then just using like what was it called? Mogra. I think he'll use Mogra, like the burning Mochi with the Mogra that he was doing.
Yeah.
Um, I think that would be something that he could use to put Lucci down. And if Lucci gets back up, I mean, like, so what? I don't think he's gonna be able to touch Katakuri really.
Yeah. As long as Katakuri remains
All right, Louis.
focused, there's no.
Yeah,
I
because
just said I don't think it's like a low diff fight, but I'm with Pat saying like I don't see like war of attrition. Sure, it might be a long fight, but
Boy
I
is
don't see
free.
Lucci being able to put down Katakuri either. And in a war of attrition, Katakuri's going to land hits.
I
So,
actually I actually think that Lucci probably could if he was to get around Katakuri's defenses. I think that he actually does has an attack that could put Katakuri down for the count. I just don't think he would actually make it to that point in the fight.
I don't think he's getting off the Roku Ogon on him straight up. That's the thing. The Roku Ogon could probably do heavy damage, if not put Katakuri down. But the problem is, I don't think he'd ever land it.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree with that because I do think that that could because Katakuri doesn't really have great endurance and stamina. That which is why he dodges all those attacks anyway. And like he's never even been in such a knockdown fight like he did with Luffy. So I do think that if Lucci could take it the distance, he could pull it out. I just don't think he'd be able to take it the distance.
Yeah, I'm with that.
I think a lot of people forget
I
that.
hate that. I hate that. I'm disagreeing with all of this. I really do.
I think people forget that when Lucci was fighting Luffy, right? In the beginning, Luffy was not able to touch him like at all. Like I'm talking like he couldn't even graze him. The reason that Luffy got his first hit in was because Katakuri lost his composure when Luffy saw his face.
Yeah,
Merienda.
that's not a problem anymore either.
Yeah, because now he doesn't really care about that.
Now he doesn't give a shit. So you're not going to make him lose his focus, composure. So that's out.
Yeah, because it's not like Lucci's like some great provocateur. Like he's not like Aizen or something. You're not gonna say something that's gonna rile him up.
Yeah. Ah, you think you're seeing Charlotte Katakuri. Fascinating.
Stage check, Cat got better range, AOE, future sight, and battle IQ, but Lucci got better. Oh, go up a little bit. Lucci got better durability, single target output, and probably speed. I do think he's faster. Cat stickiness may also set up some good hits on Lucci. You said that, Pat, as well. Basically, Cat can land enough advanced armament hits before Lucci can tag him with a few kill shots. Uh, Lizard chimed in with power scale of Sage breaking it down. Cat gotta keep dodging, which we know he can do for hours. Also, Cat can dodge all of Black Mamba's shots, which I think is not that slower than Lucci's awakening movement, if at all.
Yeah, I think
Yeah,
Black
I would say
Mamba's
it's about the
on
same
par
speed.
with that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Would you
Lucci
agree
still
with it?
wins,
Since you're
man.
disagreeing, Naya. Would you agree with that? Lucci's awakening
The
that?
win condition that you guys are giving me for Katakuri, which was war of attrition, outlasting, I don't agree with. I think that goes to Rob Lucci. I think Rob Lucci would outlast him in a fight.
But
I
we've
need a different.
seen
I need a different.
Katakuri
I need a
go
No,
for
no,
different
I
win
agree
advantage.
with
condition.
that. I think Katakuri will put him down before it gets to that point.
I,
Yeah.
with what though?
The spear.
He has a lot of moves.
What he took?
He got Mogra. He
Bro.
got Burning Mochi. He got the whatchamacallit. What's the name of the one that he used where he spun Luffy
Buzzcut.
around like a
Oh, a
ragdoll and fucking
buzzcut
yeah.
Mochi.
Yeah. He has a lot of moves that could put somebody down.
I also think
Yeah.
that Lucci has better arm in hockey.
Uh
I think
I haven't seen
Katakuri
anything from
uses
Lucci.
Kaku Mochi is him hardening the Mochi around him to give himself extra. But I think in terms of just raw hockey armor output, for him to clash with Zoro like that, I think his armament is better.
No, because he didn't win any of those clashes with Zoro.
You're
And
even.
when Katsukuri punched Luffy's fist, even though Luffy was hockeyed up, that shit swelled up like a balloon.
But I think that current Lucci could beat Whole Cake Lucci. Luffy. Actually, no, I don't. Do I agree with that? I don't even know if I agree with that actually. Actually, I don't think I do.
It'll be a stalemate.
I don't
It'll
know.
be a stalemate.
I don't know. I'm just thinking about how many times like Rob Lucci was like down for the count. I guess in at Egghead. I guess it was just twice really, but and just
It was
got
only
back
two
up.
times. Yeah,
He just got back up, and I'm just like that. This is insane to me. Like
zone tax.
Shit, man. Think about it. He fought a strong version of Luffy. Ignore what happened in the fight, though. But like, you know.
Yeah, and remember, he's got basically everything like elephant gun and all that stuff. He can do it better than Luffy.
I do agree with Pat saying that we underestimate Katakuri's overall vitality. I know it's not as high as you would expect for someone of his ilk, but it makes sense because he dodges everything and he's kind of like a pseudo Logia, special paramecia. And I think a lot of the Logias are not used to taking damage, so their threshold for pain isn't as high.
I mean,
but
yeah,
to fight for 11 hours, constantly using future sight, fighting against somebody who's like, you know what I mean? Like, credit where credit is due. But, like, I don't know. My biggest problem with Cat has always been, like, it looks like he doesn't have real KO power because Luffy just kept getting up no matter what. Granted, beating Luffy to death is the worst way to try to beat him. That's not going to work
yeah.
for most people. So, like, I'm not
And
like.
also, you are the one who said, and I understand why, and I agree with it. But you also are the one who said, well, we're not going to give him advanced conquerors if he shows until we see him back in the story, and he's probably got it. Same with how
Yeah,
Crocodile.
because I think that changes the fight. If he has advanced conquerors, the fight.
Yeah.
I'm not even having this talk.
Yeah, exactly. I think we can all agree that when he shows back up in the story, he's probably got it.
Yeah.
So I mean that changes the fight. But you're saying
But
like current, I get
what if? Listen here. What if Lucci has observation killing, man? Does that?
I think I've been told it's a conqueror's technique, not an observation.
Conquerors is
So
Conquerors
Lucci
thing.
can't.
And
do
he
it.
definitely wouldn't. He wouldn't have it, man. Like yeah.
yeah.
But yeah,
No,
that's.
but ultimately, what
I-
Pat said
I don't
about
see-
using him as the barometer, that I agree with. That's it's getting lame. Cut it out now. Like pick somebody else, please. Like Jesus Christ Almighty. Oh, monster truck right when I needed it. Oh, let's go.
I don't think at the end of the day, I just don't think that we're gonna see anybody who's a Conquerors hockey user in the upper echelon, like in the top 20, top 30 characters in strength. I don't think we're gonna be able to put very many, with very few exceptions, people above who don't have Conquerors hockey above those who do. Conquerors hockey is sort of it's the new Super Saiyan form at this point, and if you can't go Super Saiyan,
It's a
Yeah.
Conqueror's hockey bargain sale.
Man, trust. Listen. As long as my goat Wobie gets it, then we good. Everybody else can fuck off. I think I do want to say I think another reason why Katakuri is a thing is just because it was one of the most clear marked like differences of like, oh there's a gap or a thing where like, uh, we could agree like whole cake end of whole cake, uh, end of whole cake Luffy are basically in the same tier as Katakuri, right? Like right after end, they're on the same tier, around the same level. You have a kind of one shotting him. That's just a clear difference of a thing. So it kind of just be like if you can beat him, then it's a clear marker. Not the other thing is good or bad or whatever. But yeah,
and most people agree, and I still hold to this, that at the end of that fight, Katakuri was still stronger than Luffy.
Not
Like, because, I mean, the only reason, as Pat brought up, there was the war of attrition. Luffy had to keep running away, running out of hockey, etc., etc. And Katakuri was basically like, I'm just hunting a rabbit. I don't care if it takes me all day. I don't give a shit. I got nowhere
I
else to
actually
go."
think that by the end of the fight, Luffy and Katakuri on even ground. Because Katakuri himself even said he doesn't see Luffy as weaker than him anymore.
No, I mean, I would give it, if they were to do a rematch, I'd still say it's a 50-50 shot, or a slightly in Katakuri's favor, like 51-49. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. Because
Yeah,
obviously,
I could
his
agree with
hockey
that.
bloom.
I
We
don't.
know that for a fact. His hockey bloom.
I don't.
So
Luffy's not losing to anyone he's beaten. If he beats you, he's not losing to you again. Like it's over for you.
yeah, but
You're
he
getting
crippled,
smoked.
but Katakuri crippled himself in that fight so that Luffy had a chance to win.
That's
If he
crazy.
doesn't cripple himself,
He only did that because Luffy
That's
got hit
fair,
by
not
a
gonna
truck.
lose.
but Flambe intervened with the fight when he started getting interested in the fight, and because he got a free hit, he just matched it.
I suppose, but I don't know. I'm still I'm
Like
of the
I'm with you.
opinion that
It's a
at that moment-
pirate fight, so like that shouldn't really matter. But at end of the day, that was because he got a free hit. It
Yeah.
remember, you know like. He kind of pulled a Goku versus Piccolo, and he's like, "All right, yo,
I
Kami
was literally just
interfered.
about to say that. That's crazy.
You're gonna free hit it," and Piccolo said, "All right, man," and punched the fuck out of that nigga into the wall. So
Yeah.
That was so crazy of Goku to do.
Well, we know
I'm,
Goku's
I'm
dead.
not that on.
Genuinely insane.
I'm not that honorable. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. I'm just not. Like what
He was
it,
fucking wild
It
as
is
hell.
what it is.
Sensubin! Fuck off,
Actually,
Goku.
You know,
that's
some
actually
people,
one of my favorite parts about
you know
Luffy.
how
Like, he just doesn't care about that.
he understands. Him and Zoro get it. Like, bro, it's a pirate fight. Like, it's
Yeah.
my own ineptitude or weakness if I can't overcome all the bullshit that you guys are doing. It just is what it is, and I respect that.
As I said, that's why I still love Zoro. Zoro is just amazing because he's like, no, we are pirates. This is how the world works, Luffy. Shut the fuck up.
But I mean, I said most of what I really needed to say or wanted to say about it. Again, I still think it's a close fight. I do think getting around Future Sight is hard. I guess the question I would ask is: do you guys agree that Katakuri's a more evasive, defensive counterpuncher, and Lucci's pure aggression?
100%.
Like,
Yes.
like Lucci's a rush down. Like
What?
he's not getting out of Katakuri's face, no matter even if he's missing. He's just gonna stay there the whole time until he lands something. And you could argue. I'm not saying this is true. I don't believe it, but you can argue that his hits are deadlier because they're like assassin hits. Like he's always going for the kill.
You've also got to watch out for his tail.
That's true. And a Roku Ogun, I'm not letting y'all downplay that. That's if he gets internal damage is crazy. Anywho,
But what if
Robert.
they're equals? What if they're equals?
It's possible.
Are they equals? Yeah, fuck
Equal
with him.
piece.
But I mean, that's gonna be a category upscale. Because you're telling me that this nigga is 3 arcs removed and he's still on par with Lucci, whose bum ass just showed up again.
Fair
If you
enough.
call him a bum.
Fair enough.
Lucci trash, bro.
I do not like Robert,
I mean-
so I hate that I'm doing this.
Shit, man.
I like
Listen,
Katakuri a lot.
yeah.
I don't know. Okay, inconclusive, but yeah, I don't know. Again,
I mean,
I need a better.
Nah, the
I, need,
nigga
I
Lucci-
need I need a better win condition for Katakuri. That's all I need, and I'll run with it. I'll run with it to the bank. Yeah. Like Luffy, quote unquote, knocked him out. He got right back up, and then when Zoro beat him, he didn't go down. Then Jinbei threw the Fishman Karate at him. He blocked it, and he was on his knees. And that's when one of the girls asked him the question, but he was still conscious. You know what I mean? Like that Zoan Devil Fruit healing factor thing is stupid, bro. That shit is crazy. But then I'm thinking about it again. The Jailer Beast got up like 3 times in Impel Down, no?
Yeah.
Fuck me. Maybe that's why he's not trying to give everybody awakened zones. If Kaido has that, it's a wrap. You're not beating him if you can heal. Maybe that's why he didn't give it to him. Like giving this to Kaido is too much. You know?
he'd have to nerf everything else, man. He wouldn't have been.
Yeah. We can move on though. We can move on. I'm satisfied. Unless you have more to say about it.
No.
Okay.
Kobe beats both of them, but yeah, let's go.
Swag. Agreed. All right. I'm gonna start with just this part of the question. If you have something if your point incorporates the Black Blade part into it, feel free to speak about it. You're not like banned from it, but what does it really mean to be a swordsman in One Piece to you? What does that mean?
Oh boy.
Who wants to go first?
Uh, uh, Easy. I think this is an easy one. It's no different than a revolutionary is not a pirate, even if piratey things, because they say I'm a revolutionary. So if you call yourself a swordsman, you're a fucking swordsman. Just because you use a bladed weapon doesn't necessarily mean you're a swordsman. It's whatever the
Thank
person
you.
calls himself.
Thank
That's
you.
the long and short of it.
Okay, I'll leave it there for now, but I have some follow up questions. I want to hear what everyone has to say first, I guess. Then I'll add another stipulation.
So look, within series,
What?
right?
Sorry.
There are
Sorry.
people.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
Pat
I just,
immediately
I,
said
There's
one word.
no way this happened
What?
to me. Sorry, I just got flinged off a part of the map I didn't know you could fall off of. Go ahead. Sorry, I'm so sorry.
I,
We
I
literally
just
can't
accept it.
drive, man.
Yeah, I just accept it. I know he was going to interrupt me somewhere in there, but within multiple different series, right? You have swordsmen, you have people who use swords, and you have people who are swordsmen and they can fight without the sword. I'll give you an example for all three. So, a nigga who is proficient with a sword. Let's use something everybody's seen, Naruto. Sasuke can use a sword. He is not a swordsman. Killer Bee uses 8 swords. He is not a swordsman. Somebody who is a swordsman that can fight with or without swords. Yu Yu Hakusho. Hiei. Hiei is a swordsman because he has tremendous skill with it. And he has named attacks with a sword, both a corporeal sword and a physical sword. However, we've seen him get busy
Sasuke has
without
a
it.
Dory sword.
Good lord. Can I finish my point without getting interrupted?
I shot my ass up.
One Piece. Zoro is a swordsman because he refers to himself as such. Daz Bones is quite literally a sword man. Mihawk is a swordsman. Vista is a swordsman. People like Shanks, they may be skilled with swords, but they're not swordsmen. It is not their only means of fighting. It is not what they identify as. It is not what they're perceived as. Guys like Kizaru can make a sword of light. I'm not going to sit here and say that Kizaru is a swordsman because he can use a light sword. It just doesn't make sense. Aokiji can make ice swords. He is not a swordsman.
Mm-hmm.
There are people that in One Piece use swords with sword named attacks, treasure sword blades. They are swordsmen. Shanks is not one of those people.
Okay.
I rest my case.
Lizard.
I just have one question.
Oh, okay.
I just have one question.
Go ahead. I'll be right back. I'm gonna pee real quick, but I'm listening.
This isn't my full point. I just have one question. When you say that they have other ways to fight, how else is Shanks gonna fight? If
His
you're
hockey.
coming at Shanks, what else is he gonna do besides pull his sword out?
His hockey. The sword is just a tool. He's using the hockey to fight. We've seen that time and time again.
See, that's
Divine
just where I
Departure.
don't.
I mean,
Divine Departure is a conqueror's hockey attack.
yeah,
Used
but
through
it
a sword.
utilizes
Nobody
the
has used it
sword.
without a blade. Nobody has used it without a sword yet.
Same with Kagetsuchi
Oh.
Ace. That's a sword attack.
It's a tool.
Yeah, not
He would
saying he
still
couldn't use
use he would still use Divine Departure with that spear. It's just a tool.
But would you not also say, Pat? Like I agree with like your definition of people who use swords, people who are swordsmen, yada yada yada. I agree with all that. I'm just a little bit on the pushback part with if like just because like if Zoro can use 3,000 worlds with an axe or a stick, it doesn't it's still a sword attack even if it uses hockey. It's
Oh,
still a
but the thing
sword.
is, Zoro self-identifies as a swordsman.
Yeah, but we
numerous
don't know
times.
we don't know if Shanks identifies himself as a swordsman or not. Like I would argue Rayleigh's a swordsman. He's still the first mate, but he's a swordsman. You know, because he's not really someone who just uses a sword. That's his choice and method of attack is swords, just like Odin. Odin's a samurai. He uses swords, hence he's a swordsman. You know.
No, but Odin is a samurai. That's you just answered it. He's a samurai. Samurai are all
Actually,
swordsmen.
I have a different question for you, Pat. If if the whole notion of every swordsman in One Piece supposedly being weaker than Mihawk because he's the world's strongest swordsman, if that whole thing didn't exist, would you still not consider Shanks a swordsman? Like, is the issue not fully about Mihawk and Shanks's comparison to each other, but is that part of it?
No, because my definition for Mihawk being the world's strongest swordsman has always come down to his skill with the blade. So like obviously he's physically strong, but the way he uses his swordsmanship is unparalleled compared to everybody else. So like his
Okay.
style is more refined when it comes to using sword techniques.
Pat is starting to sell me a little bit here. Pat, if I understand you correctly, you're saying even if someone goes up against Mihawk, uses a sword, and beats Mihawk, it doesn't mean it's because let's just say they were like rocks, Domi reverse seed, and they just had stupid amounts of hockey that Mihawk couldn't overcome, and that was the reason that he lost. It wasn't because Buddy was better with a blade. It was because
exactly. It was because he's just stronger than him. That's it.
Okay, I'm all right.
Yes.
You're starting to sell me a little bit. Not gonna lie.
That's been my whole point all along. Like that's the thing with Mihawk fans. Y'all think just because somebody uses a sword and they're stronger, then no, they can't be stronger than Mihawk because he's a stronger swordsman. That's not the case.
Shit, man. If
we still don't know who won the duel, by the way. Only Whitebeard. So
no. I mean, I don't think Whitebeard. I think it's just inconclusive.
Well, we don't. That's my point. We don't know. Whitebeard even said if they had witnessed your duel like I did, you know. So Whitebeard.
I don't think he witnessed it. I think he knows about it. Like I don't think he actually witnessed it though.
No, that's what he said in the manga. He said, you know, these youngsters today, if they had seen you and Mihawk in a duel, you know, they'd be running scared. They wouldn't be coming out to see, sort of idea. I'll try to find the chapter panel, but I'm pretty sure that's what he said.
There are men who seek the legends and more. He just says your duel with Hawkeye is fresh in my memory. So he could not be there, and he could just learn about it through the grapevines. Because I don't think they're like in front of they're gonna pull up in front of a Whitebeard and box in front of him.
I don't think you're wrong, but I don't think anybody would use the term "fresh in my memory" for something that they weren't there to witness.
Yeah, that they didn't witness. It was fresh in my memory. 9/11 was fresh in my memory. I wasn't fucking in New York, you know.
So, man, we know you were where you were when that happened, though. If you're old enough, but yeah, I just can't see him boxing right in front of Whitebeard. Like I don't know why they would do that. But shout out Whitebeard, man, because if title piece is real, man, like y'all going for titles. If like y'all believing in title scaling and being like, oh, every swordsman is stronger than weaker than Mihawk, then hey man, everybody's weaker than old Whitebeard.
Yeah, title piece. They don't want me to get started because I'm gonna start calling Luffy the world's strongest creature.
Shit, man. All of them are weaker than old Whitebeard because none of them had the title. He had the title, so.
Okay, here's why I asked the question, right? I agree with Pat on a general macro scale. Like the Sasuke example made sense to me. And like when I think about like a swordsman, like Zoro to me is very dedicated to the sword. He takes care of it. He tries to make sure it's not nicked. He's training with it. He's got a lot of different sword-related techniques and skills on top of the fact that he's got a lot of physical strength, muscle, and yada yada whoop-de-whoop. The problem that I'm starting to have is I think with Roger, and maybe with someone like Xebec, I was more under the impression that they used their swords a lot, but it wasn't their primary way of fighting, right? So it threw me off a little bit. Like, he's always using his sword when he's fighting. Like he's in his fight of his life right now, and he hasn't punched really, he hasn't kicked. He's just used the sword, and What you said about like beating someone with like maybe like let's say I had a devil fruit ability, but I'm also a swordsman, but I won because I have an ice ability, right, or something like that. I get what you're saying. Like Mihawk lost just because I'm stronger than him overall, or my devil fruit ability supplemented the fact that I couldn't beat you in straight up swordsmanship. But what does that really mean for the rest of the world? What do I mean by that when I ask that? Is Roger a swordsman? Is Rox a swordsman? Is Shanks a swordsman? Or are you saying that those people are people who are very proficient with a sword, but they could fight in other ways? Because like Shanks has one arm. And the reason that I get so confused about this, because I'm like, these are all hockey masters who've had these weapons for how long, and it's not black yet, which is weird to me. I believe someone like Roger, I feel like Ace, by the end of his career, probably should have been a black blade. Unless that's just for armament hockey. Like, I have so many, there's so much things that, like, stipulations with One Piece specifically that makes it hard for me to truly discern and understand who is or isn't a swordsman. I think Odin's a swordsman. I think Zoro's a swordsman. I think Mihawk's a swordsman. But at this point, I don't think that Roger isn't. I don't think Shanks isn't. I don't think Rox, is there Rox already? Roger Rox and like Rayleigh was said to be a swordsman. But I'm like, what's the difference between Rayleigh and Roger? I don't see it. They both use a sword to fight. And I'm trying to find the separation with One Piece specifically, and I'm having a hard time. But your hockey point earlier though was, but like it stuck with me. Like I understood it. It stuck. It landed. It stuck the landing. Go ahead, Greenwood.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that I think we can use Big Mom as a perfect example how to make that difference. Because I agree with you.
But I feel like she doesn't pull out Napoleon that often.
That's what I mean. Just because she chooses to use a sword, we see her use her devil fruit and other abilities, just like Kaido with Boro Breath and stuff like that. If they have another means of fighting, we've seen them use their fists in combat, like they don't always use their sword and stuff like that every time they're in a fight, then I would argue they would not be considered a swordsman. I wouldn't consider Kaido a swordsman, King a swordsman, any of these people swordsmen and stuff. But I would consider Roger
King even made the
and
distinction
Rayleigh.
himself. King
What's
said it
that?
himself. Just because I use a sword doesn't mean I'm a swordsman.
That's
When
what
did
I mean.
King say that?
Yeah,
but King,
but I've also seen King like punch, kick, use fire. You know what I mean? Like,
King, not Shanks. Sorry.
Right. My thing is, until we see like Roger get in a confrontation with Garp or Whitebeard and not use his sword, or Rayleigh not use a sword or whatever, or Shanks not use a sword for every single confrontation. At that point, it's sort of like, well, that's sort of his shtick. Like they are swordsmen by that. That's the one pushback I have, is that they would be considered swordsmen because
That's
they
my
don't
main
fight
point.
in
Like
other
we've
ways.
never seen them use anything except the sword. So
Right.
like they have a different fighting style type of thing. Like what other style do they have?
Hey man, Roger was using the thing. Roger was using the Blicky against
Shiki.
Yeah.
I actually remember that panel.
But
I remember that panel.
my thing is right.
On canon.
Swords are a
Technically,
very useful tool for fighting.
For combat.
Anybody can pick one up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, anybody can pick up a sword. You don't have to be skilled in order to use one. You just swing that shit around. Now, when you want to talk about swordsmanship, you have to look at the way that they're attacking with the sword. All this nigga Roger has done is just two-handed slash. That's it. That's all he's fucking doing. He's not like fucking EI jutsu, Bato jutsu. He's not doing nothing like that. He's just using it like he would swing an axe. It's very clearly that it's just a tool to hit people with. He's using it as something to channel the hockey with.
But that's literally why.
So why doesn't he use his fist then? Luffy uses his fist to channel his hockey. Garp does too. Why doesn't Garp use
convenient. It's a style
like,
choice.
what's the benefit he's gaining from using a sword?
But with that argument, I could say that Zoro could go and fight someone with his fist, armor up hockey his fists, and go fight. The dude works out like crazy. We've seen he's probably one of the physically strongest dudes.
Zoro has multiple moves that are within the realm of swordsmanship. He has EI jutsu. He has Nitoryu 2-sword style. He uses EI jutsu with 2 swords. Like it's
Yeah,
different.
I know what you're saying, Pat, but you're also not agreeing that because they're hockey infused, you're saying that Kagutsuchi Ace and Divine Departure aren't swordsman moves, but we've only ever seen them used with a sword. So we're sort of arguing back that no, that's a sword technique. You can't do Divine Departure with your fist.
We don't know that.
Yeah, but as I asked you before, I said if Zoro picks up Scopper's axes and uses Onigiri with it, is it still a sword technique? Well, now it's an axe technique, my guy. You know what I'm saying?
Well, he did something similar when he fought
Killer.
Killer and Wano.
Yeah.
And I don't even think when he used it against Killer it had the same effectiveness. It was a substitute. He had to pick it up because he didn't have 3 swords. He used the 3 sword style technique with a substitute weapon. But we know that it's a 3 sword style technique.
Yeah, but I'm saying I have no evidence that anybody can do. I know we're sort of in a catch-22 because you're saying there's no evidence they can't. They can. Divine Departure, from what we understand, is a hockeyed up Conqueror's Hockey sword slash. So without the sword, can you still do it? I don't know, but I'm gonna say until shown otherwise, I'm gonna say
Look.
I'm gonna run with what Pat's saying.
Kaido,
I like what you said, Pat. I'm gonna run with what you were saying for now. But I just want you to know there's still a lot of loose ends in my head about it, though. But continue. Go ahead.
did Kaido and Big Mom not use Ikaku sovereignty? And Big Mom used a sword. Up until that point, Ikaku sovereignty was used with an axe.
That's fair.
Then we saw Big Mom use it with a sword. And Kaido did it with a club. It's a hockey attack.
That's fair.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
There are some moves that you know are hockey attacks. But then we have some moves that like they're cut so precisely with such precision where like, oh no, this is a swordsman technique.
But nothing the next I don't think for the rest of One Piece is going to not be a hockey infused technique from hockey characters.
That's why we laid the foundation with Zoro going forward. We know what moves that he uses are used within the realm of swordsmanship because he's done it before.
But I could make the argument, just playing devil's advocate, I can make the argument that move that's new since he trained with Mihawk post time skip is a hockey move, not necessarily a swordsman move. Just because he uses swords, but it's always using hockey with it, so they're all hockey moves. Like that's where the argument sort of has a tiny hole in it to me.
But every move that Zoro has used so far post time skip has been a derivative of all his old moves.
So would you be happy? Like, well, my question is, let's say we had a prequel, and let's say we had Roger and Garp and stuff when they first started out, and they didn't even know hockey, sort of like Luffy, right? If Roger used Divine Departure without hockey, is now it a swordsman move to you?
Yes.
And then he was hockey infused, and he just, because he got better, like Luffy, all of his attacks are hockey infused. All of Zoro's attacks are hockey infused. So
if that was the case, then I would admit that I'm wrong.
Okay, fair enough. I just wanted to see what the definition. All right, cool. As I said, I'm not saying that I'm right either, by the way. I'm just saying that like we're going in circles with we're not saying it can be, but we have no evidence that it can't be. So that's the sort of like we're between rock and a hard place.
No, his Okoku sovereignty point really landed with me because I'm like, Kaido did use a club to do that shit in conjunction with Big Mom. So
yeah,
who says that Whitebeard couldn't do that with his like glaive? I suppose, right? But like,
yeah, but the glaive is also considered one of the 12 supreme grade swords. Quote.
I'm happy you said that because if there's one thing that I feel comfortable saying is none of that shit matters anymore to me. I don't think the grade of your weapon fucking matters. I don't.
Yeah.
I have just one pushback.
I don't know if it does, but I just feel like if you have like a higher grade, I have no basis for this, by the way, but I feel like if you have a higher grade weapon, then maybe it can channel like your full hockey a little bit better. Like Zoro using an attack through Enma can probably be delivered a lot better and more safely than if he's trying to do it with like what was his first one?
Or no?
No, not Kisui.
Wado?
Shibari.
Yubarashi, whatever. The sharp one from the store. The good one from the store, but not a named one. that
Like
got
I feel like
rusted.
if Zoro tried to use one of his King of Hill attacks through that sword, like that sword could probably break from like the amount of hockey he's put through it. Like that's what
Right.
I think. Like the grade of your weapon matters.
Because
I
Mihawk
don't
did
know if that's
state
what it is. It just feels like that would. It
Yeah.
feels like it could follow that.
the black blades were stated to get once they turn into black blades, they become far more resilient and durable to the point that even a dinosaur stomping on it wouldn't bend or break, sort of idea. So I think that that's part of the reason, is that you sort of it's no different when you heat something up, you know what I mean? After so many uses, eventually you start to warp the metal. They're like, no matter how hot you make this thing, it ain't gonna bend, it ain't gonna break. And that's sort of the reasoning. Also, I have one caveat for this, because we've seen Luffy do this. We've never had an extended fight with a swordsman yet that this was a requirement, because it usually ends like Zoro versus King. But we know they're hockey infused blades. What happens when you run out of hockey and you can't make them into black blades anymore? Now that guy's got 2% of his hockey left. I ran out of my hockey. He can just shatter all my blades. I'm fucked because I can't coat my blades. But you can't shatter Yoru like that because it's already hockeyed 24/7. I'm wondering if Oda's going to bring that's the key
I
difference.
actually don't disagree with what you're saying there.
Yeah.
But that's such a specific scenario.
Yeah, well, the idea is, once again, resilience and stuff, so they're not constantly shattering each other's blades all the time.
What's up, Omar?
I just like the idea that, like, if I run out of hockey, we've seen Zoro. Zoro used all his hockey to do final attack against King. If King had gotten up or whatever, he wasn't going to be able to well, these ones he could, because once again, now they're no longer black blades because they're not coated, right? So
that's another thing. I feel like with black blades, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's gonna manifest itself in people who self-identify as swordsmen because that's their only means of combat. So they're constantly pouring their hockey into the sword to enhance their sword techniques. Whereas other people that use a sword as a tool are using their own hockey, and then they're having the sword just dispel their hockey out in a like condensed points, if you will. Am I making sense?
Yeah.
Like you put your hockey in the sword, or you use your own hockey and then you send it out with the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like that. I'm just curious if we ever like see Roger's sword Ace again or whatever. Will it come back blade or something? Because then that would.
We've seen his sword in later parts of his life. He didn't have a black blade.
Yeah, there's no reason to believe.
No, but we didn't see it at the very end though. At point, because they said Mihawk says it takes years of pouring your hockey. And here's the thing: we don't exactly know the method, but what Mihawk says is that you basically, like how Zoro meditates with his sword, sort of idea. You're supposed to constantly feed it like it's a pet. You're supposed to be constantly giving it your hockey. Like Roger, like let's say Pat's correct, Roger's not a swordsman, whatever, or Shank's not a swordsman. They aren't probably sitting on the ship going, all right, well, I could run into combat at any time. Let's give up 50% of my hockey for the day to fucking, Ace or Griffin or whatever. You know what I mean? If they're not doing that, it'll never turn into a black blade, because that's the process that we know from Mihawk. You pour your hockey daily or weekly or whatever. He doesn't actually specify a time, but you have to continuously put your hockey into it, just like how Enma forcibly takes hockey.
Yeah, but then why wasn't Enma a black blade?
Okay.
He didn't have enough time with it. Odin died pretty
he had
young.
like 20 years or so. He had a long time though.
Who?
But Odin didn't start the fight like really strong people until he left the island. Odin not having one makes sense to me. It's characters like Whitebeard and Roger that's giving me pause personally, because I'm like, even if what Pat is saying is true, like my understanding of this, like just like you have to just constantly hockey it up for long enough, and at some point it becomes one. It didn't say anything about dedication to the sword or anything of the sort. So for now, I'm not gonna factor that into my answer. The reason that it blows me is because how long was Roger a pirate? Like 30 years plus?
20 years.
Yeah, that's
same thing with Whitebeard, and that shit still ain't fucking black. That's weird to me.
But Mihawk, as I said, is that Mihawk said you have to choose to feed it. And if they chose not to feed it, then it was never going to turn into a black blade. Plus, Mihawk knows this technique. For all we know, that's very coveted information that wasn't set as coveted information. But we only actually have 2 black blades in the whole series, and so maybe this technique isn't like, what if Whitebeard didn't know? What if Rox didn't know? What if Roger? What if they didn't know? Oh shit! I'm supposed to be feeding my Tamagotchi every day. You know what I mean? The fucking thing's dead, and I didn't even know it. You know, like if they weren't aware that that's what they're supposed to do to make them black blades, then why would they feed it? Like, why would you willingly, like, it's like how he didn't know he had Conqueror's Hockey until Enma was like, bitch, I'm taking your Conqueror's Hockey. I have Conquerors. Yeah, and I'm fucking stealing it. You know, that's how he figured it out. So if you don't know to feed it, how's it going to ever, you know? So it's still weird to me that Enma, to agree with Pat on that point, it's, or was it Lizard? Didn't you say like Odin not having black blades? If Enma is constantly taking hockey, then how is it not a black blade?
I mean, yeah.
Can
I
I
mean,
just
because it
can I read chat real quick?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Omar said, yes, piece. I love it. Already talking about black blades. Now I just imagine Mihawk sleeping with Yoru every night like it's a spooky. Let me introduce another angle to the swordsman debate. Who trained Luffy in hockey? Okay, that's fair. Black blades will forever stump even the smartest motherfuckers. Black blades are weird because top tiers already showed that they don't care or need it. Mihawk can't sleep without Yoru next to him every night praying for them hockey amps. Here's a reason here's the reason why like it stumped me. Here's the example that I got, right? Which one of Zoro's swords is cursed? Is it Sandai Kitetsu?
Yeah,
Yes.
Nidai. Is
Yeah.
it Nidai?
Nidai. Is
Right
Nidai?
now,
No.
it's Nidai.
What are sorry,
He
where's Zoro?
doesn't have Nidai. Nidai's still in Wano.
Oh, okay, yeah, my bad.
So didn't he swap Nidai for Sandai?
No, he
No,
swapped
he still has Sandai.
Shushui for Yuba Shuri or whatever, the really sharp one from the store guy when he put his arm on in
No.
Longtown.
He left Shusui and Wano.
In
Right,
Wano.
right.
Wano
No, in Wano.
because it was Ruma's sword. So he took
Yes.
Enma.
But that was a
Yeah,
black
and
that was a
Ted was
that was a
right.
black blade, correct?
Shusui was. Yeah.
Yes.
Shusui? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it was.
Would you not argue that Zoro got a better power up having Enma?
Enma. Yes.
Is Enma the same quality as Shusui? Isn't Shusui like a level 1 blade?
Yes.
And it's
It's
black.
level-
Yes.
So like
Yeah.
that's giving me pause. Like, okay, granted, for whatever reason, Odin's blade has a special ability. And I guess some swords or some blades are cursed, whatever, and they have that. So I guess maybe Shisui was one of the ones that were just like a normal sword, perhaps. But it just throws me off because I'm like, I don't feel like Zoro necessarily got stronger when he got Shusui. It was more like, I have 3 swords again. Yes, they're all greater weapons, but it's 3 swords again. When he got Enma forced Haki out this man to the point where he ended up unlocking his conquerors. Understanding that this sword was almost testing him, like, yo, Odin was pouring this much Haki into you this whole time and was still fighting. Like, okay, like, I get it. Like, I'm not living up to the standard of Odin. Let me correct that and pack this fucking Lunarian, you know? And Nelly said this earlier in the chat, but it's like you can get to the pinnacle of power with a bladed weapon without it being black. So to me, the stipulation is just really like, why does it really matter? Like Yoru to me at this point is not more impressive than like Whitebeard's like level 1 glaive or like Shusui. Nothing about it is more impressive to me at this point in time.
They're actually the same tier though. So
Yeah.
that's funny, no?
Yeah. So like to me, the supreme grade grades don't really matter that much at this point, and maybe it changes. I would like it to change. And black blades don't do nothing for me personally. I don't know.
But you're sort of hitting. You're answering your own question there, though, guy,
Okay.
because you
Talk
just
to
said that the grades is what matters. The black state, and I agree with you. Like Oda may be. Black state is kind of only very situational and kind of irrelevant. The grade is what matters. Supreme grade swords, Yoru and Momokiri are both in the same class, even though Yoru's black and Whitebeard's glaive is not.
I hear what you're saying. They're still the tippy top, and I do remember Oda saying that was like the only weapon that was powerful enough to kind of handle Whitebeard's attacks, kind of thing.
Exactly. So supreme
Okay,
grade
I got
swords,
you.
and
I get
remember,
it.
black
I
blades are stated. If
I
you
understand
have
it
one
now.
grade of sword, it can be upgraded by evolving it into a blade by 1 grade. It's that good that they're like, okay, this blade can handle. And I think all that does is show, hey, like Pat, did you bring it up where blades like they'd be shattered or they can't handle all that hockey. So if you can prove, hey, I've put
No, that
enough
was me.
hockey into this to turn it black, that's why they say it goes up a grade, because obviously this thing was able to handle all that hockey. So it's worthy of being an upgrade, and that's how we that's how we got Supreme Grade Sword. But obviously it's not the case because some of the Supreme Grade Swords aren't black. So
See, I kind of look at it like I'm really not too sure, but I just kind of see it like a black blade just being a fully enhanced weapon. Like if you were to, let's say, like use a video game term for it, I guess. Like have any of y'all played Neo?
I'll play a little bit of Neo.
You
Just a
know how
little.
like Neo has like you know like Neo has the living weapons where like the more proficient you are with a weapon, the stronger that specific blade gets.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
Fire
assuming that
Emblem
that's
also
just
has
the
something
way that
similar.
yeah, I'm assuming that that's just the way that black blade works, where it's just it's gotten to the point where you've used it so much and you've meditated with it, I guess is lack of a better term, with it so much that it's just reached the peak of what it can be. So going off
yeah.
like what y'all was saying earlier, like if other people aren't spending that much time with it or maybe just not enhancing it as much as they should be, it just wouldn't reach that level.
But also, like, you could make the argument that your example, if Mihawk is fighting somebody, right, and he is fighting somebody who's using hockey, he doesn't need to use any. He can stay at 100% armament hockey tank, like his mana pool of hockey can stay at 100% because he doesn't need to coat Yoru anymore. It's sort of like the efficiency of hyperbolic time chamber training in Dragon Ball. They stayed in the Super Saiyan state, as Vegeta figured out later. He was like, Goku did that so he can maximize, so he's not wasting all that energy and ki to transform. He's going to be at 100% when he fights Cell, already in Super Saiyan form. So a Black Blade is doing the same thing. A Black Blade's like, if I don't have to coat you, I don't need to anymore, and I can fight hockey people because Yoru's not going to break. Yoru's already hockeyed up constantly, a 24/7 release, but I'm not expending my stamina, my energy, and my hockey pool to keep it that way.
You think
So
that's really?
like
You think that's really like why? So let's say I'm a Conqueror's hockey user with a sword and stuff, and you're not using any hockey, but I'm infusing armament and Conquerors into my sword, and you're not. That doesn't seem like a good idea.
No, I'm not saying like top tier fights or whatever. You would have to do it. You'd have to the amount of energy. I'm saying if you're fighting, like if Mihawk's fighting hockey guys, but they're like Doflamingo and Katakuri level and stuff like that, he might not need to hockey up to clash with them.
He does not need that.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, and not to defeat.
I actually have
I'm not saying I'm wrong.
I actually have a thought process that you need to use Conqueror's hockey in order to get a black blade anyway. Like I'm not really sure because I don't think as far as I remember, One Piece doesn't really have a whole sacrifice this to gain this type of power system. But in my opinion, I would think that like if you could maybe drain like let's say Mihawk had Conqueror's hockey, like he had Conqueror's hockey, but you have to drain all your Conqueror's hockey into your blade to make a black blade, so you don't exude Conqueror's hockey anymore because it's all in your blade.
But we know that hockey replenishes, though. We know that. Like Luffy ran out. 10 minutes later, it's a monopool like a mage in a video game.
Yeah, that's why I'm not fully confident in the idea because like I said, One Piece doesn't have a sacrifice this to gain this type of power system.
I'm sorry.
It's either you
I just heard what Sage said. So if Revo makes Whitebeard's blade a black blade, does it become a super duper supreme blade?
Super duper.
Yeah, why did Buggy not get cut? Buggy's done for control greater than Mihawk's hockey and Yoru. Damn it, Naya, and your point about Roger and Whitebeard neared has ruined Black Blades for me. That's all I'm saying. I'm not trying to even dismiss Black Blades. It's just very, like those niggas have been infusing hockey into their swords as pirates. Whitebeard was 72 when he died. You could make an argument in his later life with his crew. Maybe he didn't fight as often. He didn't fight as often, and people weren't as strong as him. Fair. They'd probably give him a point where he was so much stronger than people that he didn't always have to do that. I get that. And maybe he got sick and he stopped using hockey at some point. Maybe that's the cop out for Whitebeard, but not for Roger. Because even when Roger was diseased, he still hockeyed up and clashed with Whitebeard. I just feel like those two people not having it just is kind of weird to me. It's weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
And I don't
Can I
think
say my-
Shusui made Zoro stronger. I think Enma did, and Enma is not a
No.
grade 1 thingy. I don't know.
I agree.
Uh,
I think
can-
I think black blades are just situational, and I say, as I said before, the grades is what matters. Whitebeard
Yeah,
had a supreme grade sword, and that does matter. You know.
Mhm.
But the
can I
Blackbeard-
say my point as
Yeah,
well now?
go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah.
I'm sorry, brother.
No problem.
Amazing. brother.
First, first of all, there's a lot of things. First of all, I don't think I don't think that hockey is just hockey. It's just amount of hockey. Because first of all, if Roger and them didn't have it, Rocks, I'm sorry, Mihawk does not have better hockey than them. Like nothing you can say you can convince me of that. And I don't know.
At
if
least
it's
not right
just
now.
ever, man. If hockey is literally willpower, and you're gonna say that he has better willpower than either of them, but hey, man, maybe it is. But also, I'm not sure if it's the amount of
No, we
time
just know
because
you.
yeah, I don't. Yeah. Also, I don't know if it's the amount of time because I'm pretty sure he had Yoru back during Roger's execution when he was 19, and like he couldn't have been using that blade for as long, nowhere as long as Roger, right?
Yoru might have already been a black blade when Mihawk got it.
Oh, he stole. Hey, man, he stole the feat. Okay, that's better for
No,
me.
all I'm
But
saying is
I-
we're backpedaling to what Mihawk has already stated in the story. He just told
We need
Zoro,
Joy Boy level of hockey to see Whitebeard super duper black blaze. That's funny. Go ahead.
all you do
yeah.
is feed armor and hockey
Yeah,
into
yeah,
it
yeah.
continuously.
But
And if you don't do
but
that, it's
yeah,
never
okay,
gonna go black.
yeah. Sorry. Let me get my
Yeah.
point across first. Then you can.
Oh, sorry, my guy.
Yeah, sorry. No, it's fine. But, yeah. So I think it's gonna be three conversions. I think it's gonna be hockey. I'm not saying it's just. I'm not saying just because they said it's not just hockey. I do think hockey will play an important part. Like you need hockey. Maybe it's even something about like the hockey mask thing, right? Like putting your hockey mask into a thing where like also you have like Joy Boy putting his where he did the technique where he put all his hockey into his knot. Maybe something similar to that, or like you have to do something like that. I think it's that. I think it's you have to. I think it's one thing where you have to become one with your sword. Like it's been months of times that swords. There's like we talk about Enma, but like I think the Law novel where Law's sword had a soul, right? That Law had to overcome. I think that's gonna be a thing where you have to like. I don't want to say tame. You have to really just become one with your sword. And then third, I think it's something. This is where I feel like Pat might agree with this. It's because something like it's swordsmanship where you have to reach a certain level of enlightenment with the sword itself, not with that specific sword, but just with the path of swordsmanship. Like if you're not enlightened with that sword, you can't have a black blade. That explains why people like Roger or Rocks don't have it because, well, they like. Because Roger obviously has hockey, and he called Ace like that was his beloved sword. So he had two of the three things, but he just didn't have an enlightenment with the sword, with the path of the swordsmanship. And so it might even make Mihawk even scarier because if he forges the black blade, it could be that he gained enlightenment at such a young age in the path of swordsmanship. So that's my thing. As for the importance of it, yeah, like. It's just something that's just not important because so many people have it and so many people don't have it. Two people have it. Shisui's sword doesn't the sword that didn't matter at all. Also it just and like shit, man. I know it'd be like how do I put this? Sure, Yoru is a stronger sword, like he's the strongest sword in the world. But Roger's sword is in the same tier. Like why would he care? It's in the exact same tier as him. Like it's gonna be big thing, and then so I think you have to. My thing is just to summarize it, it's hockey plus becoming one with your sword, and like taming or like gaining the respect or taming the soul of the sword, and learning the intent of sword, like you getting enlightened to a sword on the path of swordsmanship to a level where you can awaken it, and you can put all three together, and that's how you get a black blade. But I also think that if that's the case, that Zoro gonna only have one black blade in Wado Ichimonji.
The oldest
Because
one.
that's
The first one that he had, or
the first one, the most important one.
The first one.
so did Mihawk break his other swords and leave that one alone, or did it not break because it's a supreme blade? It's a supreme blade. Stop.
No, I mean
Let me stop.
it's a second grade, isn't it? Water Ichimonji.
Water
Yeah.
Ichimoni is
I
a
I
great,
keep saying
great
supreme blade. There's like it's like what is it like great blade, supreme,
Sai,
whatever.
Ori,
What's
Waji.
the general term for all of them? Just name blades, name swords.
Mado.
Mado. Thank you. I try to use the
Mado.
general term. My fault. Go ahead, Pat.
Yeah.
I think you were saying something. I don't remember. I don't know if I misheard that.
I think Wizard was looking up the category that Water Ichimonji falls on.
It's under Great Blade. It's one below, if I remember.
It's
correctly. One
Supreme.
below Supreme.
It's great, and then it's skillful. Yeah, he's a great blade. Oh,
Yeah,
Wazi, Mono, Niji, Juki.
Yeah, that's why it didn't shout it because it's already. So if he turns it into a Black Blade, it'll become the 13th Supreme Grade sword. Because they said if you turn a sword into a Black Blade, it automatically goes up one rank.
If so, Yoru
like-
was a lower rank.
So you
then.
can't even jump from 3 to 1. You only go from 3 to 2.
Yep.
It's probably the
Man,
classic
you're a
Eastern
stunk.
swordsmanship thing about being one with the blade and body and soul. They told me Yoru was the one fighting Vista and not Mihawk, so I'm gonna need the big brace to tell me how that works. I've never heard that before in my life. I
Oh
actually
yeah,
never-
man.
Yoru fought Buggy too, so that's why he lives. Liz, I want to lead towards the swordsmanship theory too, but it's easily one of the most underdeveloped concepts in the story. Hold up, I'm hearing Griffin was fighting for Shanks. Let me see. What else? Nelly, you ain't no Mihawk, and Yoru just have two personalities. Because I'm being so serious over here. Nelly, you're saying Mihawk greater than Yoru, so then Shanks, who didn't beat in their fights, is also greater than Yoru. Bet. You guys are just having a silly laugh. Go ahead,
Visitor
Alan.
and Greed, I have a question for y'all actually. Pat and I already asked y'all this, but I just want to get some other opinions on it. This doesn't really have anything to do with like their strength or anything like that. But do y'all think that Roger taught Shanks how to fight with a sword with two hands? Like he taught him a two-handed style before Shanks had to relearn his style to go with his one hand after he lost his arm.
Probably.
I don't even know what the Rogers just taught him. I think he just picked it up.
Yeah, I think he learned by watching.
And also Rayleigh's always fought with one hand too. So I mean, Rayleigh was in charge of the apprentices, from what we can gather from the small flashbacks we've seen. So he was probably watching Rayleigh as well and said, "Yeah." And in the flashbacks with Whitebeard, we saw Shanks was constantly drawing his blade with one hand, not holding it with two. So he probably was more closer to one-handed swordsmanship, from what we know. But
Okay, I hear you.
yeah. Good question though, because who actually trained them in hockey? Was Roger like, I don't got time for it, I'm getting drunk. Really? You're Captain, fine. All right, come here, guys. We're gonna teach you about observation today.
I think
You know,
it's
like,
just a thing
who
where
was
you just
in
pick it
charge of
up.
teaching these kids?
It's like you're getting a job and like they don't teach you. You just gotta learn on the job, man. Like you just gotta you put in the deep end.
Yeah,
I
if
think
Rayleigh-
Shanks probably learned
I only
hockey
say
pretty
this because
quickly.
Rayleigh trained Luffy. You know, like Luffy, you clearly cannot do the New World without hockey. How you got this far is beyond me. Let's sit down and fucking teach you hockey. Obviously, Rayleigh knew where to start, so I just have a feeling that maybe he was
But,
training.
hey, man,
You know, I don't know.
Golden Sun Shanks don't need any teacher. He learns himself, man.
But I actually do think that Shanks probably picked up hockey really quickly, probably almost
Oh.
as quickly as Luffy, or maybe even faster.
Oh, definitely.
He's a child of
that.
destiny for a reason.
He had hockey out the ass before Luffy was like from the age difference, yeah. Because you got to remember, Luffy, Shanks was a baby. Like Shanks has been on the crew since he was a baby. That dude was raised on a pirate ship. Luffy was on a sweet little island with some bandits for fucking like the first 17 years. Like
Shout
he
to
was
the
training in devil fruit, but no, oh no, I love her and everything. I'm saying from a perspective, Shanks was raised going toe to toe with the strongest on the seas in the world since he was a child. Luffy was in the weakest sea on one of the weakest islands, just training up his rubber fruit, you know, to the level of the East Blue Luffy. Shanks at the same age was probably leaps and bounds ahead of where Luffy was at the beginning of East Blue. Is what I'm saying.
That actually also believes the question. Like, do you think that are there late bloomers when it comes to hockey?
Zoro.
Yes.
Zoro,
Not
yeah.
Zoro's not.
Well,
I
We
wouldn't
know that
say
you
Zoro.
have to be born
with
Conqueror.
Conqueror. Sorry, I meant to specify that.
I mean,
'Cause,
Zoro's
like,
still in the 21
also-
though. That's pretty young.
Yeah, I would also have to ask, like, does it matter where you came from to determine if you're a late bloomer? Like, because people in the new world seem like they already have a grip on hockey more than people outside of the new world.
Yes.
Rayleigh
So, like,
Yeah,
if you're-
Yeah, 'cause
the new world is a different beast.
it's-
Like them
it's-
niggas,
yeah.
you walk up on the wrong person, you gonna get flat.
Yeah,
I don't
Rayleigh
know. I
explained
think
that. That's
Smoker
how.
would be a late bloomer. I think Admirals like they're probably gonna show all advanced something and I think a lot of the older like things like Smoker the biggest example I can think of.
Yep.
Yeah,
And I mean-
Smoker's a late bloomer.
Yeah, and you got to remember, as I said, Rayleigh already explained that. He said, "Look, we can train here for 2 years." He said, "But at the end of the day, now that you've reached this level of the basics of this and you're a little advanced at that, at the end of the day, you need to put yourself in like new world level situations. That's the only way your hockey's going to not go a linear; it's going to go exponential growth when you start fighting other hockey users. That's the only way it's going to bloom. So, in a sense, that's why the people in the new world are all hockeyed up and shit like that because they are in that scenario. In the East Blue, hockey's basically non-existent because nobody there has enough to make hockey bloom in the first place. So to answer your question, it does matter where you're born. It doesn't really matter where or how you're born. It matters where you're raised and how your situations go. You know,
I would
like
also
if Luffy
argue
had been
that
on Rogers' crew, he'd be hockeyed up like crazy.
yeah.
You know.
Okay, I'm gonna read these comments real quick and then say what I gotta say. Golden Sunshine can make a Black Blade, but he chooses not to. Gotta hope Black Blade is some irrelevant BS for the 3 real swordsmen in this series, so I never have to talk about it again. Chief said, great question. Let me add to it. Do you think Shanks has traditional sword forms like Zoro does? Because I don't think he does. I think I agree. I think that's the one thing
I agree.
when Pat said what he said, it stuck with me. Like I'm like, okay, that makes sense. Like I get what he's saying. So
Yep.
I don't think so. Yeah, but 20-year Luffy gonna be top 1 in the verse all time. Garp should have put motherfuckers on game. I think where you come from in the world will dictate how quickly you learn hockey. Because I genuinely think if you get a Logia in like West Blue, South Blue, East Blue, North Blue, and even through most of the Grand Line, you're gonna be fine. You're gonna be able to get away with a lot of stuff. But when you reach the New World, you're not gonna be able to. Look at Caribou. I don't think Caribou's strong. I think Caribou just got through the Grand Line and whatnot because he had a Logia. And most people with hockey there don't know how to do. If you don't have hockey, you don't know how to deal with it. And before we had hockey, you had to find a like elemental counter to, like water or liquid for crocodile, rubber for Eneru and stuff like that. So like it seemed like you needed like some type of counter for it. But yeah, just, I'm like with the Black Blaze thing. Like I said, what I had to say for the most part. Again, when it comes to swordsmanship and One Piece and stuff, I just think that Oda has dropped the ball on some aspects. But I think ultimately I can probably agree that Roger and Shanks use a sword a lot. They infuse hockey attacks into it and use powerful slashes and whatnot. But it's not to the same degree as Zoro, where it's like Zoro has so many. Zoro can fight with 1 sword, 2 sword, 3 swords. Actually, he even has techniques that are swordsman like with no blades in his hand, with the no sword style, or 0 sword style, whatever it was called. And he was using swordsmanship and techniques and skill, obviously with his physical strength, all the way up until he started to learn hockey and started to add hockey attacks into it. So I don't know. I just think that Oda has to kind of lock in and concretely let us know what a lot of this stuff is and where people and characters stand. Because to me, it's weird to mention that Shanks has lesser skill with the sword than Mihawk if people didn't consider Shanks a swordman. But that could be a perception versus reality thing. Where Shanks is just like, oh no, Griffin is sick. Like I just use this to like slash niggas, but like I don't really dedicate myself to the. I don't know, dog. I don't know.
What if he just got it because his pops Roger had it? He's like, damn, my dad has it. I'm gonna have it too.
So he a dick rider?
Roger or Carly?
I mean, Roger, he thinks Rogers is real dad. Let's be honest here.
No, I said that because don't Shamrock and Garling and Shanks all have like sabers specifically with a certain type of grip? I swear, I swear, I swear, I didn't hallucinate that.
Not butterfly here.
Okay.
What are
yeah,
we
they
gonna
do.
Hey man, what are we gonna do when Tashigi gets a black blade, man? 'Cause-
We're gonna write off Black Blades.
I'm with Omar, bro. The only other black loser we're gonna see is Zoro. Zoro,
It's not-
Mihawk, and
like-
fucking Ryuma.
Shit, man. That's the thing. Where like, it's also unique. The thing it's kind of funny because he in order trying to make this a unique thing for these three people, he ends up making it something that is like nobody takes it seriously. Because like Roger doesn't have it, Shanks doesn't have it, Rox didn't have it, Shiki didn't have it. Like nobody has it. He doesn't want to explain it. Like, what are we doing here, man? Like,
I think he just literally forgot, and then he was like, ah, shit. I really think that's what happened. He established the Black Blade thing as like top tiers use them, and then he sort of, he was like, oh yeah, so because Black Blades haven't been brought up since the time skip.
Dressrosa. That was the last time.
Yeah.
When did they talk about it in Dressrosa?
That's when it came
That's
up.
That's when Mihawk told him that any sword can be one.
Oh yeah,
And
well,
that's when he has the flashback
and
to
that
it.
if your weapon gets a nick or even a small scratch, you should be ashamed of it and told him he can't drink until he masters it.
wait, hold on.
While
see-
sipping wine.
Wait, no, wait, hold on. He said that, right? And we see Zoro drinking alcohol post time skip. Did he master how to make a black blade already?
I think
No,
I
he
think I think
mastered
I
how
think
to,
I think I
put
think
his
that was
sword
for
in
armor. For armor, I think it was for armor.
Listen,
More
man,
than
you guys gotta stop letting facts get in the way of shit, man. Like,
what?
Agenda piece?
You said I don't want to hear these facts. Don't kill me, dog. Is there any?
What's that video of Jay? He's like, this isn't about the narrative. This isn't about story. So I don't care what I read.
I saw somebody kind of cook Jay on Twitter, and I'm like, damn, I agree with what they said. I'm sorry, Jay. I think he had said that Kaido coming up with the brutality crew thing didn't make any sense, and then somebody brought like 4 or 5 examples of why Kaido would think that way, and him talking about strength is everything, and I was like, dang, I'm sorry, brother.
Yeah, he got his ass back.
Yeah, he got him.
I just wanted the reference when we were talking way earlier. I just wanted the reference to the reason he thinks that and betrayal and stuff is because he literally was like sort of looking for the approval from Rox and Whitebeard, and then all of a sudden, in 2 seconds, his whole life is turned upside down, and he's like, oh well, what can you do? And it's like, okay.
He's got One-chan. Lean it in. Let me stop.
Yeah, One-chan.
Griever and or Alan, do you guys have anything that's near and dear to your hearts? Because we all spoke about our individual topics already. Is there anything you want to touch on? Anything specific? It doesn't have to be chapter specific.
I
I know I'm kind of putting you on the spot, but I'm just saying.
I have a topic.
I'm sorry.
I have a topic, but I don't really know if it's like it doesn't have anything to do with our discussions or anything like that. It was something that was said earlier, and it just made me wonder something.
Go ahead.
If you were to take current Luffy and just send him back to the beginning of One Piece, how many people could he one shot?
Jesus.
Everyone?
serious?
Yeah. Who does
At what point would he actually have to start trying again?
Kaido.
Trying? Katakuri.
Big Mom.
No. I mean, current. No, he'd one shot current.
I don't think he would one-shot him, but it
But
would
that-
take a little bit of effort.
Yeah,
A little bit.
He
Yeah,
has
that's the thing
to
with-
for Katakuri. He has to grip the controller ever so slightly. You know what I mean? Like he can't just kind of lay back.
If he
Well,
had
that
that
don't
little
mean-
sit-up meme,
The
the meme where you sit up straight.
Hey man, the only reason I see is that Kaido did the same thing to Luffy, who's on the same level.
Yeah.
So if Luffy's
Oh,
on
that's a great point.
Yeah.
All right, Kaido. I'm with him. Kaido.
I'm saying Whole Cake Island.
Well,
is very
technically,
accurate.
he does fight the admirals on Marineford. So the admirals.
Yeah, Marineford, but he fucking succeeds like crazy.
What if his dad? Hey man, he was boxing with his grandpa in post NES lobby. So
Yeah.
I think
No, Garp still
That was
knocks him
more
out
a
with the
meathead
fist
question,
of
but it
love.
was like I just
Remember?
started thinking about that.
Wait, he's got a devil fruit. How did that hurt? The fist of love, motherfuckers.
real concept though.
you know,
people
Oda
think
almost
that
actually
was-
had
that
me
was
one
kinda- that
time
was
when it
kinda
came to
off
other
topic, it was
swordsmen. He
just-
introduced Big Mom's daughter, who had a Mato, did nothing with her. Yeah, he just be. I don't know. Sorry, go ahead. My fault.
Oh no, I was just saying that was kind of off topic. It was just in my head for a little bit.
And as far as I go, I don't have. I think we had a lot of really good discussions, and I can't really think of anything else. You know, the topics were pretty good that everybody came up with. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
The only other
Looking
matchup
forward
I
to
had
more
in
One
mind
Piece,
that I
that's all
saw a
I'm
lot
saying.
recently was Kid versus Katakuri, but I actually do think Kid wins that.
Oh, Kid wins. For sure.
Yeah, I don't think.
I think Kid, until we see Katakuri back in the story, see Kid had this is the same problem with the Rob Lucci thing. If we didn't have Egghead Island, nobody would even entertain that idea, you know. So, like, we need to bring Katakuri back into the story and then judge him. You know what I mean? Like having the.
But the thing with Kid is though, he took multiple punches from Big Mom and he was getting back up.
Very true. Very true.
He is insane. Damn it! Like, even Shanks Loki
He's also
respected
got a
him.
kill. He's also got a kill condition too, because that one attack that Shank stopped, that shit is putting
A
people
damn
down.
punk, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
That's putting you down.
Damn.
I'm
the
not saying
Pumpkin.
that Katakuri wins. I'm saying that we can't.
Well, I'm talking about the last time we saw him, which was when he got outmaneuvered by the by the Germa in the cover story. I ain't letting that one go. I was disappointed in him.
Yeah.
So don't let these niggas escape. They trash. Even though I fuck with Niji, my boy. I think I just honestly, I think I just like Blue. But
Shout out.
Niji's hilarious. I'm sorry, he's funny. He's funny to me. He's a bad person, but he's funny.
We need to see. Here's my thing. We need to see Crocodile and Mihawk. Well, I want to see the Cross Guild on the move.
Did someone say Crocodile?
Yes.
I'm a little hard.
That's what I need. I need the
Crocodile.
Cross Guild to be on the move.
That's a name that gets me stiff. Let me stop.
Shout out the kids call
Not
Connor
YouTube,
Hockey.
man.
Yo, when he couldn't put down that guy in Wano with his conquerors, that shit killed me. There's no reason to do that.
Yeah,
man.
why did the anime even do that if he wasn't gonna go unconscious? That was disrespectful as hell.
Yeah.
It's like how Sanji fans keep saying that Toei Peace keeps fucking with Sanji's moments, and I'm like, I haven't seen them all until I saw them all. I'm like, oh yeah, y'all fix up.
Yeah, it's pretty bad how they're doing my boy. I don't know why they're doing him like that, but
Listen,
It's a
I'm
bunch of
always
Zoro
gonna
fans
like-
in the animation studio.
I'm not
Yo,
gonna lie.
Toei Zoro might be top 1 in the verse. I'm not even joking.
I am always gonna be more of a Zoro fan than a Sanji fan, but even I think like it's gotten so blatant, and it's like, oh come on, guys, come on. Sanji still had some cool, like, put some effort in. Jesus, that was a cool moment. That was a Sanji moment.
I'm
Yeah,
hoping
it
it's just an egghead thing because in Wano, Sanji was getting a lot of cool moments.
Yeah.
It just comes off as bad faith.
But you know what was hilarious? Toei was the one to release that image of Sanji part of Roof Piece. And it was like, he wasn't fucking there. So it's like they glazed him image and then don't do anything. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's
Hey, but
weird.
I will say, Toei has never disrespected Sanji as much as they did Kid with that fucking junior high Conquerors hockey.
We just brought that up.
Yo,
It's
Pete-
hilarious.
Yeah. Yeah, yo, Pete, the VC chat, I posted it there. Commoner hockey, man.
It's crazy. I'll look at
I'm
the
just
second.
gonna say the new benchmark is just to make Pat happy. We're gonna say that benchmark is no longer gonna be cut. You guys just wait for my boy Ben Beckman.
I
He's
feel
gonna
like
be
the
the
new
new
benchmark
benchmark
has
ahead.
become Kaido.
I think so too, because that's who Luffy compares everybody to,
Dang.
or at least that's who he compared the
The Seraphims.
But
Yeah,
for
the
weaker,
Seraphim.
but for more like weaker characters, they still haven't got enough Katakuri. But for like the upper echelon, it's like can they be
For
Kaido?
true top tiers.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go ahead. I was gonna read after this. I'm gonna read the chat and wrap it up.
Oh, sorry.
That's
Yeah, I
interesting.
mean,
Because do you think Kaido's stronger than Big Mom?
Yes.
I think they're equals.
No. I think.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
think they're on
I
the
think
same level. So why would
Because
Big Mom
3D
be
Clash, that's
stronger?
Oda doing a 3D Clash is just him saying they're equals.
Yeah, I think they're
Yeah, they
very much
split the
equal.
sky.
very much equal. I think close in strength. Yes. I don't think they're equal anymore. I think Kaido surpassed her in time. Over time.
You think you surpassed her? Because look, the way I look at it, don't be getting hurt.
Well,
And
neither
it's
does
like
he
the way
really.
they talk about her, like no, but it's the way they talk about Big Mom. It's
Iron
like she's
balloon.
an iron balloon. I'm like, bro, that's so hard to me. And I feel like on a feats display scale, she has more on her resume than Kaido does.
Can I be honest? I'm not trying to call Kaido a genius, but he's smarter than Big Mom. I think just off that alone, he's gonna beat her. I think Big Mom's a fucking
for
dumbass.
sure.
Smarter in what way?
Big Mom lets her guard down
Overall.
like 55 times per fight. What the fuck is wrong with her?
Yeah.
Yeah, Big
Yeah.
Mom is more wise than Kaido, but she's not smarter at all.
Oh, well,
I'm
to
not
be
even
fair,
giving her the wisdom
Kaido
point.
dodged. There was still Kaido dodge. I'm just saying. Big Mom was
Yeah.
like, "Oh shit, Kaido, that's gonna fucking hurt you."
It wouldn't have killed him.
No,
Yo,
but by the looks of it, it would have fucking done something.
I mean, we saw what a Conqueror's Infusion Slash does. He left a scar on him. He scarred him.
Yeah.
yeah. I actually have a couple of
Oh,
points.
wait, you
like,
told me to
couple
go into the chat to see what you posted there, right?
Well, I posted that, but I want to post a couple of things from the chapter that I found like I noticed or things that I found interesting. The first one is this, where it's if you remember this quote from this is right after where Shanks to Luffy, and then compare that to what Roger did this chapter. I think that thing where he said like he wanted Roger to run away or cry, and juxtaposing that with like what happened this chapter, it's kind of like, yeah, I just found that interesting. But I mean, I'll post a tweet because I think the tweet did a better job of explaining it than I did. But where is the tweet?
But yeah, I got like if I had to bet against Big Mom versus Kaido, I'm going to take Kaido, and Kaido has the means to hurt Big Mom with Conqueror's Hockey Infusion and stuff like that. So
I'll post a tweet in the VC chat.
So you don't think Big Mom can do the same?
I don't disrespect Big Mom's fighting ability though. I don't think Big Mom's weak by any capacity. I do think the community underhypes her. I know I make the joke Boa Hancock's the strongest woman alive a lot. I don't actually believe that though. Assuming Big Mom's not
But
dead.
you don't think Big Mom can also use Conqueror's Hockey, Cody?
We know she can. We saw it against fucking Ulti or Page One, whoever it was that she hit in Wano, then didn't use it against Law and Kid, which was weird. Big Mom
I
just
think she was trying to, but she wasn't getting good hits in.
Big Mom just like her brain. Where is it? Like I could always give Luffy and Goku combat genius, even though they're fucking brainless. You know, like I could always give them that. I can't get after Big Mom.
Yeah.
Big Mom said, "Oh, okay, they're dead." Kaido didn't let out his battle cry. Let me let my guard down completely with a bunch of pirates around me because I killed the entire crew. You don't know if someone has some sick devil ability that could have done something to you. Keep your guard up. It's actually part of the reason Super pisses me off because they try to act like Goku doesn't fucking know this. When him and Vegeta are talking about, I'm like, bro, Goku, let your guard all the time. Like, nigga, this guy literally on Namek was like, I keep hitting you stupid niggas because you keep letting your guard down. Why do y'all keep doing that? He punched Jace and packed Raccoon for that very reason. Cut it out.
Oh no, what was most egregious was the meditation thing when literally we saw Goku meditating in the other one.
All the fucking time.
Yes,
Yeah.
he literally meditates. And he's like, I don't know what meditation is. Yes,
Quick
you do.
side
You've been doing
note.
it 20 years.
Quick side note: I was watching like Goku's fighting exhibitions the other day, and like when they got to the Ginyu Force, bro, the way he kicked the shit out of Berter and his armor broke on impact,
Yeah.
like did not like register like when I was younger watching it, but like looking back on, he kicked the
I'm not
shit out
gonna
of him.
lie to you. I reread the manga pretty recently.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just one point on your Big Mom thing. I forget who brought it up,
Uh,
but I think Big Mom, the part of the reason that she's weaker than Kaido now or whatever is that she's past her prime, and like just recently reminds me of Gecko Moria. She sort of got complacent and hasn't been on the front lines in a long time. So her battle IQ and stuff like that has gone down, has suffered as a result. She got like lazy. She's like, I got 80 kids to do everything for me that I want, and I get tributes and food and bullshit. I don't need to fucking do this unless somebody comes into my home and starts fucking shit like the Straw Hats did. But she wasn't lazy like Gecko Moria, but got complacent like Gecko. You know?
I wanna give you that, but the God Valley flashback did not help her case. Cause she over here like,
No.
Rock, did you get bigger? Like, bitch, like, you was taller than him. Now he's taller than you. What the fuck you think?
That was funny.
and
I think
that's
they
my
sorta, I
biggest
think that's
knock
the
against
one,
her.
my big problem is that I think that's the one knock I have on like the latest couple chapters because they've all been fire, but it's Big Mom, Kaido, and Whitebeard basically blase, not acknowledging of giant fucking demon version of Rocks happening. They're all like, I guess Rocks betrayed us. Okay, bye.
Kaido got flung
I'll give Kaido a break because he
yeah.
got smacked immediately.
And then just like that, and then that was it, you know.
Yeah.
Big
And
Mom.
why did
I don't
Whitebeard
think
walk
I don't
away?
think
Like,
Big Mom has a functioning brain, so that's why she doesn't. She didn't like realize.
she's
anything.
been manipulated her whole life. To be fair, she's an underdeveloped like that's one of those.
She's a really big child, despite being the
Yes.
mother of 80 kids plus whatever the case may be. Like
Yes.
that's very true. Again, I don't like to downplay Big Mom's like strength or whatever, but just too many. There's just too many bad showings. Frankie rolling up on her and Robin throwing her off. Brooke. I know she was hungry and shit, but Brooke blitzing like Zeus and everything, and then like. It truly baffled me how many times she just turned her back on Law and Kid. Like, it was just like, what did she?
She is.
It almost
she's
felt like
confident
Oda
to the
had
point
to
of falling.
overcompensate for how much stronger she was, and it's like a Marvel and DC problem that I see a lot when like Thanos has all the Infinity Stones, and they're like, well, Thanos didn't really want to win deep in his heart, and that's why he lost. And I'm like, all right, man, pack it up.
Yeah.
That only works one time that I've seen in the series and that was Aizen with Bleach. That explanation works for me because it makes sense. It's never been applied to another overpowered villain that ever works, in my opinion.
Yeah. I actually see the tweet I want to bring up with nothing to do with this, but whatever. It's just I mean this tweet kind of did it, but I thought I've said it myself, but their Ace's final attack, which is Kagutsuchi no Ace. Yeah. Well, Kagutsuchi, one of the interesting. It's the Japanese, like in the Shinto religion, is the Japanese fire god, right? But the thing about his the birth of that fire god was that, well, first of all, his name's a fire god being a direct reference to obviously Ace, right? Like Ace, became the
Mera no me.
Yeah, but the legend of Kagutsuchi, the fire god's birth, is that when he gave birth, he burned his mother and caused her death, right?
And then
which I found was an interesting
died
parallel.
giving birth to Ace.
Yeah.
I saw Arthur Library of Horror mention that in his video.
Yeah, that's interesting.
He stole that from me, man. Like I said that first.
Wow.
Yeah.
Let me just read these
because
comments.
I've read a lot of that too. And then his wife was down in the underworld, but the god was, fuck it, I'm a god. I'm gonna go down there and get her. And she was so fucking burned and charred and messed up. He was like, Jesus, bitch, you ugly. Fuck it, I'm leaving you in here.
They said, God trying to hide tech. Chill. Where y'all think Luffy and Kobe got them hands from? Warp. He got cooked by Peckhams. Yes. Zoro had no rivals in becoming the strongest swordsman because no one else except Tashigi actually cares about being a swordsman. But Tashigi doesn't want to be the best. She just wants to take all the name blades from criminals, right? She just want to be the best swordsman.
Still the funniest goal in the entire series because she's gonna steal. She's gonna grave rob. Man.
Tashigi already gave up. Legit stayed on the bench. Yeah, go
on
ahead.
being the best babysitter in the world.
There you go.
That's what she's good at.
Swordsmanship in One Piece,
Respect.
big slot. Wait, I read that already. Just like
I
Ryoyu
seen
did.
somebody the other day say Tashigi's gonna be a female admiral, and I just was beside myself with derision and delusion. I could not believe I saw that typed up in one sentence. Tashigi and female admiral. My God,
Yeah, no.
George Bush, you will pay.
And sword does become a black blade when you use armament, so you ain't wrong. Why need a black blade when you got good armament? You know, Oda almost actually had me one time when it came to other swordsmen. He introduced Big Mom's daughter who had a maid and did nothing with her. Oh, I remember that. The long hair, the snake tribe, long neck bitch, right? Tashigi in her 20s still trying to get a sword back from Mihawk. She ain't even vice admiral level. Maybe Kuna was right. Oh no. Big Mom and daughter is already two debuffs for her. Women can't be the strongest swordsman because that shit is a waste of time of time invest in hockey. I think this part we're talking
The
about.
misogynism is going crazy. Oh my God.
I think when he said everyone till crocodiles, when Alan brought up who can think one shot until he can't one shot them category can't take a gear 5 attack, bruh. Hold on, he not one shot in crocodile. He is. Crocodile from Alabasta is. If all of them let him land Bajorang gun, no one's stopping him. Kaido could have just chosen to dodge Bajorang gun, but he swore he was him. Now we good after diabetes mochi man. Only attacks possibly stronger than Bajorang gun is Big Mom Kaido, Whitebeard, Garp, Rocks, and Roger combined attack and infinitum explosion and God of Fire Ace combo. Hemmings ASMR when crocodiles mentioned. Toei Zoro getting 3 black blades. Crocodile's a master of retcon hockey. You gain it when you realize he made you too and needs to upscale you for the story to work. Too weak? Yeah, don't worry. He always had it. You just playing around, bro. Just playing around. No feats, Beckman. Kaido is still the only character to fight Gear 5 without getting outclassed. Flame Bagawa puts Kaido over, in my opinion. Kaido versus Luffy. Kizaru versus Luffy was all I needed to verify that. I asked if anyone had any questions. Do y'all think the recent chapter further removed Whitebeard from his reputation of spinning back hard for the people close to him? Did it help with Thatch, Odin, and now Rocks? I'm gonna answer that in a second. Let's end with that question. Garling found him, the Davy Clan. He will always be his favorite employee. Emu helped spread the agenda that Garling got any W's. Oh wait, you said when will the Emu find out that Garling is a horrendous fraud? When he said, then Ellie said Garling found him in the Davy Clan. He will always be his favorite employee. Emu helped spread the agenda that Garling got W's on God Valley. She shouldn't do nothing about the Straw Hats regardless. Give me regen or give me fire. Give me civilians or I retire. God Knight's pledge. I can't even pretend to care for those trash knights, bro. Summer's too busy trying to fight infants and cuffed up slaves. I call them the ass knights. Ace was born with both parents dead. Damn. Both time skip Tashigi introduction impressed me. Then she went on to put up 0 points. Okay, so the last question we have.
Them Tony Snell numbers.
Yeah. Do y'all think the recent chapter further removed Whitebeard from his reputation of spinning back hard for the people close to him? Didn't help with Thatch, Odin, and now Rocks. I don't know. I didn't know that he had that. Oh wait, they said you don't mess up Whitebeard's crew because he'll come. No, you're right. He does have that reputation. I'm gonna say no. Well, I don't know. I think it depends on how you guys feel about the Odin thing. The Thatch thing, I feel like Whitebeard had an understanding that Blackbeard was different. I don't know if he knew he was Rocks' son at the time. I don't know how that works, but it's like something wasn't sitting right with him where he's like, I know it's not okay, but it's like this one I don't want you to do it. Like this one, like I still feel like if Whitebeard had run into Blackbeard, he would have packed him for what happened. It was more so like go ahead.
Sorry, Matt, you go.
No, that's right. Go ahead. I was just gonna kind of just say.
Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, I just wanted to say with that. The only thing with Thatch and thing is just because he said that, but then he had Shanks pull up, and Shanks told him, and I kind of felt like he kind of dismissed it. Cause he's like, "Yo, if Blackbeard's strong, why he fat?"
Oh, listen, what we gonna do with you, man?
So I'm not sure about anything.
I think in that situation, it's more so I can't have outsiders tell me how to run my ship. You know.
Yeah, because we know
like,
that he didn't tell Shanks, and I'm sure
That's
Pat, you're about to.
posturizing. You know, you got to be tough.
He didn't. Yeah, he was sort of like because we know when Ace initially left, he went, Ace, nah, I got a bad feeling about this. He didn't tell that to Shanks. Shanks said, I want you to go stop Ace. Who the fuck are you, kid, to tell me what the fuck to do with my men? Sort of idea was the
Yo, respect
response.
the
yeah,
son of
exactly.
Destiny.
You know, but he
Man, he don't give
actually
a
had the
shit about
same
that.
feeling. Shanks and Whitebeard were on the same page about it, but
Yeah.
he didn't like Shanks coming into his house telling him how to run his kitchen. You know?
Yeah, if he truly felt a way about it, then the fight between Whitebeard and Shanks would have been much more drawn out and much more grave in
And
terms of
even
like,
Shanks was posturizing, right? Do you think those bum ass little niggas who fainted from that hockey was a threat to him? He's on an enemy ship. You gotta hold, gotta hold your ground when enemies are on your ship or you're in enemy territory. Just kind of how it goes.
yep.
So, Marine 4 being his only example of when he had 4 opportunities make it awkward. I don't expect 4 for 4, but there's definitely circumstances. But 1 out of 4 is why I don't think Whitebeard was wrong for his actions in any of these circumstances. But having that reputation seems overinflated from what we've seen. So here's what I would say, right? And I don't have the greatest basis for this, but I'm just gonna give a Thatch one a pass because I just think that was a different situation. I'm giving that one a pass, even though I agree, he should have done something about it. The Odin one is one where I think you have to make that decision for yourself. I have always been okay with him not going to interfere with Wano countries, whatever the case. And I know this is semantics, but ultimately at that point, Odin ended his pirate career as a Roger pirate. And he saw him as a brother, not a son. So the relationship's different. Again, you could feel how you want about that. I'm not trying to dismiss it. If you feel like you should have spun for Odin, you should spun for Odin. It could be as simple as when he became a pirate captain, and then he had his own crew to protect. And because a lot of them were children or teenagers or weaker until they got stronger when they got older, maybe he did a lot of protecting for them. So it came to the point where we got the reputation because, like, I don't know, maybe Marco got kidnapped at age 14. And he pulled up immediately and said, don't you ever do that again. Are you stupid? Are you dumb? And through him being an actual pirate captain, so post God Valley into when he seen him, he could have developed that reputation in that time period. Just like how right now he's not the world's strongest man. That comes like 2 to 3 years after God Valley. That's the best I can give you.
I'm gonna just say I agree with everything Naya said. At the end of the day, the Thatch thing, he did do what he said he would do, but he didn't want to do it. But Ace still went after Blackbeard, so he was doing something about Thatch. Rocks, once again, he wasn't the captain, and there was no family or love between them and stuff like that. So that was younger Whitebeard before he had established that was sort of his trait. And Odin's sort of the odd one out. I agree, but it's like,
I think with the Odin situation, right? Again, it's like Naya said, he finished his career as a Roger pirate. Sure, I mean we know they were close, but the thing is, for one, it's an entire country. Like, I think people as readers they get too comfortable with what Luffy does.
mm-hmm.
Like, Luffy doesn't give a fuck about nothing. My friend is in trouble, I'm going. He doesn't care about political ramifications or how it's going to affect other people. Somebody mess with my mans, I'm swinging. Say less. But, like, with Wano as an isolated nation, and also, Odin never asked him for his help.
Right.
Yeah.
Remember, Whitebeard, because Marco remarked, I believe he said, we thought about it a few times, but Pops, I think there was a throwaway line where he trusted that if Odin needed help, because remember, he wasn't a son, he was a brother. So he was sort of like, if Odin needed help, he would have asked. He would have sent word, he would have basically called me. He didn't, so I'm not going to interfere with what he wants to do. It's his country, it's his shit. If he needs my help, he knows how to find me,
And
Yeah,
let me make sure my
And
chronology is
Ego was on
correct.
the ship, too.
Didn't he get the news after Odin already died?
Yes, he
So
said
what's
that.
he gonna
And
go
then
do? Destroy his country?
Yeah, so
Exactly.
what Marco brought up was we thought about going there and basically like holding Kaido responsible. They didn't know that Odin wasn't helping until Odin was already dead. But afterwards, they were like, why didn't basically Whitebeard go and invade Wano and go, Kaido, you piece of shit, I'm killing you? Is because and Marco said, we've thought about it numerous times, but there's pros and cons to doing that, and they just weighed the pros and cons. So it's not like it wasn't discussed, you know.
Yeah, I think the whole point with Odin is more on Odin because the whole point is that that's Odin's failure. The failure of the samurai code, the desire to do everything by yourself and not ask for help. And look
Yep.
what it got him.
Yeah.
He failed to ask for help from it probably went against his honor as a samurai to ask for help like that to solve his own problems, and it ended up biting him in the ass and it bit Wano in the ass. Like that's the failure of the samurai, and that's where what's his name, Momo had to improve. That's the thing he had to overcome. He had to ask for help, learn to ask for help, and not just be this like proud samurai that does everything by yourself. It's fine to ask for help.
Like even Kaido remarks on that. He goes, "You could have beat me back then if you were willing to sacrifice a few lives. You probably would have beat me and taken your country back 5 years ago. You chose the path of least resistance, and it's biting
No.
you in the ass."
Let's not do that. You chose the path of twerking in the street, making your cheeks clap. Okay, that's the path he chose. He chose a club.
Which, listen, man, he had the body for. Not gonna lie.
I mean, Loki could have just asked. But Loki, like when they first
like
pulled
that,
up,
I'd be dancing in the streets too.
Roger, I mean, yeah, when he pulled up with Roger first time, you could Loki just smoke. They could have smoked that shit in like 2 seconds, man. If we being honest, but you know, he refused to. That's more on thing, but also just man, it's just something special about thing. It's kind of funny because both it's just yo, they just love Roger because he's Whitebeard spun the block for Roger's son. Garp was willing to look like he's willing to like put him to like.
Oh yeah, he was gonna put Akainu down.
He put Akainu down, but also just like, you know, the whole baby killing thing, and he was thinking because of his promise like with Roger. Like Roger, they just would be like, yo, hold on, we can't let Roger's son die, man. I'm telling you, that Roger tax is crazy.
Whitebeard taking care of everybody's kids.
Yeah, Roger.
What'd you see, Pat?
Yeah, Whitebeard has everyone's children, yo.
Yeah, he's like, all right, Roger's kid is on my crew. Rock's kid is on my crew. Polo's kid is on my crew. He literally is like, all right, I will babysit all your kids and then be the best crew in the world.
Listen, when Shiki's son is on his crew, shout out.
Chill.
You mean Jozu?
Hey, maybe. But yeah, he just didn't think. I just blame Odin more on Odin because that's just his character. That's his character.
Yeah.
One of his character. He just couldn't ask for help.
But as we discussed before, when the Garp and Sengoku stuff, it's the same idea: is that these characters have flaws and failings. That's what makes them well written and 3-dimensional. But we sit there and we go, "Damn, they fucked up." You know what I mean? Like that's that's what gets in their way of succeeding, you know.
But yeah, that's and then with the Rocks thing, I think Whitebeard felt betrayed when the Rocks was like, "You're in my way," and he's like, "All right, then I'm out of here then."
Yeah, peace.
Oh, that's actually a lie.
All right, what's
the real reason?
What's
why...
the truth, nigga? I can smell the bullshit already. Go ahead.
He can't help himself.
Sorry, man, my bad.
Yo, I said 2 hours. It's been 4 hours and 25 minutes. Yo, wrap this up. Say what you got to say.
Yeah.
It's time to wrap this up.
Oh, I just put it in VC chat, and then yeah, I have nothing else to say.
All right, hold on. Let me pull this up. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Here we go. This panel is getting so much thing. That boy Xebec became a demon, huh? I better spend time with this pineapple guy or I'm finished. Y'all gonna respect Edward Newgate, man. That's my guy.
We need the respect.
Listen, man. Everybody gets slandered, man.
It is true. One thing I'll say about One Piece is nobody is safe. It's like it's very South Park to me in that sense.
When the Shocky chapter first dropped and everyone went, Roger's trash. Immediately, it was like, oh, for
That was a
fuck's
crazy
sake.
heel. That was a crazy turn on the fan base. They didn't give him a chance. That was weird to me.
No, they
It
didn't
felt
even give
forced.
him a chance. It was so they like
These are hounds that are
Mommy's
waiting to
community.
attack him.
All I
I
said was, "Oh
love,
my god, he's horny. Relax." That's all I was saying. Yo, you're
yeah, and
you're like
I'm
30
with you on
something.
that.
Close. You're closer to 40 than you are 20. Relax. Or 30.
Yeah, I'm like, damn, man, he's thirsty, and that's it. That's all it is. And it's like, yeah, he is thirsty, but that doesn't. Oh my God, Roger's now ruined as a character. What are you talking about?
My only thing with Roger is I'm on his ass. Poor Garcia Rouge looks like Gloriosa. This nigga's not fooling me, bro. He was low key
That's
killing her.
remember when I brought that up and
Dude,
everyone.
do you
I
settle?
brought
Do you settle for the gold medal? The silver
I
medal?
brought
or do you
that
go
up
for
to
the-
so many people, and they're like, "Bro, you're right." I'm like, he's not a serious man.
Yo, what if he's cracking Glorious on the side though? Like,
I would
And
Oh,
what-
that would
and
explain why she
what
can't
case
stay away from him.
scenario-
wouldn't be shocked.
hey man,
Did you
all I'm
guys
gonna
love
say
that-
is
Gave,
Yeah,
him, gave, him,
Boa's her
gave him that
daughter.
Shakashuki Huki no Ace, whatever it was called.
I can see. Yo, all I'm gonna say is, if Bo is her daughter, Bo got the same blood type as Roger and Ace. So hey, man, do with that what you will. Do with
Yeah,
that.
Ooh, my
we
face
know
was
that
hurt,
Rayleigh is
boy.
Bo's
Please go
Bo's
fight
dad,
that
we're all
man.
good.
Roger, Whitebeard leaving like a fucking demon on that island like that is kind of crazy to walk away from. Like, I gotta stop something that scary. Like, I don't want this roaming around the world. Like,
And it was
And-
even disrespectful, as I said. He didn't even use Momokirigiri.
he used
that's how it is.
hockey and his fruit
Elbow.
and his fruit ability at the end of the day. But like,
Yeah, he was like, all right, fine. Elbow, we'll take down a mountain, then I'm walking away. Fuck you.
but
It's like, what?
what I've always found, like I don't know about anyone else. Like, it comes to a point with me, if somebody's doing too much shit with their devil fruit, I have to take you to the ocean, bro. And if that doesn't work, then I'm leaving. Like, at some point, I'm trying to dunk Emu Saturn into the water. I'm trying to suplex them into the fucking sea and see what happens at that point.
This is why I'm calling it now. Jimbei MVP to defeat Emu. Just saying.
Hey man, same Jimbei that was thinking of a plan
you mean
and not
Teach?
doing anything.
When Teach comes and takes Emu's power. Yeah. Hockey man will survive the flood. No weaknesses. All right.
Wait,
Thank you guys for coming. The stream is fucking over. Goodbye.
yeah.